Welcome in, Pokemon Unite trainers. We have a fantastic tournament for you today. MQL Springbeat. We have 22 teams, I believe, have finally checked in, and we are ready for some Pokemon Unite action this fine, sunny, for me it's sunny at least, May weekend day. Welcome into May, everybody. What's going on? I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me, Nitera. How are you doing, Nitera?
Well, it's a little bit dark outside. We're turning over a new day. No, we turned over a new day 7 minutes ago. So for me, it is technically morning. It's just a little bit darker on my side. But we're doing fantastic here because in the Aeos Islands, Thea Skyrunes is about to be rocked by some amazing teams here today at MQL Springbeat.
Yeah, we have a $500 prize pool from my understanding, unless I've been lied to. $400 to the winner. Maybe, I don't know. I've been lied to before. It might happen again at some point. But $400 is going to the winner. $100, because that's how math works, is going to go to that second place team. So pretty good prize pool today. We, like I said, we have about 22 teams currently checked in. I think we had more signed up, but I think we'll probably get some more filtered in and out as we continue on. It is a double elimination bracket, meaning teams, if they lose 2 times, well, 2 rounds, they're going to be done for the evening and have to dust off the old cobwebs. And Nitera, this is really like the last moment for a lot of these teams. Next weekend for the main UCS. That is the last chance qualifiers for all of our regions here in Pokemon Unite. And teams really just trying to get ramped up and ready for that, because that is the highest stakes that, you know, most of these trainers have had all season, right? We haven't had too many chances to dust off the cobwebs in the official format, mostly because of the way the league format has showed up. So this is going to be very important. This is a really good opportunity for a lot of these teams to practice and get ready for that big event next weekend. All the regions are going to be participating, and if I'm not mistaken, only 1 spot is given to each of those regions outside of those league format qualified teams. So
yes,
it's going to be pretty intense. Today's going to be a good showing.
It's going to be a good showing for sure, because at the end of the day, I would like to say that EU are one of the most privileged players to ever roll Pokemon Unite. We've got so many tournaments back to back that are actually creating some of the best teams here. They're gonna get so much experience going into this here. I mean, don't worry, you have enough experience to go get that champion, you know? And right now, this being the last big tournament before they go into the official seasons, they have one last chance. I think this is a great time to test your skills, take a break, review what you've got to do, and refine a little bit here. But at the bottom here, our beautiful graphics has popped out here. Do you see our teams, Kyle? Now this one's gonna be an amazing one. I love to see how Thanks Gaming will get on.
Yeah, these are 2 really good teams. I'm actually pretty familiar with at least a little bit of what's going on here. Thanksgiving is a team that has participated in many of the Underdunk tournaments that we run in North America. Azarian Dynasty, I believe, another team that actually I've seen participate in Underdunk. So I'm kind of excited to see like a couple of Underdunk squads, try to take to the Thea Sky.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, we just got word. Well. I do, yeah, at least a little bit. Did get word that we are waiting for the teams. We have 9 players in lobby, so it's just a matter of time before our action kicks off. If I'm not mistaken, this is, like I said, double elimination. These are all going to be best of 3, so it's going to be very familiar to our UCS format. Pretty excited, so we'll kick things off very shortly.
Right. But with that being said, though, I mean, Kyle, you're definitely very familiar with Underdunk, right? And so you know these teams. I only know Azari for the most part. So that's technically only half a team considering they're with Dynasty. And so this is going to be interesting for me going into it. But what do you know about the teams? Fill me in like I'm an audience member, because I have not seen these teams in a while.
Yeah, so Thanks Gaming is a team.
Thanks.
So actually,
Gaming.
Thanks Gaming. Yeah, so it's gonna be a little bit on the ping side. So we'll see if anybody actually pings Thanks. But Thanks Gaming has participated in Underdunk quite a bit. They're another team that has participated in a few of the grassroots leagues. I believe they picked up a new member. So Vital Mike, I believe he is usually a defender player, picked him up. But a lot of these players have kind of competed together for quite a bit. in the Articuno League a couple months ago. I believe they finished in 2nd place. Yeah, so I mean, it's a pretty decent team. They do like to play a little bit of Decidueye, so it's something to watch out for Azeri if they get not only just Decidueye, they love playing a Razor Leaf Decidueye, so gotta be on the lookout for that. So I wouldn't really be too surprised if we see that break out in one of the games. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Blissey get banned if Azeri is familiar with how Thanks Gaming wants to play. So a couple options on the table. Another thing that Thanks Gaming, their coach, Jonathan Hyde, another caster, loves when they play Sableye. So we'll see. We'll see if we get any Sableye here as well.
You know what? Jonathan's on the help. He's got a good deal on that. I think we're in good hands here. Shout out to, of course, our dear Jonathan Hyde. Turtle turned human, human turned caster. But with that being said, though, great overall idea of who we are playing against here today. Hoping to see whether the teams can get ready onto this. But as we go into it, I am hoping to see a few different kind of drafts going for it here. It is for some prize money here, and of course, no team will want to walk away with empty-handed, right? So let's see what they can really draw here. It's gonna come down to the little bit of wits that they have going into the draft first, before we see how the gameplay can really stretch itself out.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be the first real test for a lot of these teams. I'm excited to see it. So I guess there are 2 Azeri Dynasty teams. So I got the one mixed up. So there is an EU version and an NA version. It looks like. So something to watch out for. Luckily, from what it looks like, I'm looking at the bracket. They are on opposite sides of the bracket, which I think is fantastic because I would hate to see an Azeri X Dynasty versus Xeri X Dynasty. That would be an absolute tragedy. But let's get into it. I believe we are going immediately into our draft of Game 1. Let's take a look at these bans and picks. And right off the bat, just like I thought, I wasn't going to be surprised if we saw a Blissey ban, and that is the first one off the table.
Right. I mean, Blissey, one of the strongest support Pokemon you can really find here. Unless you want to count Suicune in that pick here, being one of the Pokemon who has a lot of CC, and arguably one of the best all-rounders with CC, if we're not counting Lucario, of course. And there it is, banned on the board here with also Psyduck on the other side. I think it's fairly, normal to see these 3, right? Machamp, Sirfetch'd, and of course Charizard Mega Y.
Yeah, I'm not super surprised, but you do have a couple options here. I love the Moltres first pick. I think this Pokemon is incredible. Doesn't have the best 1 through 4, but once it hits level 5, it's very strong in that top path. I love this shutdown angle here, though, from Thanks Gaming. You have the Umbreon, you have the Snorlax, a lot of crowd control. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a mean look to maybe lock down this Moltres.
Right. So let's take a look at what they want to pick up here. Moltres needs a little bit of space in the front. We're going to need a little tank coming into it. You've chosen Blastoise, who I believe is just about the same range as Moltres. I'm not sure if that's correct here. Maybe we'll see a Rapid Spin, or maybe we'll see a Surf Pushback. I don't know. But on the other hand here, 2 very strong tanks here will walk forward and take a chunk of damage from Moltres. So I want to see a strong healer on their side here. Potentially maybe a Wigglytuff or a Eldegoss. That is going to be my take going into this. But maybe we'll see the Razor Leaf that you so talked about.
Well, it is currently looking that way. We have the Drain Crown as well as the Muscle Band as Scope Lens and an X attack on that thing. So currently, as it stands right now, it does look like they are going pretty bulky. I mean, this is very much a protect the president angle. You have 2 defenders, you have 1 supporter. This is going to be very dependent on how well this Decidueye does. I love this move here from Azeri, grabbing that Leafeon to try to get through that heavy front line and onto the Decidueye.
Okay. I see what you're picking up. I'm going to see what you put down now, Milk. That's going to be the final pickup here. And I'm not liking the pickup. I'll be real with you. No matter what you say, unless you're going as an assassin, I think Greninja here just feels a little bit wrong. And, you don't really have a lot of options to assassinate. You have maybe Hoopa, who will slip away, Miraidon at best, and maybe, if you're lucky, you'll pick off a Leafeon. I don't really view Moltres that weak, right? Especially now you're putting Focus Ban on it. You have Curse Incense as well. It's going to be wrecking havoc. So Ooh, I don't know how to feel about this, Kyle. I'm feeling Azeri feels a little bit stronger in the comp here, but what do you feel?
I don't know. I think, again, it's just going to be all dependent on how this Decidueye does. They have a lot of stocks into that Pokemon. If it gets off to a slow start, that's going to tell me everything that we need to know. So I think the big thing is going to see how these first rotations go. If this Leafeon can get online, go for an early clear, maybe grab a KO or two in one of the paths, and then go on an invade. Because if this Decidueye lags behind, is not able to get that level 7, I'd say probably by 720 or so, they're going to be in big trouble.
Right. So let's take a look at how we're going to go into this here, because I think you're absolutely right. But it always comes down to how the games are played. It's going to come down to how they want to position themselves. As we start this off here on your purple side, Azeri, who is going to be rocking out the Moltres on the top lane, like you said, and thanks Gaming is going to be on your orange side, who will now see a 2-1-2 composition, very tried and true, and let's see how this goes.
Yeah, it looks like Snorlax is making a pivot, as well as this Hoopa, so we have kind of a little bit of a jungle invade from both of these, so they're going to scrap and fight in this central path where Groudon will show up eventually. We have the Eevee joining the fight as well, so Hoopa really unable to slow down this Decidueye.
Right, okay, this is getting a little bit hectic at the bottom side here. They're gonna start going for it. They do pick themselves up the little DD here, which means they're a little bit closer to the level 4. That's another move that they got in their pockets here. Another level up for them. Let's see if they can go in here. But we do see on the top side, it is going to be a little bit of an owl situation as they start going in for a combat here. There's the damage going through. We are seeing a little bit of damage tacked onto them, but that's all she wrote.
That's not too bad. Leafeon was playing it very patient. They want to suss out where this Dartrix is staying. Now Froakie coming to the top path. Wigglytuff going in for an engage. Going to try to sing their song. Moltres in a little bit of trouble. Unable to go down, though. And Moltres is able to get a little bit to safety. Leafeon going to throw out a Razor Leaf. Damages the front line heavily. They're going to take a KO. Wigglytuff down. Umbreon down. This Dartrix next on the cutting board. And that's a big play there for Azeri.
Yeah, cutting board indeed. Those Razor Leaves definitely don't miss right there. So as we move into the 8-minute mark here, it looks like the teams are definitely solidifying their lead on the side of Zeri, and this is going to be looking good here. They lose out to Koopa here. That's a level 5 Pokemon that they get needs to be back, but Miraidon so relentless with the damage, the charge being coming through here, and allowing them to score 830 on top as well. This is so relentless. They're not letting it go here, and they even managed to pick up the Wigglytuff. That's beautiful. This stacking Leafeon here, I think he's a lot happier than you think. 3 stacks.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely just ecstatic with how that top path went. And this is the problem. We do get Decidueye, and it is Razor Leaf Decidueye. A great engage there from Snorlax. Heavy Slam's going to take them down. Razor Leaf is ramping up, and they're going to grab a big objective, and that is going to be the Regidrago, the way of Thanksgiving. Wigglytuff getting an increase in score speed, and they're going to use it, and they're going to break this goal pad pretty early here.
And mind you that this is the team that lost the top fight here. They ran in, they lost, and somehow they're walking out with the Regidrago here and a full team.
Yeah, and now we have Leafeon going to have to run away. They're going S4, so this is protect the president moment. Decidueye is staying pretty safe. Snorlax looking for an engage on Moltres. Heavy Slam connects. Wigglytuff gonna sing 3 members to sleep. Moltres in a little bit of a blender, trying to take down the Umbreon. Mean look, not mean enough. Leafeon grabbing a double KO. A third's gonna fall, and that is a big play as Zeri is winning these big team fights.
Already here, they've got themselves back into the game with the Regice here, but in 4, they're trading it back with the Regieleki, which is not a very good sign, I would feel, because Thanksgiving has the point lead, and this is just going to extend it further, which means Azeri, if they catch up here, they don't have time to really farm up, while Thanksgiving has time to roam around the map to actually pick up the pace.
Moltres is going to defend this Regieleki from going on in, so we did have something that happened there, so Vital Mike staying in the bottom path just to make sure that they're able to get some sort of advantage, and they do grab that little bit of an objective and get some value away from the map. So something to keep an eye out as we go through the mid-game.
Yep, and this is going to be a very concerning moment here. Now that objectives are down here, what are you really doing to, extend your lead here? And of course, you're going to start taking a fight here. Starting with Pato here, has to force the eject button, is able to pull away with the surf here, but it looks like Greninja wants to go for a Water Pressure Gun, engaging it, and there's the damage from the surf. They fly through here, and that's another Unite invested here. This Moltres wants to at least pick something off for burning his Unite move. He's starting it, his Raise Leaves come true, the Hoopa's looking low, he's trying to get his team out, the Snorlax with a heavy slam here, and that's some heavy punishment. He's going to be taking a 1-for-1 trade. Turns around here onto Wigglytuff, and right now you see this lone frog getting so much damage tacked onto him, he cannot carry on here. And now Kyle, the problem I have with its entire engage is that Thanks Gaming were in the lead. They did not need to fight that exactly, and now Azeri is pushing forward.
Yeah, they're going to take advantage of this bottom path, 22 and 40 going in. And they're also going to leave it at 11, another 17, so this is actually a pretty good play. It does still deprive some experience from Thanks Gaming, and they still found a decent amount of value with those scores. Unite move from Decidueye, but they're going to get sussed out. Moltres trying to 1v3. Going to lose that matchup. Hoopa bringing the team in, Rings Unbound, up to the top path. Snorlax trying to stop at 40 points. Able to be deposited by Leafeon, playing with some great tempo is Azeri. Another 7 from the Blastoise. Hoopa unable to get their 17 for now. Eventually it falls, and this T2 is left at 26 HP.
But here's the problem here, right? Because all this time, Snorlax has been stalling. They were able to get Regieleki. Now they can actually pivot around, either score or try and engage them back onto the Addict Reggie here, which is Reggie Steel, mind you, which means they've got a damage buff. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to fight a team with a Reggie Steel buff.
No, that's going to be very dangerous, because here's the response from Azeri. Unite move from Leafeon. They're going to take out the Wigglytuff, and his poor little Decidueye going to be 1v2. Great heavy slam from the Snorlax, but Hoopa's going to push the Decidueye back into harm's way. Mean look onto the Hoopa. Umbreon trying to get the KO, but the portal is set. Are they going to get back? They do, just in the nick of time. Azeri doesn't lose their support. It goes back for some good measure.
I'm just saying Dream Crown could have made a difference there, but that's just me.
Yeah, true.
However, what is important here is that the difference maker has been secured here. They come into here to see they can take another fight. Reggie Jungle is just left alone to his devices, and the Emerald 2 stack comes in here to get damage out, and there's nothing they can do. Hydro Typhoon investment here. The HPs are getting low. Orange is going down here.
No way.
And Thanks Gaming just has to concede all this fight, even though they have a Decidueye. There's the damage here. The knockdown was invested, but look at the tanks. They're going through. They're not letting it go. It is relentless. They're trying. Maybe a trade. No, the Hoopa makes it out with the slither of HP that it has.
Great play there, and Decidueye, through all of that firepower, was able to secure that Regidrago with the Unite move. Kids, do not try that at home, because that is definitely not the best secure tool. Just happened to work in this situation. Right now, 3:07 on the clock. Azeri is up in the score, and Matera, let's talk about these levels. You're kind of closing in on some level 13s for Azeri.
Right, and it's going to be a little bit more of that came from here. Soarline now moving into the 2-minute mark is 229 to 122. This is a tough call here when the other side of Azeri all has about close to level 13 here. Almost 49 was back up here. But they are coming back with a little of a response here, as Thanks Gaming does pick this up for 1 KO, getting a little bit of EXP. They only have one Pokemon responding to Regieleki. The rest of them are trying to path topside to see if they can fight back against Reggie Steel of all things. This is big. They pick this up here. We have a Decidueye on Razor Leaf as well, which means a lot of spread damage, a lot increased spread damage coming with that buff. Let's see if they can make a response from this.
Yeah, 15 seconds until our first Groudon of this set. And teams are starting to try to get into position. Thanks Gaming does have that Registeel buff for quite some time.
Right, and this is a good time for them to be. I mean, I like how they're kind of grouped up here. I don't really like the fact that Moltres is there as well, because this means that there's a lot that they can do in terms of taking a chunk of damage from them. So they need to play a little bit safer here, checking themselves, hitting some autos to see if they can stand by their boosted. Let's see if he comes in here. Have smoke screen, checking. Oh, there is no slam. I saw the eject button somewhere here. There's the check, comes through here. It looks like they're starting to engage. The sub is going through, 50%. They start hitting onto Pato here. Hydro Typhoon for 4 people. There is no engage back into that. They do have a little bit of Singer Dance here. One Rush Sugar is best on the power that comes through, and the Gravity Missile just collapses onto them here. It looks like they lost a lot of damage here, but what comes out of it is a ninja from the skies. He comes down, and he is able to make it out. He went out for a supermarket run, and he came back with the milk.
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks Gaming going to be in the driver's seat trying to take down Groudon. They should have enough firepower to do so. Although Hoopa's here. They do have their Unite move. Rings are unbound. They're looking for a steal, but no! Vital Mike able to seal it away from Azeri. I thought the Hoopa had a shot. Now you got to deposit these burgers into the goal zones. Might be a tough task because Azeri is all back. Thanks Gaming still down by over 100 points.
It's one more good fight. They don't have the buff on to the Decidueye here, but it's still gonna be enough. The Knock is invested. He's in a safe position here. They just need to tack the damage on. He's trying. They're forcing it down. There's the first of the 50 going in. 100. They've closed the gap. They need one more drop here, but all they have is 50 points. Huge 50 burgers here, and he needs to try to see it.
There we go.
43
That's
down.
it.
There it is. There's the
Double.
big one. 386. It is a 90-point lead. They're slowly making their way out, Kyle.
There we go. They have the lead. They just need to hold on for dear life. Leafeon tries to make the dance, but unfortunately, prom is over for them in game number 1. Azeri gonna go to the drawing board. This Razor Leaf Decidueye ripping through them in game 1. Thanks Gaming. Gonna be up 1-0 in the first round set.
You really want to give it to Decidueye? I feel like MVP here is not even the Greninja. Yes, I mean, stayed alive the longest, but man, you gotta give it to the Snorlax, right? Holding the ground for his team so they can actually re-engage in fights. I think that was the call.
Yeah, pretty good stuff here. Thanks Gaming. MVP honors, Vital Mike, 8 KOs, 7 assists, but more importantly, the perfect secure onto the Groudon, which was heavily contested with that Hoopa Rings Unbound as well as that Psybeam. I thought for sure that the legs may have had that opportunity to steal that away. Could have been a hero play, but instead we are going to go into game number 2 with Thanks Gaming up 1-0.
Right? Is it too late for me to take back my MVP call? I kind of don't want to give it to Snorlax anymore.
Snorlax is great.
Yeah, the Snorlax play was great. The name isn't that much. Not sure if I want to. I'm not sure if I can really endorse a glue sniffer. Maybe
sure.
having milk is a lot better. You know, we'll think about that later on. But right now, what's important is that the damage numbers don't lie. Of course, you do see Decidueye making it out with the bulk of the damage here, and 80,000 going into Greninja. So they did take their fights. They did take extended traits here, which is important for them because they need to go for long fights, more so for Decidueye, but for the fact that we went Surf and we got 80k, it means that Greninja just wasn't pulling up its weight as well as it could. It wasn't getting executes. And that might not be the worst thing considering the other comp is very sustained damage heavy.
True. Yeah, and that's kind of the bulk line, right? You have the Snorlax, you have the Wigglytuff, and the Umbreon. That's a lot to deal with. I thought the Miraidon was a good call, and honestly, this was a very even matchup, even in our Groudon fight. It almost went Azeri's way. They just had a little bit more bulk that Azeri really couldn't handle. I think one of the big maybe not problems, but the big unfortunate parts about that fight is that your Hoopa went down early without utilizing their Unite, and that's such an important Pokemon to have in those big moments, especially in that Unbound form. It's a little bit more bulky, it can dish out a ton of damage, and they just didn't have it, and Thanks Gaming was able to capitalize.
Right, and again, so close to see victory from that fight. If we do see Decidueye and its menace, they come in here for another fight. A lot of things coming true. It just did not feel so good until you realize, wait a minute, this team is not exactly falling. This Decidueye, he's just kind of sitting there all alone. Let's collapse onto him, and that's just how you kind of collapse onto the entire team. But this 4 knockup here, they only have the Greninja who's at the back, knockback 5, Phantom Force of all things, to try and, like, you know, sustain the damage. He does pick up the first going into it, burns the Water Burst Shuriken for another, and this is where the fight starts, right? Because all of a sudden your team goes down, you're the last one standing with your tank.
Unite. That was a huge Unite by the Leafeon too. It took out like 3 with that single Unite move. Yeah, and honestly, like, Blastoise kind of getting caught out there might have been pretty bad because I don't think Azeri was quite ready to engage in that moment, and Thanks Gaming really was. They had 3 people immediately on the Blastoise. Blastoise had to use that Unite move in that moment, and there really just wasn't the follow-up until Leafeon got there. They did get there, but at that moment, pretty much everybody else on Azeri was gone already. Like, Decidueye was running through him.
But I think it was more important that, you know, not only Blastoise had to call out the Unite move there, the Hydro Typhoon, but if he had hit 4 players, with two of them being the Greninja and the Decidueye, I think that would have made so much of a difference. It's only because Greninja was so healthy that he lived long enough to take a great fight at the very end there, and that lead into the Groudon as well. So, you know, props to you, Milk. You really ran out for that. You know, you never believed the Milk will come back, but it came back indeed.
Yeah. We'll see what happens in game number 2. I would be surprised if we see this Razor Leaf Decidueye again, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we will get a ban on it. I love the ban of Blissey. I think that was kind of... Yeah, Blissey is definitely one of the better supports. It's a really big enabler right now in the current meta. It could have been a target ban. Maybe, like, try to, you know, sway Thanks Gaming away from the Decidueye, but I think you definitely still have to ban the Blissey or take it for yourself if you're a Zeri. We'll see. Again, I mean, I know, like, Razor Leaf Decidueye gets a bad rap, but, like, when it's good, it's good. And when you have that big of a front line, it's really tough to take down.
I'm so glad it cut off. But yeah, no. I disagree. You know, the answer is not in the bans. It's in the fact that no one picked up the answer to every team composition. The Pokemon that literally put in any team and it would literally work as intended because he's just that broken, and even if he got nerfed, he's still damn viable. And his name is Mega Lucario. I don't know why we had to go through this conversation. Why is he not banned? And then why is he not picked up?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I just feel like there are Pokemon that are a little bit better than it in the meta right now, especially you think about, you know, your Machamps and your Surfetches. I think Lucario's still really good, but I think the nerfs, or I guess the rework to its close combat in the Mega form, definitely has swayed some people away from that thing. As we get through the bans, pretty similar here. We are going to ban the Umbreon this time, as well as the Blastoise. The two Pokemon that we saw in game number 1 are not going to be available in game number 2. Instead, we are going to first pick the Psyduck.
And that's great, because what I really want to see when you pick up Psyduck is very broadly compositions here. I might dare say we might see a Gyro Ball Metagross. You know, that's a Pokemon that has not been seeing a lot of play as of late. But with the super powered Psy, which is the Unite move of Psyduck, right? It gives you damage mitigation.
Full power.
Board, right? Yeah, the full power Psy, the super Psy, right? I'm hoping to see the super Psyduck here, but you know, it's fine. Of course, with that being said, we need to brawl, right? Psyduck's ability allows it to help its team sustain longer by virtue of like mitigating damage, and if they're not gonna pick it up for that reason, I feel like that's so wasted. So Mamoswine here, fantastic pick. I love to see it. I would have maybe loved to see a Venusaur as well, because I think Pedal Dance here with Giga Drain would just make this so much harder for them to go through, and the damage they tax on from Venusaur would then make it only worse.
I would love a Venusaur. Venusaur is like one of my favorite Pokemon to not only play but watch. We'll see if we get it. We hovered it. Try to tease me a little bit, but we're gonna run with the Decidueye once again. We are also gonna pick up the Alchemy. I think this Pokemon is super underrated. It
low-key agree.
It's seen some action recently. And every time we see it in competitive, I'm like, this Pokemon is so good. It really shuts down the dive with that sweet scent. And just the self-sustain, the sustain of your teammates with those recover puffs. It's one of the best healers in the game because of the quick healing that you could get in this bursty meta.
I like the composition from Azeri as well, though, because I was thinking maybe a Delphox or Empoleon. Those are Pokemon that are more, I would say, closer ranged. You know, Empoleon has a little bit of range extra, you know, but as they go into it, I like how it's moving into it. This is a composition I like to see. Trick Room coming in from Mimikyu. Lock them in place, give a little bit of movement, and then you still get to kite them with damage mitigation. On the other hand, though, I don't really know if Wigglytuff is the right call here. I feel like Clefable would be a little bit better, but then you have two supports. But at the same time, this is a very, very shaky comp, right? Snorlax goes down, it's kind of game over.
Yeah, it's gonna be really difficult, I think. I do like the Zapdos because it does kind of give you some viability in that bottom path to kind of counter that Espeon, because both of those Pokemon have pretty decent early game secures. That's going to be very much key the top path can be a little bit more contested, right? Because I'm not sure if we see... I assume we're going to send the Snorlax up to the top path just to have some sort of presence up there. I don't think you can send Wigglytuff and Alchemy. I think both of those Pokemon are fine as, like, supporting to your damage dealers, but I think you need something that can really gobble up those last hits, and I think that's Snorlax.
One thing I would say for sure, though, is that I really like the combo again on Azeri. If it were swap the Moltres here, I think that would have been perfect, right? Again, I would love to see maybe a Suicune actually, or Lucario, because you're going to be fighting in a zone, and that zone is side, you want to be with him, Lucario goes in so well, right? Suicune locks them in place, so Psyduck doesn't need to move so much. So, honestly, I like it. But, let's see how this goes on. Bottom side here, Zapdos is going to be fighting against its brother here, the Moltres, all by itself here until Jigglypuff shows. But as he started off here, damage is being tacked on, has to block away, but it's okay. This giant flying bird just screams from the sky and damage just falls through here. Look at the discharge going in here, and then Swinub is almost KO'd.
Almost KO'd. Almost doesn't count in Pokemon Unite. Only horseshoes and hand grenades from what I've heard. Not too family, though. Gonna get gobbled up completely by Azeri. No evolution yet found for this Espeon who's hovering in the top path. Dartrix now has made their presence known up there, and Mimikyu is starting to migrate down through, or up through the middle pathway. We'll see what happens here. Espeon eventually gets evolved, which is going to be very key for Azeri.
Right, moving into that though, it is going to be 0 to 4 points. Now that 4 points is going to matter as you see later. The stacks are coming through here. They started with seeing they caught the Psyduck, which means that's one less Pokemon you need to fight with. They're collapsing onto the Mimikyu and almost makes it out here, but not without stacking. Oh. Never mind. I opened my mouth. We got it down. It looks like they've got dessert on the side and it's not going to be all creamy. And as I open my mouth, it happens once again. I just keep making it happen, Kyle.
Yeah, it was the Swablu family that found some KOs against that Mimikyu. I think Alchemy ended up getting credit for it because it was the last Pokemon that hit the Mimikyu. But yeah, too low HP to really walk through those birds for Azeri. Mamoswine down on the bottom path looking for some cures. Zapdos, Snorlax trying to bully them out. We'll see if this Piloswine is able to get out. They do get to that T1 goal zone. Espeon hiding in the tall grass. 2 points, though, in the Ice Fang is going to connect, and the great follow-up from the Espeon is going to send them back to the Pokemon Center.
Which is a great start moving into this here. Now, let's see how they want to respond to this as the points start to differ here. There is also a Razor Leaf coming through, and I have not seen a Grass Type deal so much damage to a super not effective Pokemon. He's flying in Fire type, and he just got KO'd, ravaged by the Razor Leaf. I cannot believe my eyes.
We're going to stack up on this Snorlax, and we are going to elect to break this T1 goal zone a little bit early. Nice little Earthquake in. Ice Fang's going to connect on the Snorlax, slam him down to Earth onto the Decidueye, but Razor Leafs are out. Nice shielding there, just barely keeping the Piloswine up. Altaria family ripped through from Thanks Gaming, and now this Regiroulette up in the top path should be theirs. However, Snorlax going back through the portal, through the home goal zone. Espeon is caught. Psyshock not going to connect, and Espeon forced to retreat through the central area.
Right, now we're gonna go into the very dangerous part of the game. 7-minute mark here. They are going to pick themselves up a Registeel on the side of Thanks Gaming. And now that's the big problem. They have a damage buff, they have a move that spreads. And I think I like the sound of that here. They're gonna go in with a flail like of all things. They try to increase the block to pull them a little bit closer away, buy some time, but no. Looks like Zeri gets it up, and now it looks like we have a knock bird coming in here. It's gonna be a pop. There it is. The knock comes in. There's a double KO. There's a 2 more they're waiting for. Next one comes in. They almost pick themselves up, and now it is going to be the 4. That is amazing.
Perfect.
For the Decidueye.
Great defensive stand there for Thanks Gaming. Perfect knock positioning behind the Zapdos to make sure that they're able to do maximum damage. Shadow Sneak gonna connect onto the Zapdos. Alchemy putting up the cake. Bakery is open. Mimikyu going back to the Pokemon Center. Goal Zone defenseless. 40 points in from Decidueye. We're gonna try to maximize this now. 22 followed by another 40. And Thanks Gaming not only finding KOs, but they're KOing these goals.
Right. It's a fantastic moment for the side of Zeri coming into this here. But can I see what was that? You know, a giant block of power nap invested just to trade it off, trying to take it out. He still takes him out. Snorlax is on a streak here, and with his team falling in with him, I cannot tell you how excited I am. That's a great start here.
Great
finally
side
getting
shot.
punished. That's his hubris. And there it is, the Sai comes in here, Play With Me comes along as well. It looks like we have one more way out, and it's going to be back to the Pokemon Center for you. There's the second one coming in with the response here, and a giant bird artillery flies in.
That's exactly what you need to do if you're a Zeri. You need to get that Play With Me onto the Decidueye, and they did it very quickly. Shadow Sneak's going to now connect onto the Snorlax. We'll see if we take the play rough. We do. Shadow's tag still on the Snorlax, gonna retreat, grab a berry. Here comes Mamoswine, misses the Earthquake, unable to be pulled in, and now Zeri's gonna scatter backwards on the retreat. Knock Knock is there though. We'll see if Espeon's able to survive. They cannot, but Zeri able to escape the situation with outside of the Espeon.
I mean, I feel like that's a good thing, you know? Like, you make it sound like it's a little bit like a negative, but I think across the board, they're doing really well. That's the second Reggie they picked themselves up for, which is a big concern because that's a lot of XP flowing to that. And mind you, they have 100 points lead here, right? So this means one Moltres is going to be doing this alone. The rest of his farm is basically gone because, well, Thanksgiving is just going to collapse onto them, right? Collapse onto the farm and all the yellow dots here.
Come to sing?
Look at this.
Oh, what a steal. Wigglytuff comes in and swipes it from the Moltres, also sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Great plays there. Zapdos chasing down the other yellow bird, taking them back to the Pokemon Center. Now Thanks Gaming is on the offensive. Regieleki walking towards this T2. Mamoswine connects on an Earthquake. There's that Mammoth Mash. Bakery once again open for business. Thanks Gaming sends the Moltres, sends the Mamoswine, and now the Moltres sending this goal zone down in 321, 103, 330 on the clock. Thanks Gaming controlling game 2.
Right, now that's what I call super effective as to go into this here. It is going to be a 200-point lead, Kyle. And again, this Snorlax has a mind of its own here. I don't think the team is relevant. He's just going to try and make some headways. He tries to, you know, pad out the score a little bit and stop them from farming up anymore. But unfortunately, they just feed him a little bit more than expected.
Zeri needs to do something here to kind of cut into this lead, and this is exactly what they're pivoting towards. They're going in towards this T1. Mamoswine scouting, grabbing vision. Zapdos going to connect on a couple. That's going to be enough damage to make a Zeri think twice of their positioning and move. 20 seconds until a top objective. That is going to be the Reggie Roulette up here. Both teams kind of hovering, seeing if they could get any positioning to try to take this, because this could be a very big objective going into our game number 2 main objective. 5 seconds, and it's going to be Thanks Gaming that's going to be all there.
Let's see about that. I mean, they're super well positioned here. I think they've relented to just give it to them. Reggie steal of all things. That roulette really came up short for the side of Zeri here, which means, again, they're pacing for EXP, and somehow, despite losing so many fights, then Thanks Gaming has actually put themselves back onto the board, matching them for EXP. That's the first coming in. Psyduck's down. Ooh, I don't know, man, Kyle.
Yeah, that was mean. That was a mean push there from Snorlax. Now Moltres also going to be on the retreat. Snorlax continually putting some pressure in. 40 points in from this Alchemy. They're going to try to break this goal zone, but here comes Mamoswine. They burn the eject, miss the Ice Fang. This is going to be the fight. Psyduck reducing the damage. Wigglytuff giving some shields. Alchemy once again healing up the team. Ice Fang's going to connect on the Zapdos. They're able to eject away, but Psyduck's the only one down so far. Mamoswine down. Azeri falling like dominoes. Knock knock, who's there? Thanks Gaming sieging T2. Goal zone down 433, 103. They might not even need this Groudon.
Hey, no. We don't get complacent here. We pick up the Groudon when we see it, right? Force the fight on Azeri. If you start the Groudon here, they are forced to come to you, and then maybe you turn on them and that's it. But this is crazy. They're forcing it themselves here, which means that they're going to tack on damage, Kyle. I don't think that's the answer when you have a giant yellow bird flying in.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Decidueye looking for a KO on this Mamoswine. And Mimikyu does pick up the Groudon. This could be big. Wigglytuff very low. We'll see if we take the Shadow Tag. Don't even need it. Psyshock connects. Sends them back to the Pokemon Center. Thanks Gaming now going to be on their heels, but they find 2 KOs. Espeon dangerously low. Snorlax trying to chase them down. And now, Thanks Gaming, they lose the Groudon, but there's the GG's. Thanks Gaming going to win this set 2-0.
And it just felt so robbed of a win there. I mean, Azeri definitely had some highs and lows in that game, but it felt like there were a lot of good highs, but a lot of very low lows. Like, there was no way you're walking out so many fights. In fact, I think Ghatlue there was very aggressive. I think they didn't need to be as aggressive as they need to, and just stay with the team a little bit more.
Yeah. Insane work here. Thanks, Gaming. MVP honors JKDX. 11 KOs, 9 assists. Insane work for this Decidueye in both games. Doesn't eclipse 100,000 damage, but with the GGs, I think that mark was going to be inevitable. Only needed 3 more K. But yeah, thanks, Gaming. Perfect execution of their strategy. We talked about it in the pregame. You got to watch out for this Razor Leaf Decidueye, and they brought it out. They used it to perfection in both games.
I like the overall idea here, right? Like, there's just so much things that are going on that I think we need a replay to show it. But if you can definitely see just from the numbers alone, they weren't forcing a lot of very long extended fights. The Decidueye, of course, doesn't have a choice, right? Razor Leaf. But if we're talking about in terms of how the teams kind of played it out, it was very short, bursty fights. They took their opportunities to come in, boom, 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 out, boom, 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 out. But it always came down to the fact that Thanksgiving was playing catch-up despite having 3 Reggies, and that just felt so interesting considering Azeri still lost, right? At the end, it really came down to the fact that they played out the team fights better, the macro was there, they were able to, capitalize on the fact that, okay, you got the Reggie, Lecky, I'll just go and farm everything else on the map, it's fine.
Yeah, this was a really good moment here. I think this was my favorite moment of the game. You think Azeri's going to be on the offensive, and you come in with a perfect knock-knock. They eliminate pretty much everybody on Azeri trying to push. This was an insane steal there from the Wigglytuff, and that enabled this push. This was such a key part of this game. Allows Regieleki home, and they just followed up. It was unrelenting throughout this second part of the half of this game, and this was a great play here. The Mammoth makes a really good play. Mike, though, able to hit a perfect eject to give a little bit of spacing, and that allowed this knock-knock to come through, sent everybody on Azeri scattering, and this was the goal zone that broke the Camel's back. And yeah, you had the chance there with the Groudon buff, but thanks, Gaming. Again, they just had enough experience to survive that.
Yeah, I really wish we had like the drawing board thing again. I really would have loved to like, draw for you certain things onto the board to see how we can take things better. But no, it's fine. It's fine. What is important here? Let's go into a very quick break here because Kyle, I need a refresher. That game, who set the tone of today's tournament. It's a little bit of a spring in my step here, but they got themselves beat onto this one. But we'll be back with a little bit more just shortly. So Kyle, see you in a bit. Hello everyone, welcome back to Springbeat. Thank you so much for MQL for hosting this up. But they've got you one game, Kyle. That game was a banger, right? And now we're going to go to another set of games. And this game will also be a banger.
True. Banger, I hardly know her. Let's get into it's going to be Volticons Unite. And I'm hoping I can get the pronunciation correct. They told us backstage, Die Reisenden. I hope I did it justice, but we'll see.
Yes. And also on the other side, is
Volticons
Unite.
I did it!
Got confirmation from production just for that. Alright, and of course, again, the other side, Volticons, a very well-known team across the board here. Let's see how they pan this one out. Surely, you will pick up MQL this time, and I will have a favorite team across the board. But it's gonna be tough, right? We saw Umbreon being banned, we saw Blastoise being banned here. It's gonna be the same few stuff that coming through. I don't think Machamp is gonna get banned for the most part, so we don't have to worry too much about that. So more interesting bans coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, these are very standard issue bans at this point. Yeah, I think this is very similar to what we saw in our first set, with the exception of Moltres now getting the ban hammer. We saw that in both games 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, in our third game of the day, which is in set 2, we are not going to see it. Volticons, a team that is on the outside looking in, looking to qualify for Worlds through the last chance qualifiers next week. They're going to have to do so, but this is a very good team, so I'm excited to see what they're able to bring out. Machamp being left alone in the bans means that it's going to get picked up first here.
I never understood why Machamp is so good as of late, okay? And then that's my fault because I don't play the game as often as I should. But I do know one thing's for sure. We have Daddy Leon, who is absolutely not playing Psyduck. I know this for a fact here. He's just picking it up for a team very lightly. But on the other side, though, seeing a lot of more of a Gen 1 kind of feel right now. Not sure about you, but this definitely feels like a team that, you know, our dear Ash Ketchum could run.
Yeah, I mean, currently all Kanto Pokemon. Now we're going to hover over a couple of the other options. All right, we're going to pivot to Sinnoh. Garchomp hitting the Thea Sky here. As we see, it is going to be Groudon in game number 1. We can see that in the center of the screen. We can kind of see that earth terrain in there. Volticons going with a Greedent. This is something that we don't see too often in competitive. I am super excited to see this one.
You know, for a minute, I thought Komai Esports kind of transferred their players over. I thought I saw VTC Ghatlue there, but, you know, that might just be me. But this is an interesting pick all the same. We've not seen a Greedent in, I don't know, we have a tally here somewhere, I'm very sure. It's been many tournaments since we've seen one. You know, our production Shival can, like, pull up a number for us later on. But again, bringing back the Greninja as your last pick here, there is a pattern, and it's working out. So, the Reisenden, I think you guys have something going for you. But I'm going to go with the more interesting comp rather than a more secure comp this time. Volticons has got my attention.
Yeah, same. Very much so.
Very true,
I love this. Yeah, so true. I love Zacian right now. I feel like this Pokemon has just always found its way to be good and competitive. It just has such a good early game and can really dominate a top half. I imagine we'll probably see this Machamp hit the central area, and then maybe we'll see how that goes after that, because I think Machamp, we've been saying it for so long. It's how broken is Machamp? Yeah, got to give it to K-Stuff on that one. Despite, like, it kind of entered in, like, 2 months ago. I think teams started to kind of get wise to this Pokemon being really good as an enabler. Kind of like almost a support Pokemon, but a support Pokemon that can punch through walls, because this Pokemon is also just incredibly strong with that Unite move. So I love the submission build. I mean, for the longest time, teams just kind of ignored it for months and months and months, and then eventually someone's like, hey, this Pokemon's pretty good, and then it's been taken off ever since.
You could just play Mega Lucario, also punches, but, you know, sure, whatever, you know.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you know, just hate me, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I love Lucario. You can see it.
Yeah, I can see it.
That's right.
But in any case,
right, let's get into game 1!
Yeah, right. Volticons on your purple side, on your orange side is the right. Which is going to be an interesting one as they go about it. It looks like in the center area, we have the Froakie in the central area as well, and so that means our dear Falco here on the Gibble, the sand attack is waiting to see if he can spray onto someone's eyes here. Bottom side, we're going to see a Pikachu who's going to be a menace onto this little squirrel.
Yeah, and we're going to press a little bit forward. Greedent getting in a stack early. 6 points deposited into the T1, but Fizzy's going to try to run away from this Snorlax, who does not want to leave this little squirrel alone. Throwing some hands. There comes a tackle, lowering them pretty heavily, but here comes Pikachu with some reinforcements. Eject button's traded either way. Fizzy looking to get away, but you cannot run away from the web.
Well, definitely a bit of a problem here. You're losing a lot of timers, especially since the Machoke is here. But luckily, the eject button saves the Pikachu by the shin of its skin. And there we go again. The submission comes back in, and it looks like whatever I just said is a caster's curse. I had to open. This is the 3rd time today. I need to stop telling people.
Bang! Psyshock connecting. Jellyman looking fantastic early on. Good enabling from the Machoke, but in the top path, not going as well for Volticons, as we do have this Gibble along with the Frogadier trying to clear out all that Altaria family. Now going to make their way towards the central area where the Natus still haven't been touched. Frogadier able to do that, trying to dodge away. Eject button burned either way, and now the Psyduck able to help enable this Machoke.
Right, and this is going to be a tough one for them starting it off here. The score lead isn't that big with a 35-19 Vodacon's favor, but the levels tell a very different story here. We're gonna see another engage into that here as his Machoke is definitely choking the life out of Snorlax here, and now he's gonna do the same for this Frog. Now Biology causes section, that dissection right there for the cross jump.
Man, Jellyman is not missing these Psyshocks. They are on point today. More points in for Volticons on this T1, and it's just this Zacian trying to farm all this wild Pokemon and able to do so because no one from D. Rysenden able to really respond. They've all packed in the Pokemon Center, and now we're going to have Jellyman pivot down to the bottom path and now clear out all of this Pokemon.
Ooh, and I guess this is where the fun starts here. Now the question is it Bullet Seed, or are we going to see a little bit of a, burp coming through? Belch. Oh, there's the cross jump coming through.
Nice little play there from this Greninja now, just to utilize that double team. I think that's probably the wise play when you have this Machamp submission on the other side to maybe bait out some of that cooldown, and it did work there for the time being, but Volticon's looking to take advantage of the bottom path while this Regidrago was getting taken by Horizon, but it's the Espeon that snipes it away.
Very scary. This looks like they're gonna be going through it. Snow running it through. See if he can pick anything up, but it's okay. Falls back a little bit. Discipline. I like what he's doing here. And now Fizzy's gonna be the Vanguard. Standing there hoping to make sure his team just doesn't go forth to take another fight. Not without him on the clock here. He's running it through. See if he can buy some time. A bit more Death Cross are coming through. The slam comes in onto Vaporeon. He's gonna get locked in. Chill is down because the Regieleki was the 6th player of the team of Volticons here. Now going through Snorlax, trying to get his way out, but well, that's a little squirrel who's just kind of scrapping all over it.
Oh, Pikachu's in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, Psyshock misses the mark, but the Psybeam doesn't. Psyduck trying to help take down the Pikachu, and eventually they chase them down, but Pikachu able to get away. Oh no, Psyduck does end up finding them in the back line. Submission connects on the Snorlax, and the Jellyman with a perfect follow-up with the combination play.
They come in for it here, bit by bit, damage attacking through. There's the slam, pulls through, and now it's gonna start themselves off. The Sai comes in here, and he's just kind of stopping them from doing so much damage. A little bit too early if the Thunderstorm did not come out here, but it looks like they still managed to pick themselves up for the Frog here, and this is gonna be a big problem. There's the damage coming through, the Rat has been slain as well, and now there's only one Snorlax with a 25 point to his name.
25 points deposited into T1, met by a Psychic, gonna push them maybe back into this Greedent. Heavy Slam connects on them, but the Belch is gonna come through. Snorlax putting up a block, might be met with some damage from this Espeon and the Duck. 165-44, halfway through this match. It has been all Volticons.
Right, but I'm not sure what the plan is here moving in. So let's just see how they turn this around here, because there's another Frog that's going down. And we're gonna see that, of course, Volticons have such a big lead going into this here. The Heavy Sand comes through. There's no pickup. There's the 1000 Fist that comes through. The Barrage Blow is making its way out here. You see Vaporeon doing the same, trying to see if they can buy some time here. Second Slurry comes through. They do damage. They do at least take the KO down here, but it's just not enough for them. They're not styling enough damage to even pack any damage through. Greninja, on the other hand, there's as the Espeon. And a second for the Ducks.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great response there from Derysenden. And now that might net them a Registeel with not for the Greedent trying to disrupt all of that. They do, perfectly executed there by Fizzy. And now they're going to try to push into this T1. They take out the Greninja. Pikachu might be next. Indigestion on the menu. Someone get that man some Pepto-Bismol. Going to continually go on in. Greedent somehow escapes. Snorlax going to pin this Zacian towards the wall. Heavy Slam closes them out.
Oh, that's not a good sign. You're just kind of sitting back waiting for opportunity right now. Now let's take a look at the score while we have some time here. We've moved to the 4-minute mark here, and we do have an objective at the bottom here. This Reggie Lecky's going to be sitting down there pretty, waiting for opportunity to be taken down. But on the other side, Derysenden needs to find an opening into this here. And the first one is going to be onto the Snorlax. That's a great start.
Great start. Nice little submission. Might have given Psyduck a little bit of time, but that gets interrupted. Vaporeon trying to stall out these goals from going on in. Another Psychic connects. Oh, unfortunately, they missed the Psyshock. Doesn't matter. The champ able to close them out, and they're going to be able to close out this T1. Ooh. Another eject into a submission. Grabs the frog into the Unite move. Looking for the rat now.
Nasty.
Espeon able to help with that, but a triple KO for Machamp as they now pivot down towards this bottom path.
No, I'm starting to see why Machamp's so strong. Does it have to do anything with the forearms?
Yeah, I think forearms definitely does it.
Yeah. But in any case here, it's going to be very tough. I mean, Derysenden needs an opportunity to go in here, but I'm not seeing that chance for them to make any plays. It's just that Machamp who's just giving them a hard time. They're not giving any opportunities in. And look, I do believe the Machamp is just chasing down the frog at this point.
Yeah, might as well, right? I think that's
well.
the win condition if they're able to. Reggie
why are we
Lecky
looking
trying
at
to
this?
walk into the T2 goal zone. Nice little stall out by Derysenden. They do not want to let this one go in. Duck and the Espeon trying to continually make this push, but I don't think it's going to happen. In the top path, Registeel has entered the fray, and this should be able to be cleared out pretty quickly by Volticons. That'll be a nice buff going into our Groudon.
Right, and let's see if they can continue to take another beating again, because I don't know about you, but I think Volticons is really feeling themselves in this match here, moving into the Groudon here, and it's not looking too good for them.
They're gonna rip. I think they might rip this. Derysenden, no, they're not gonna rip. I mean, yeah, they just didn't know exactly where Derysenden was. They find them in that top path. Here comes the engage from the Greedent, looking to try to take down the back line. Here comes Pikachu. Thunderstorm is out. No warning. Greninja trying to run away. They're able to. No KOs found just yet. Pikachu going down. Psyduck trying to get into it. Garchomp trying to heat up. Machamp, though, able to take them down. That is 2 KOs. That is 3 KOs. Snorlax next on the chopping block. Those 4 arms putting in a punch.
Wait, it's one Water Burst Shuriken and a Dream here. Shino is gonna see if he can
they don't have it
for it. I don't think he has it, but maybe a Water Shuriken here? Nope, it looks like this frog is gonna be used for biology class here, getting dissected by the sword from Zacian. That's not a good sign.
Not a good sign at all. Machamp's going to pick up the Pikachu, put them into harm's way, and Zacian able to close them out. Double 50, make it 100. They're making their way towards these home goal zones. Derysenden, one final stand. If they could grab a couple of buffs, they may have a chance, but these points are starting to fly in. Another hundo from Machamp should put this out of reach.
This is a beautiful game nonetheless here. Volticons making this one really tough for Derysenden, but of course, that being said, I think we knew how this was going to end up. This team just didn't sit right with me at the start, right? Derysenden had an interesting comp here, but no real damage dealers for, you know, longer ranges, which kind of made it really hard when Machamp could just run in.
True. More Unite moves fall. Derysenden going back all to the Pokemon Center. A clean team wipe there. Final seconds to damage farm. I don't even think Derysenden wants to leave the Pokemon Center of the base. They do for a little bit. You have a Unite move, might as well. But it doesn't really matter too much. Volticon's going to take game number 1 here. And Derysenden going to have to take a little bit of a lesson and go to the drawing board.
Whew, that is a tough fight to say the least here. They're moving in. There's a lot to talk about. But let's look at the numbers first going into it. It's only 1 game. They've got a chance to make this one back. 811 points to 75. Definitely not what you want to see. But it's only game 1, you know. Maybe D-Resident is just kind of feeling the enemy team, trying to figure out what Volticons is good at. But Daddy Leon is lying to me, and there's no way he picks Psyduck.
I mean, yeah, I mean, he looked really good on it. I mean, the follow-ups are absolutely fantastic. I mean, you had the engages from the Duck, who was consistently pulling Derysenden into those, into the Psyshocks, and Snow was doing the same thing with the submission. Derysenden just wasn't able to get any footing in that game. Yeah, Pikachu did quite well, 84k, but they took 64. That's a lot of damage onto an attacker. Greninja just really wasn't able to find anything. 29k damage from them. I mean, but that's kind of what you expect. Volticons Unite has been a really good team in EU, established team. If I'm not mistaken, they were 3rd place in the league playoffs. So, I mean, this is a fantastic team. So, it's kind of what we expected from them.
Agree to that. But, of course, when you get snowed in just like that by Snow of all people, there's not really much you can do now, isn't there? Volticon is just making some headways, and look at that. Again, the Regieleki, the 6th player of their team, to make a stand against them. But as they go around it here, they even got a buff upstairs, you know, from the Registeel, so that just made it so much harder to play around it. But as you take a look going into that, Snow again just snowing them in. There's nothing you can do. They do get a KO here, but then again, I think they were just so out of position. They didn't need to take this fight.
Yeah, they took this fight, and I think Pikachu did quite a good job to try to stall this out. But again, yeah, just this Greedent's just such a pest. Able to go through all of that crowd control that Derysenden was trying to throw down. You know, I love the Snorlax pick. I think this Pokemon's really good with the buffs that it received, but Volticon's just kind of able to avoid a lot of it. You know, Greedent able to avoid a lot of it. The Duck able to just kind of sit in the back line and dish out those bubble beams, throw out those psychics, and I mean, there's just not a whole lot you could have done against Volticons.
And maybe if you ask me, I just think Derysenden's team, individually, the players, they're not in sync. Like, there are things that they want to do, things that, you know, they're not syncing up as a team to want to do together, right? Like, for example, just now we saw, you know what, let's talk about this fight here. Look at how it's going in. There's a Water Burst Stringer that comes in here, the Livid Outrage comes in. Now what are you trying to do, right? Derysenden is so spread out here. You see Chiyu trying to help his team, but he's like, all right, do I go for the Pikachu? Do I go for the Snorlax? I run back and forth a little bit, and that burns a little bit of time. Then as he comes in here, you want to help Falco, right? And he goes down. Then he gets pulled back, and Snorlax is already pulling back as well, right? He should try and push the team away so that he doesn't get locked out, so on. So there's just so many things that are happening that only because we had a slowdown for production that we can actually talk about.
Yeah, it was a good attempt there at the end. Obviously, Derysenden had one shot. Got the Greninja entering in and trying to steal away that Groudon. Was there one chance, even if they got it? I don't know if they're able to score enough points, because I imagine that Volticons just collapse on the Greninja, steal his buff, and then we're just going the other way. It might just not have been a complete stomping. But regardless, we go into game number 2. We go to the drawing board. I imagine that we'll see Machamp banned or picked away. Because I believe it's going to be Derysenden based on what we saw. I think they are going to be the first pick here. Oh.
Yes, hold down. That's a bonus?
Yeah.
I didn't even ask for it this time.
It's close. Honestly, it's a lot closer than I thought.
This is a Ghatlue fan cam. Just for him. Just for him. Because we have like that. So this didn't even take the final hit, right? Comes in, it comes down to the last belch. And
yeah, just
the
burped
problem
on it.
If belch is that it's deceptive, I feel. Right, the damage
time.
No, it's not even time. It's like that whole code comes out immediately as you press it. Right? The little fart animation, like that's just all fake.
It's all fake.
It's so deceptive. Like it just
I don't think it's a fart. I think it's a burp.
I think it's funny when it's a fart. Just let it happen. Let it happen.
Okay. All right. Fine. All right. Derysenden going to be on your purple side this time, meaning that they will have access to that first pick. So I don't think that they will ban Machamp. I think that's going to be on Volticons to go ahead and ban it away from them. We'll see if they actually do that. But I love this ban on the Psyduck. You don't want to deal with that once again. It was just really oppressive. I think it was just one of the better enablers of that first game. And yeah, I think this is right. I think you ban the Machamp if you're Volticons, knowing that this is probably one of the best Pokemon, if not the best Pokemon in the game right now. You don't want that going over to Derysenden on first pick.
Right, and I think that's crazy. nonetheless here. But you know what? Valid call. Valid call. Happened once, made it happen. Now, can we make reality a thing? That's the question in my mind. Because no Machamp means, can I see my Mega Lucario take a stab at it?
Maybe. You have a lot of options, right? I mean, Moltres is gone.
no.
Surfetch was on the table, so I think that's probably the right call. I thought maybe we may see a Snorlax once again because Horizon definitely loved playing that. But now you have a couple of really strong Pokemon for Volticons, right? You get that Charizard Y and a Snorlax, two of the best Pokemon in the game, in my opinion.
I agree. But it comes down to seeing what else they can do with it. Because one strong Pokemon doesn't make a team. It's going to come down to a little bit more.
Yeah, they have two of them. But I love this counter from Horizon. You get that Slowbro, so now you have a tool to lock down that Charizard Y. But here, I thought for a second we were getting it for you. No, instead we are going to get that Zacian instead of the Mega Lucario. But, I mean, there's still a possibility we get the Lucario.
It's for us. You know, it's for the plushies at the back. All right, and there it is. Alchemy's back in the field, though.
Yeah, I like an Alchemy. I think this is a good supporter. I think it's one of my favorite to watch. And Dailion made that Psyduck look good. I would imagine that we are going to go probably Sweet Scent here, knowing that there's a couple of divers. You got that Blaziken as well as that Surfetch who's going to want to get into and onto your damage dealer. So I actually really like that.
Well, I mean, you can have your cake and eat it too, I guess. In this case for Volticons, they're looking really good in this position. They've got two artillery mages, I would like to call them. They have a front line with Tibby who can go a little bit more offensive here. Metal Claw giving him a shield to back it up here, and a proper tank as well with a support. On the other side, the Horizon, I kind of like the idea here, right? I mean, I feel like one of the strongest picks in the game, underrated strongest pick in the game, is Slowbro. Because if you're a team that you feel like, alright, I'm not that good, right? But what if I just lock down one of their players, right? I level the playing field because suddenly I'm a Pokemon that can take down their strongest player. So
true.
I like
quite true.
You know? And I think their comp is good. I think this time their comp's a lot better. Let's see if they can actually go through the artillery mages and like actually fight into a comfortable range they would like, which is up close and personal. I feel like the Horizon has a chance here. I'm gonna go with them on this comp.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, sometimes it's not about the comp, it's about the players, and Volticons certainly has the players. I'll be interested to see how we go about it. I mean, I imagine it's going to be Volticons coming out ahead. As long as they play their game of Pokemon Unite and kind of control the tempo, I think they'll be fine, regardless of what Horizon wants to happen. Especially when you have a Charizard Y, it's going to be really tough. Just going to have to watch out for the Slowbro Unite. Going to try to play around it. But I imagine Volticons is going to want to get a big enough lead going into our final objective to make sure that that's not a factor at the 2-minute mark.
I don't know if I can agree with everything you said. Because, like, I mean, like, on one hand, yes, Volticon is a very strong team, which will be on your orange side. But the Horizon on your purple side, they've got something going. They have a composition that, honestly, I feel like at the end of the day, mechanics could just beat them out purely by the fact that their Pokemons are just so much more in line with, their team strategy. So maybe this time I'll see something different. Let's start it off here. They have a little bit of damage tacked onto that. They did not grab all of that EXP early, but hey, you know what? They're dishing the damage. Oh.
Yeah, Volticon's got all of it, and now they're going to probably get a KO on this Slowpoke. Unfortunately, they don't, but you burn an eject button, so that is a very, very good start there for Volticons.
Hey, that was all you on the Kafkas right there. All you. As we go into it here, let's see if they can carry out the damage on top side here. They are going to fell some chicken here, and it looks like we've got some fried chicken on the table after that one. But now we have got some roast duck as well, because this pecking duck wants to see if he can take something off. And I think Tibby's looking really low right now. Wants to see if he can take an opportunity at it. Take a stab at it, people.
Now this Surfetch is online, but here comes Snow on the Charmeleon. Not quite yet a Charizard. And they're going to try to bully them out of the path. And yeah,
Oh
look
my
at this.
lord.
Snow is really in hot pursuit, trying to take down this duck. Torchic still not evolved, and that is going to mean Volticons can just stay in this central area. Miraidon responding to Snow's push, but these Alchemy Cream Puffs are going to allow Volticons to just stay pretty far forward.
Is this even the right call? Because, like, to me, I feel like, you know, you just give up one lane, right? If you let everyone respond, you lose so much EXP across the board here, and you actually lose a point lead potentially here. They did lose a point lead this time, but I feel like it was just a little bit bad, Kyle.
Yeah, point lead's not too important right now. And we're going to have these 2v2 in the bottom path. Regidrago has hit the central area. But Volticons is up in the experience game. You look at the levels on either side, it's going to be pretty tough. And you also have this Charizard that has hit level 7. That's going to be an important power spike for them. Sirfetch'd has matched them. And now we're going to fight over the Drago.
Alright, let's see if that actually comes out to fruition here. Regidrago is being started on. They do have the numbers advantage on the side of Horizon. Let's see if they want to actually collect onto the Charizard. I feel like that's the play here, but the Metal Core comes in from Tibby. They're trying to get it off here. It looks like a vegetable for a sword. It's not really too good. And now the damage is flying through. Tibby unfortunately gets hit by the charge beam, turns it around. The artillery range. Jellyman comes in as Zapdos finishes off with a beautiful bottom like.
Lose the battle, win the war for Volticons. That's going to be the name of the game there. Combuskin still not online. Heavy Slam is going to stop them. Nice yawn. That's going to be follow-up damage from the Charizard. Forces Combuskin to use the eject button. Going to try to get to the Citrus Berry. They do. Damage done, though. Snorlax deposits 20 points in there. Another Heavy Slam is going to knock up 2. Another yawn is going to put a couple Pokemon to bed. And now the Zacian is able to respond again. Fizzy's hitting these heavy slams perfectly, enabling their squad, and Volticon's now finally going to retreat as Derizenden has all 5 up in the top.
And they're just gonna keep up the onslaught here, which is fantastic as they go into it here. There's the Mega Zard. It's not looking too good. The drought has been set, and look at that Fire Blast just dishing damage out. It may as well be a fancy fireworks from Delphox, but as they go into it here, Slowbro, unfortunately, no Unite move, level 6, can't do much against a giant lizard in the sky. As he dishes damage here, he's going skybound, and now he's dropped down to show the world how many points he can drop, and that's a fat 39 with number 40.
Big caps there that allows this Regidrago or Regieleki to walk towards this T2 goal zone instead of breaking the T1. And they're going to continue the onslaught. Combuskin still not a Blaziken. 2 members back in the Pokemon Center for Derizenden. They're unrelenting. Zacian's in the central. They're in the Speed Flux. They're looking for blood. They get the Blissey. Regieleki walks into T2. Snorlax going to put a yawn to put this slow bro to bed, and damage done. Volticon steals all of the central area Pokemon as well.
Right, so let's just see how they can respond to this. Go into the 5 minutes mark in just a bit here. First of all, on the roulette table, it's going to be Regirock with the Horizon actually taking the priority going into that here. But it is a 4v1 with only Tibby left. I feel like you kind of want to take Tibby down. The Blade's coming through.
Sword!
Ooh.
No!
Good try, good try. But across the board, it looks like that means they can actually collect until then. Slowbro finally going down again. We do see a Bright Future Venusaur invested. Let's see if they can hit the damage. Just 3 knockup here. And they might actually be able to do this. Charge Beam comes through. The damage flies in. They might take the level 11, but no! Zapdos is still taking it out. He's gonna try. Charizard is flying in, and he's gonna cook some eggs as well with that. And there's nothing doing to stop him. Level 11 takes down the egg. It looks like next up on the chopping block is Slowbro. Now these are delicacies to the side of Volticons to pick up, chew, and of course spit them out for EXP.
Oh my gosh, you have to give the MVP of that fight to Daddy Leon. Perfect bakery setup with that fluffy cream supreme at the right exact moment. I thought for sure that Derizenden with the Sirfetch'd was going to hit that perfect Unite move, and they hit 3 in that lunging leak blast. Unfortunately, perfect cake setup, perfect execution from Volticons, and that allowed them to also go on the offensive and break that T1 on the bot side.
But moving into that here, it is a giant score lead of 240 points to Volticon's favor here. And I don't see a very strong positioning advantage going into this. Falco should not have engaged there. Just wait for a little bit. And now you're out of position. You don't have your moves coming into the fight. If you do not take out Fitzy, you're just losing it. Why did you burn the overheat there? Like, it's just so many things. They need to kind of play slower here. The Horizon fell into 2 players now. They have Unite moves as well to burn, but it just didn't feel right for them. However, they are in a weird position where they could at least take out 1, and unfortunately for them, there is all she wrote.
Clean team fight there for Volticons. They're able to knock out every member of Dreisendan, and now it's going to net them a potential Regieleki once again. But instead, they are going to fight over this T2. Charizard has the Unite move. They're going to tick the Seismic Slam, put them up, met by a Slow Beam. Oh, great follow-up there from Snorlax to make sure this Charizard stays up. Another Fluffy Cream Supreme from Daddy Leon, and this push continues. Zapdos pressing forward, dishing out the thunder, dishing out the lightning. It is a storm. It is an onslaught for Volticons. They're trying to siege this T2 goal zone. Snorlax putting a couple Pokemon to bed, allowing Volticons to space out and go backwards.
Lightning and the thunder. Thunder? Oh well.
No
But
way are
that's
we
the kind
quoting
of-
Imagine Dragons here.
I'm so glad one of us actually knows the reference. I didn't.
I got it. I got you. I got
But-
you.
Yeah, well, moving into 2 minutes. There are 2 objectives
Yeah.
here they could trade. Of course, I think the problem is that Dreisendan can't even leave their, base.
They wanna
don't
break
even
the
wanna jump
T2.
ahead.
Yeah, they want to break this first. Yeah, they want to break that first, because there is that Regieleki still. So potentially they can now pivot back up towards that top to maybe have a home-walking Regieleki. They don't have a ton of points, so it's not really a win condition for them, but it is something that Dreisendan is going to be forced to deal with, as that will walk towards the home goal zone. But with 10 seconds left, Dreisendan's looking for a rip on the Groudon.
I mean, this is the only play they can make, right? But the thing is, with all rips, if that Regieleki goes to the base, it may as well be game over anyways as well. So they need to take a good fight here, and they're starting out strong here. They force the power net out here. They have the Fluffy Cream Supreme come in. They do take down the Alchemy in just a little bit. There it is, going in. The rip is coming down. Groudon is going in, and they do pick it up. Who
No
picks it up
way.
is going to be Volticon
Yeah.
with the Charizard Y.
Easy pickings, Charizard Y, and that's why that Pokemon is so strong, able to pick up a Pokemon, completely isolate them, and then control that spacing in the drought. 3 KO streak, the Groudon, and now game 2.
Well, I think what we call that usually in a different game is called the Ubers, or anything goes.
Yeah.
A little bit messed up
true.
here.
Yeah. That is the GG. Dreisendan gonna wave the white flag, and Volticon's gonna advance into your winter quarterfinals, where they are gonna take on either the Enigma Esports squad or Team Int Prime, depending on who wins that one. But either way, they are moving forward in style. Jellyman, MVP honors, 10 KOs, 14 assists.
I'm gonna be real with you. I really like how they actually panned this one out here, and I have to still give it to Dreisendan for actually picking a comp that I felt that was very winnable. I just felt like they were taking fights too fast, and a little bit frazzled and dazzled, and it just kind of, messed up a lot of the plays here. Because I really feel like Slowbro could have absolutely made this game so much more playable. Like whenever we see Zartwai come out here, that was his opportunity to go for it. And I'll be real, I only saw like maybe one slow beam. I could be blind, but lots of impact there.
True. 566-41, the final there. Not too many KOs found for Dreisendan. Their day's not over. They have one more opportunity to stay in this tournament. That will be through the lower side bracket, though. And that'll be a long climb back to the grand finals for them. Volticons, again, I mean, what else can you say? This is an experienced squad. You look at the damage numbers, not super surprising. Nearly 100k from both the Charizard and the Zapdos, and the support squad kept them upright in the key moments.
Oh, this is my favorite part. We're gonna see the replays coming into
Replays!
it. Let's see how this goes. This is about the final fight as well. It may as well be a fanciful fireworks here, because look at how big this is. They hit so much damage.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's just such a bad fight. It's the beginning of the end for them, right? They put down so much points for that. This was great as well. They could have potentially made it out so much more here. They missed the Sovereign Blade, and they just couldn't capitalize on that, because you see the Zapdos here, it takes so much damage, and there was also a beautiful Bright Future Mirror Star that knocks it up right here. That was their cue.
Yeah. And this is the moment I was talking about earlier with the Fluffy Cream Supreme. It was a great play there from the Surfetched, but yeah, just not enough. You had the support core ready to pull the trigger.
Can we pull back on the replay here? Because, yeah, Fluffy Cream Supreme really made the difference. Look at the Zapdos here. Just focus on Zapdos here, and like if you can zoom in and like pan with the Zapdos, you'll see exactly why it's so impactful, right? Here's the knockout. That was your opportunity, and they kind of missed the ball there. That was over if not for the fighting switch. Look at the HP. Tick, tick, tick. He's down. He's down. The pickup on Charizard, and somehow Zapdos is out with 50% HP after that. Insane.
Good stuff there. Yeah, I mean, not much else you could say. I can't remember how many times the Rysenden got a KO. I think it was very few KOs found this entire game. So, I mean, the last fight kind of went the way that we imagined. And yeah, it's good stuff there for them as they'll advance forward to Rysenden, though. Like I said, I mean, there's still an opportunity if they want a chunk of change, either first or second place. Will be in that prize pool. 400 for the winner, 100 for the loser. Yeah, I mean, man, this was just a full out showcase for Volticons.
Right, an absolute opportunity for them to try and still win this year. I really feel like they have a chance to win against Volticons, right? They had the right idea here. I think if they continue to pick the slow bro, absolutely there is a chance. They just need to shut down the Charizard here, which is the biggest problem. But I think this one was a great opportunity as well. Look at the Alcremie, so low. I thought they were going to pick it up, and they do. But in response to that, it was going to be a Charizard who was just able to dish out damage against their strongest Pokemon. And then Surfetch had to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have the Charizard Y. Charizard Y did a Charizard Y thing. But with that said, we are going to go on a quick break while we get the next round set up for you. So don't go too far, trainers. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be back with more MQL Springbeat after a very short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Springbeat. Once again, we're gonna be having some amazing games. My name's Dyterra, and beside me we have Steel Agent Kyle. Kyle, this is gonna be a banger of a match, right? I heard that this is going to be a very good match by production. You know, if we are climbing up in terms of match levels here, I think this one is gonna be tip top off the leaderboard.
Yeah, 1000%. So we have Rework Esport Remix, which is kind of a mixture of the EUL champion as well as the runner-up.
Oh la la.
And we have Sublime Mongrand, which, from what I hear, is one of the best French teams. You have some amazing players: Sazero, Kranix, Resu, Mbach. Yeah, this is going to be an absolute treat for everybody at home. A couple of really strong EU teams. Should be a good one.
It should be a good one. You said it yourself. We're gonna trust in the words of you, Kyle. We're gonna see whether this is gonna come out to be one of the best games or ones that we're gonna have to call you up for lying to us. But the customers hasn't activated yet for you. It's activated for me, so just saying. So this is an EU versus EU match here. It's gonna be interesting. It's like we're back to EULM all of a sudden, but you don't know that. Today we're here for a different thing, Springbeat. So let's see if we can make this quarterfinals a showy one here, Kyle, as we go into it here. I'm hoping to see a Mega Lucario, this team know who I am, a rework.
True.
I will put in my vote for you if you pick a Mega Lucario. I have been saying this and I will continue to speak it from the truth of my heart.
He really wants Mega Lucario.
I really want to
I can't express this to people enough. He really wants Mega Lucario, and I think he's not going to stop talking about it until it happens. So if someone can please just do it, I'm tired of hearing about it.
Get him to shut up, man. Get him to shut hurry up.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know why my camera's out of focus. Well,
yeah, but as
look
we
at
go
my
into
face.
This here, okay, your face.
No? Alright.
Oh,
don't look at my face. We're going into draft instead. Yeah.
Alright, as we go into it here, this is going to be the interesting one of today, because as we move into it, my question for you now, Kyle, is will we see Mega Charizard Y be banned immediately, or will we have it run rampant like the last game? And I guess the answer is there.
Yeah, you had already asked, and it had already been done. It was the fastest lock-in of a ban I have almost ever seen. It was very
It was automatic.
instant.
It was...
Yeah,
you know, it was
they were locked and loaded. They don't want to have to deal with it. They also just didn't want to pick it seemed. So we'll see what the rest of the bans are. Surfetch, Blissies are very standard right now. I think a lot of these Pokemon kind of top of the meta. Really good enablers. This Umbreon we've seen kind of like, I don't know, I wouldn't say re-enter the meta. I don't think Umbreon ever left. It's just starting to get continuously represented.
I like the idea of that. It's a one way to look at it for sure. But as we go into it, first pick coming through. One of the strongest tanks in the game right now. Snorlax was being hovered, but I am absolutely being trolled right now as they continue to flip back and forth. And if you pick Snorlax again, I will lose my...
Yep, they did.
He went all around just to do that, really. Credits though,
Yeah.
onto the Machamp.
It's wild that we're picking Snorlax when Machamp was available, and now you give that into the hands of Kranix, and that just seems like almost an automatic win. As I've seen, you also get that Suicune. I think this Pokemon has been kind of re-entering the meta. For a while, it was completely broken. It was picked almost every time, and then teams started to put it down when we had more long-range attackers. But now with kind of like this mid-range back, we're seeing Suicune back, and I'm gonna stop talking so you can be happy.
Thank you. Whoa, baby, let's go! Mega Lucario's back in the game! Woo! Okay, sorry, you can have your turn again.
Okay. Yeah, we finally do get the Mega Lucario, so I'm excited that Nitera can have his moment. And, oh, look at all these purple backgrounds from Sublime. I mean, you have the Suicune, you have the Scissor, which will likely be a Scyther, and then you have Kranix on the Machamp.
Hey.
So this is going to be really tough to deal with. I love what Sublime has working right now.
I mean, oh, hold on. This is going to be really funny. If you pick Lucario here, you know what? I will
Double
glaze
Lucario.
your team to Kingdom Come.
Wow.
I guess they're not
Maybe.
getting glazed to Kingdom
No.
Come. But
No.
I like the idea here. I mean, like you said, Suicune has been re-entering the meta. There's a resurgence of it. But it's one of the strongest Pokemon in the game by purely the fact that it outskills all the other ice types. Basically the the freezing mechanic of Pokemon Unite. It's so
Yeah.
strong. Like Suicune just outclasses them in
Very.
every way. Suicune will just never go out of style. It's the same with how Blaziken will never go out of style with his overheat being that strong, right? So I expect to see a little bit more moving to this. But the question is this going to be a Scizor or a Scyther? Because I like the idea of Scizor being able to kite around the area that Suicune is in. Because Suicune is just so readily able to give crowd control.
I mean, this is gonna be a Scyther. I can't imagine a situation where it's not a Scyther. Like,
Dive with the Machamp.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I think you go Scyther here almost every time in the meta. It's just too good. I think when you have a really good Scyther player, it's pretty. It's just hard to deal with on the other side. I mean, you see players, like our teams like Peru take it a lot, and it works really well. So I imagine we go Scissor here. I mean, our Scyther here. I can't imagine a Scissor. I just don't think Scissor's all that great.
That's a fair take, to say the least here. But I'm going to ask you now, who do you think is your favorite team?
My favorite team of all time?
As in, like, based on the
just right now?
composition.
Based on the composition?
Yeah.
Oh, Sublime. I think Sublime has it. I think
right.
this Machamp is too good to pass up. So I'm gonna pick Machamp pretty much every time.
Well, I'm glad you picked the other team here. I was already going to be sticking to one team purely because I'm biased to Lucario. So, there was that. But as we move into it here, let's see how this pans out here. It is a Glossifer with Lucario here. So I love to see how this pans out against Suicune of all things. And it's going to be a tough match on top. And I'm not sure for which side. But if they can stop the Machop, I think there's a precedent that we might see a pretty good game. Nicely taken out there. But as we move into that, there is a question on my mind. It is whether they can actually take a fight here. Cascade against Kranix. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, Kranix is one of the best to do it. Just focusing on these wild Pokemon currently. Suicune doing a pretty good job of slowing down this Lucario away from this Machop, who's trying to take some of the last hits and really able to do so.
Doing well as well as we go into it here. Bottom side, we do have a little bit of a trouble, which is the Scyther chasing it up with his teammates. The Natu to the center here. They start taking off. The disguise is popped just a little bit, but no response after that. Play it safe here. It looks like they have a response. Ricky going to the top side here, and Scyther going to the bottom, so he can take a little bit more. They're starting it off strong, but not enough to really dish any damage onto them. But EXP is flowing favorably onto Sublime here. On the bottom side, it is great. On the top side, we were able to push in for a nice 39-40 dunk here.
Yeah.
And I think my dear Lucario is cascading.
Definitely needed the help of the Mimikyu to enable that, so I love that for rework. We do have the Mew, Slowpoke, or Slowbro now, still doing pretty well by themselves. Waiting for some follow-up damage. Submission buff has ended, so now we are going to wait for it once again, looking for an engage point. They see that Lucario, but they're charging out that Power Punch. Good engage there from Kranix into the combination from the Suicune. Another submission is up, and this Eldegoss just going to try to run away while points rain in for Sublime.
Oh, that was a rough one. I mean, they took a beating at the start here. They returned the favor twofold moving into that here. And now they're going to see if they can punish them off just like that. Suicune down for the count here. Let's see if Lucario can carry on his onslaught here. But it's looking very dangerous with that level 8 Scyther. I don't like where it's going.
Yeah, it's not. Scyther is starting to ramp up, and this is kind of what I was worried about for Rework Esports, so they're going to need to find some value elsewhere. And they do find some value. That Regidrago buff is quite nice. They're going to meet this Machamp, who's actually just going to have to run away. They see 4 members of Rework kind of like pivoting right towards them.
Right, and already it's going to be a little bit tougher moving into it here. I'm not really sure what the answer is going into this, but the damage is flowing through, and they are taking it onto Rework here, which means they have to back away despite having more numbers to their name. So bottom side here, it's going to be a little bit slower here. They do have a Mew. I don't know if they should take the Citrus Berry there, but you know what? It's going to be a fight on the top side that matters more so, as you do see Cascade actually try to pull them back here. There's Power Punch coming through here to lock them away. You're going to lock themselves up for 1 there. Lucario's down. Eldegoss is down for 2. A third one on the submission going into that here. And now the last one is Mimikyu, who is frozen, stuck, and chokeslammed.
Yeah, great play, great tempo there for Sublime. They're actually going to allow this Machamp to stack up instead of breaking it, and I love that play. Looking for secure there. Mew, E-Ball is online, able to shut that Regieleki down. So they're going to win both objectives, does Sublime, and they may try to push this into T1 and say, okay, they back away.
Right, I like the response here. It's definitely a very, I would like to say it's very tame, discipline. That's the word, discipline. As we go into it.
Good word. I like the discipline. Regieleki defended here by Rework, no problem at all. Sublime starting to pivot towards the central area. They're going to suss out this Mega Lucario, shut him absolutely down. Our Altaria family Mew is going to suss that out. They're on Solar Beam. Here comes Scyther. Green Illusion dive, looking for this Mewtwo. Why? And now they're going back to the Pokemon Center. Well, Sublime now putting their advantage down towards this T1. Good stop there. Good defensive stand. Snorlax interrupts all those goals from going in.
I mean, can you blame him? It's a very good opportunity for them to carry on. They stop them in their tracks here, and as they keep up the pace here, the tempo is into their favor with the play be starting off. They will get potentially a KO here. Endless Iceman comes in, a Mystical Barrage just to stop him getting away, but not able to finish it off. Unfortunately, Rework Esports has to turn this one around. They get another 2 knock here, but it's not enough.
Dang, yeah, Side Strike's not going to do a whole lot to this Slowbro. And now we're kind of at the halfway mark, and Sublime has a pretty decent lead, not only in the points game, but also in these levels. You have that level 12 Scyther, 2 levels ahead of the Mimikyu, who is the same central area Pokemon. So that's going to be on Rework to try to find some value. They're going to need to find a KO on that Scyther sooner or later, and I guess they do have the right tool to do so. That Play With Me is going to be very valuable, and they're going to need some additional follow-up as well.
Yeah, but will it be enough is my question. And as we go into it here, they're very postured for it. They have a Registeel buff to turn this around here, but it is a 4v5. They're starting off, they're getting a little bit of damage tacked onto the Snorlax here, and there is the Mega Lucario. They come through, they lose it here for the Barrage Blow, and move into it. That's a big problem for them here. Now it's a 5v5. Moving in with Scyther, it will be a 6v5 here. Lucario tries to dish damage out, he's going over the Machamp, but Machamp takes it down, turns it around. Solar Beam picks up for the Mega Mewtwo, moving forward as well as Mimikyu going down. Wow, my words there. That was so much things going on for Sublime, and they managed to make it out with so much more.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good right now. 167.40. They could have deposited more points and broke this T1, but instead, they're going to try to stall it out. Actually, they get a great overcap. Machamp was able to pick up more Eos energy, so they maximize that overcap and increase their score lead. Now this Muted Auto is going to connect on the Eldegoss. Actually, good body block there from the Snorlax. Another Muted Auto, and they're just going to stay in the central area. Snorlax going to try to grab the blue buff. Unsuccessful. Solar Beam, sorry, E-Ball is going to get the KO onto that Snorlax. And Sublime, once again, going to grab this Lucario, send them back to the Pokemon Center. All 5 members trying to siege T2.
Right, they're gonna start it off a little bit stronger now. I like the opportunity they have for themselves, turning this around. It's gonna be bit by bit as they make their way into it now. I like this opportunity, but they're kind of backing away. I mean, maybe it's discipline, but 5 players to the 2-3 that they have there. Yeah, you have 2-5-2 points, but I feel like the numbers don't lie. You were definitely in favor to fight there.
I mean, this is not looking so good for rework as a game. 2-5 on the clock, so we've got 45 seconds left, and you have to deal with a level 14 Scyther. You have to deal with a level 13 Machamp and Mew, so all the power spikes that Sublime has wanted, they have gotten. And now you're gonna also potentially have to deal with this top objective that they're also going to get. So that's gonna be a lot. So Rework's gonna try to stall it out and find some value away from the fight.
Bit by bit here, again, they have a Registeel to their name. They have the numbers advantage though. Can they make it work? Snorlax gets a little bit of a buff here. The level up saves him from taking too much more damage than he needed to. Though we get a little freeze on MQL here, looking at 50%. I think they just give this up here. If not, this is going to be a tough one.
It'd be tough. 2 minutes on the clock, and Groudon has entered the center stage. Mimikyu is going to put down that trick room. Mew, Solar Beam to poke out Pokemon from that choke point, and Sublime is completely zoned out Rework from getting into the Groudon. They already have an over 250 point lead. It's going to be a very tough case for Rework to try to get back in.
I mean, a great start for sure, but not enough to really turn the tides, I would say. So it's going to come down to the wire here. Let's see what else they've got in hand.
I'm going to try to deposit 100 points into this T1, but here comes Kranix, going to stop that Lucario. Solar Beam's going to connect on 3. Slowbro still has access to their Unite move. Scald's going to hit a couple. Solar Beam's going to close out 1. Snorlax engaging. Power Nap taken. Going to try to knock up 3, and they do, but no follow-up damage really found. Another submission's going to send this Snorlax back, but here comes Scyther, heating up into the back line. Solar Beam's going to connect once again. 3 Pokemon down for Rework. Sublime able to take down another 4 Pokemon. That is just the Eldegoss up, and this should be Sublime's game 1.
Well, let's see if it really comes down to it here. I don't think this Eldegoss is going to be close enough to take it down here. They do pick themselves up here. It's 349 points to 60. It is still a chance they could win, but it's going to take a lot of effort, and they've lost one of their members. So I think it's safe to say with 30 seconds on the clock, there's no way you're turning this around.
It's going to be an almost impossible task. Sublime really working that fight to perfection. Pick them off one by one. Fantastic engages. Suicune did their job. Mew with some perfect beams to follow up. And what else can you say? This Machamp, the Pokemon, the player, one of the best to do it. Kranix looked good in game 1 all around.
Right. Now, that is all it is to say as we go into the scoreboard here. Definitely going to be a big differential, but not one that's unsurmountable here. 900 points to 60. The next game is going to be the decider for Sublime here. And I guess Rework, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to pick themselves up for a win.
Now, would you say they need to rework their comp for game number 2?
Ha ha ha.
I might say that. Yeah, I know.
I think it's more like they need to remix their strategy going into it here. They've got the idea here. They don't need to really work on it. They just need to kind of fill in the pieces a little differently. I like the strategy they have going for it. I did like the fact they didn't have a way to counter Suicune, but again, their comp is fine. Maybe a Psyduck there could have made a difference, especially since they were stuck down there against Suicune, right? So the damage mitigation makes a bigger play, or Alcremie to force them to stay in that spot.
Well, Psyduck was banned, so unfortunately they could not do anything about it. But yeah, they didn't really have that poke range, right? And that's kind of where Suicune thrives, into that mid-range. They kind of had just the Mewtwo to dish out any damage from like longer-ish range. And Mewtwo certainly did the most damage, 50k, but that's about all they had working for them.
Right. So big issue there, and I guess it just really shows how, there's not much you can do if you don't have the right composition. And I want to heavily emphasize the fact that Suicune just does so much work for just existing on the field here. Even if Suicune doesn't show a single skill, right? Like, you're so scared to go in at times. You kind of want to force it, but you don't really want to. So when you engage as a team, it's an even bigger risk, because like, what if he freezes like 3 of your teammates, or even better, 5?
Yeah.
Right.
True.
So,
Big true.
Yeah.
And he kind of did that too, right? I mean, they looked really good. I think this Suicune is like so good, and you're seeing it right there. You freeze a Pokemon solid, keep them from getting to that T1. You're gonna freeze this Mimikyu, allow the submission to fall, and it was just kind of like a front to back composition for Sublime. They were able to win pretty much any fight that they wanted to be part of. I mean, they had such a great team composition, and it was just so hard for Rework to really find any way to win anything.
Right, so that is the problem that we're seeing here. But as we go into this next fight, this is 5-man just collapsing onto them. There's just nothing you can do, and it happens again. Look at their team. The only person that's going off is the Scyther, who's going up to Lucario, which is a different story. And very good call as well, because Lucario doesn't have a lot of escape tools here, but it's one of the strongest brawlers. So once you take him out, he's out of the fight.
That's true. Yeah, Lucario is, like you said, very good. Unfortunately, it did not work out for Rework here, because you had that Machamp. You had the Scyther. You had so much damage. I really liked, some of what Rework was doing. But again, you just needed maybe a little bit more poke damage to kind of stay safe and be able to kind of slow down that Suicune. Because Suicune does struggle in some compositions. When there's a bit of range on the side, Suicune really just can't walk up. So, unfortunate stuff here in Game 1. You'll have to go back to the drawing board. We'll see how Rework wants to rework their composition.
Right. I mean, it's going to be a remixing of a strategy here and there. And of course, the other side, we have a grand victory coming in for Sublime. And now it's going to come down to one last match for them if they want to proceed here. But, Rework Esports Remix, they've got some story to tell. And I'm hoping that it's going to come true in this game number 2 here, which is going to be the deciding factor for whether they play one more game out or get stuck here. Moving into the draft now, though, let's see how it is.
Let's see. Yeah, we are going to stay on the same side, so Sublime will have access to that second pick side. Rework going to be on that first pick, and we are going to go Groudon once again. Charizard Y, immediate ban for Rework Esports. I wouldn't be surprised if we see either the Machamp ban or if we see that first pick here for Rework.
Right. And it's gonna start ticking down here. Let's see what the pickups are. We have locked in the Psyduck again, the Mew this time for an extra long range, but I really don't think they want to block out Empoleon here. They had a problem going in here, and Empoleon's Sovereign Slide, it's kind of the one way they can try and go in here. Ooh, but
we'll see. Yeah, I can't imagine. I was gonna say, I can't imagine that it's going to be an Empoleon ban. I think the Blastoise fits far better.
Right.
We'll see what this last ban is for Sublime. I think a Machamp ban could be good. Instead, they are going to ban that Umbreon, so Machamp is going to be available. We'll see if Rework wants to take that away from Sublime this time instead of the Snorlax.
Well, it's coming close here. They're starting it off with their first pick on Aslido.
Ooh, I like
into
this.
Blissey here. I like this, especially because healing. Again, bruiser-ish kind of composition they could run for with the more heals they get, and then maybe a long-range Pokemon. So there's one. I haven't seen Inteleon in a while, so maybe there is a precedence we see that.
I think the Blissey is mostly to maybe try to avoid the Machamp, because you would likely go Safeguard to kind of cleanse that crowd control from Sublime. So I think that's the idea of why we go Blissey. That also kind of forces the Mega Lucario to Kranix instead of the Machamp. So I think that is the idea behind that Blissey first pick. But we do see this Garchomp along with the Espeon. So I like this kind of core that Rework has.
Okay, I hear you, and I raise you one, right? Because now they have the Mega Lucario. I should celebrate, but at the same time, it's the second time we're gonna see it, and it's going to be basically the only bruiser they have aside from Mbot on Snorlax here. So I'm interested to see how, first of all, Rework responds before I celebrate this time, because I mean Rework has a lot to do if they want to make this one back out, and Sublime has a very strong comp just alone, right? Because Resu on the Dodrio does things on his own, Lucario can do things on his own as well, and he can 1v1. Right, so all of these Pokemon, they don't have to take fights. They just need to be strong enough to fight alone, right? Not get punished for the mistakes that they made as hard. Talonflame as well. Take a fight, come out easily. So will Rework Esports have a composition that can actually take long fights here with either Outrage or Hyper Beam, but Garchomp needs to keep fighting? I don't know if he can actually chase. That's my question.
Double speedster. You don't see this type of composition too much anymore. Normally we see maybe one speedster come out, so we'll see how this goes. I actually do love this last pick Suicune from Rework, knowing that there is at least one speedster, so we'll see how that works for them. This is kind of like a very fast composition for Sublime. You have a lot of Pokemon that can really play with some tempo, so look for Sublime to try to get off to a very early start.
Okay, let's take a look at how this is going to pan out here as we end the draft and we come back to our beautiful faces here. I am definitely biased to the fact that Sublime has a Mega Lucario here, so Rework, sorry about this one. I would love to see a game 3, but at the same time, gotta support the boys who picked the Mega Lucario.
Alright, you're loyal to the Pokemon, you're not loyal to the players.
There's no
I,
team.
however, am gonna stay loyal to Sublime, mostly because the way the game went in game number 1. I didn't really see much from Rework that would make me believe that they can hang with Sublime in game number 2. I am gonna look for them. I am gonna challenge them to hang around. We'll see how it goes. This is gonna be game 2 of your winners quarterfinals. Rework Esport gonna be on your purple. Sublime Mon Grand gonna be on your orange.
All right, let's take a look at it now. Same always here. We are gonna be seeing the difference being Dodrio or Doduo right now is gonna be in the central area versus the fact that, you know, our little fetch singler instead has to go through the bottom path. But now let's start it off here. There's a great engage to start it off. Beautiful knock to pick, and unfortunately they didn't pick it up. It's going to go to the Gabite here, which means he's a little bit closer to that level 4 and level 5 evolution.
Yeah, pretty close, honestly. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, Gibble, you definitely need Gibble online. You want that level 9 as fast as possible. It still does a pretty decent job in the early game. They're able to take away a lot of that experience away from Sublime. Kranix able to escape as well with a lot of his top Pokemon, and they're going to push that onto their side as well.
Right, and that's a great start moving into it. 9 minutes on the clock now. They are getting their first KO here onto the fletching on the bottom side here. As we do see from Dratini to Dragonair is gonna start stacking up here. 17 points on the clock here. He's got his first KO. Let's see if he gets second, but Dodrio needs to respond right now. Runs in for it. He does see opportunity with a try attack. Does a lot of damage. Can he pick it up here? It's a bit close, but no, the Citrus Berry is gonna keep him up and healthy. And there's the turnaround here. They're gonna drop their points in 6, 6, 7, 24. Beautifully done.
Great play. Yeah, good tempo from Resu, and it is a Trick Koopa, so we are going to enable the speedster players very quickly. Chansey able to get that last hit, or sorry, it was actually Gibble able to get that last hit, allow that evolution. That was a very key moment. Otherwise, I do believe that Chansey goes down, so the iframes from the evolution saving.
Right. And again, they're going to try and see if they can make any hitways from this here. Lucario starts it off. They do not pick this out of the EXP. In fact, going into that side of Sublime Grand. And now Lucario is just off trying to run away with very low HP. There's the KO from Lucario. On the bottom side as well, we do see a KO on Espeon. So again, control of the map is going towards a little bit more the Sublime bottom side. And the top side, we have Rework Esports Remix. But that's the question. How do you respond now to the Regidrago? As a team, Sublime is actually coming in for it. They almost pick this up, but response Dragonite comes through, and fortunately for them, they do at least pick it up for the Dodrio here, so he might be able to strong 20 and move forward.
Yeah, looking pretty good already. 7:30 on the clock. We have the 7:20 birds coming to both pathways. We'll see where these teams want to line up. Mega Lucario 1v1 versus this Gabite. I believe Kranix is going to win this almost every single time. Dragonite Hyper Beam was a little early, but I believe the Blissey Egg Bomb was able to secure that Altaria for Rework. 7:12 now. We're going to have both sets of objectives, and it's Resu on the invade.
Right, it's a great opportunity here, right? Because I don't think they are looking to actually take objectives here. They're looking to take KOs here, which their Pokemon superbly excels in, like that showed. So now he runs around here, he starts this off. It looks like he's going to get cut off on the bottom side here. Rework actually trying to make some headways. They start off with the Regice. And now to the top side here, they have the EXP, they have the Unite move to fly in for the Dragon's Descent rather. So let's see if we can get a fight onto the top side for the Regieleki.
Yeah, I mean, we get a good buff there. That was something that Rework Esports certainly needed in the moment. 6:30 on the clock. Hyper Beam is going to be avoided. Nice little Phantom Force from Hoopa. Regieleki getting ripped down. Here comes Mega Lucario. Unite move is out. Dragon combo from the Garchomp, but Lucario able to steal away that Regieleki. Power-up punch is going to take them down. Fly is going to land on 2. Now we have Snorlax blocking a pair into the wall. Another Fly is up. It doesn't even need to come down because Lucario deleted them before Talonflame could land.
Give him a lot of pats on the backs here from the close combat. It's a lot of damage flying through to all of them. But right now, it looks like he's in a great position. Level 10, double digits on the board here for South Supply. Rework Esports Remix here, still hovering around close to the Unite moves. And our Garchomp is not online, so a bit of a concern right there.
Only like a slight concern, but we'll see how it goes. I'd be a little concerned. Yeah, maybe a little. I'm a little bit worried about this Lucario and the Dodrio that are looking absolutely fantastic right now. Snorlax going to throw down a block to avoid some of this damage, but that is a big Hyper Beam connects along with the Espeon. That's a nice little pickup there for Rework. Here comes Talonflame. Flame Sweep going to push the Garchomp into harm's way. 17 points for the Talonflame. Lucario not able to score. Dragonite. Here comes the Mega Evolution. Gonna redo, gonna try to hit him with that close combat combination. Able to hit a couple, but here comes Talonflame once again. Fly lands, connects, Dragonite gone.
Right, carrying on here, there's the start, live it out, this damage here. They finally pick up Lucario. Not so mega when you're back to the Pokemon Center, aren't you? And now there's gold for it. Finally making some headways back into the objective side of things here. Sublime starting off the Regirock here, getting a little bit of EXP for themselves to turn this around. Let's see if Rework Esports can actually turn this one back in their favor here. The top side looking really strong here with 3 Pokemon. Let's see if they can portion themselves up for the objective.
Certainly going to try to position top objective. Dodrio actually just going to stay putting some tempo on, try to score in the bottom paths. Going to get sussed out by Rework. Sublime playing the center area, trying to stall out this Dragonite. Dragonite able to get that red buff. Snorlax mostly doing a distraction tactic. 20 points looking to go on in Talonflame once it is able to grab it. Dragon combo picks them up, but immediately able to fly away from the situation.
There you go. Another points dunked in by Resu here. It's looking a lot harder and harder to keep up the lead for the side of Rework Esports. They had something going, they lost it. There's the Rings Unbound comes in here. Mega Lucario is invested. They try to start a fight. There's the pickup, there's the damage. Dragonite almost going night-night here. And there it is. Just a little bit more. There's the slam coming through here. Lucario finishing off the Dragonite. Endless Ice Spice comes through. And the damage is being dealt onto the close combat here. Who's not letting it go? There's the Blitz Deliverance coming in to save the Garchomp, but it's not enough as the team slowly makes their way back into the fight from that alone. Rework Esports finally has HP to try to turn this around. Talonflame picking himself up for 1 KO, 2 KO on the Espeon as well. And now Suicune is down for the count for the Dodrio, which means they can actually push this in. There's a chance to turn this around for them, but it's going to come down to whether Rework Esports has a response, because it's looking like they don't. And now, finally Regieleki guns down, and now it looks like we're into some sort of a neutral stance here. Let's see how they respond, Kyle.
Let's see. Yeah, a minute until our next Groudon, and we have a pretty big lead, Sublime. Not only on the points category, 266, 103, but look at the levels. Level 14 Dodrio, level 13 on the Talon and the Mega Lucario. That's going to be tough to deal with. Mostly just need to grab and make sure that y'all have your Unite moves online. Hoopa is going to be able to enable that, so we'll see if this Dodrio wants to continue putting pressure on. Hoopa can bring them into any fight.
Right. So going into it here, let's see if they can actually start it off well. Rework Esports again having the opportunity to start this. They do get EXP, but they lose so much more across the map and control as well. So let's see if they can turn this around. Cascade joining up his team, wrapping around, sees the opportunity. They try to go for it, but no, it's not going to be tight. Flame Swing hits a 4 here. They start with a Dodrio. This is massive going in. Psychic Solar additions damage here. They are locking themselves out. Rework Esports still looking healthy. They do take out one Pokemon here. Mega Lucario is now invested. Let's see if they can carry on the fight. Hyper Beam invest as well. 3k over the side here. One Dragonite going down. Espeon last one remaining. Can they turn this around here? It's going to be one steal. One chance as they go into this, slowly picking it back out. It looks like it's going very low. They're trying for it. No pickups on the side. Mega Lucario being schooled onto them here. And now that's how story is written.
Yeah, not really super surprised there. Sublime was able to kind of control the tempo, the pace of this game from the start to... I was going to say the finish, but there's still a minute and a half. Okay, now it's the finish. Now we get the GGs. Sublime Mongran going to be going to your winners semifinals into day 2.
$428 to 103. That gap was so big just now at 909, and now it's a big difference here. Definitely see Rework Esports put in the work here. They tried to make something happen here. It just didn't work out as well as they thought. I really thought Outrage would have made a better choice here, but I guess, you know, they needed some long-range assistance. And, well, I mean, it's a great effort trying, but it's all the same. A little rough on their end.
A little rough. Not too bad. I mean, it's, again, like, this is an amazing team. This is one of the best teams in EU, and they certainly showed up and showed out. I mean, and that's the other thing. Rework, also a pretty dang good team in their own regard. It's just you run into one of the best, and that just goes to show you that they were pretty much ready. Essentially BH3 esports, right?
Right.
With no Utah, but I mean,
it's close. It's close.
Showing regardless. It's a pretty dang good showing regardless.
Wow. I mean, at the end of the day, what can I say here? We are moving into that Sublime Mongran. Congratulations to you on the quarterfinals here. Moving up one more game, and that means they will be in the semi-finals. Moving to that. So right now, I guess let's go to Lucario. We don't need to look at stats here. Let's take a look at all the KOs that it got alone. Because honestly, I'm pretty sure I saw a lot of opportunities that Lucario swayed the game's decision.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Lucario. I mean, it's good in the right hands. It looked pretty dang good. 8 KOs, 5 assists, and Kranix didn't even need the Machamp. We had no Machamp represented, not in the pick phase, not in the ban phase. So a very rare no Machamp game, and it didn't even matter. 72k from that Mega Lucario. We also look at the other contributors. 68k from this Talonflame. Only took 22. Resu, not a ton of damage, but they did their job. They continually invaded Rework. They continually put pressure on the enemy goal zones, and they cleaned up some of those KOs when needed. And that's exactly what you want out of your Dodrios.
Well, of course that's exactly what you want. That's how they're going to keep winning games. They're going to continue this strategy, and so long as nobody punishes them for it, it's going to keep happening. And that's a takeaway you start first when you're trying to figure out a strategy, right? Find something that works. If they get beaten from it, then you start adapting over it. So I don't think we're going to get any replays or anything here.
No replays.
But I will tell you one thing, Kyle. There's a replay from us. Once more, you're going to see our beautiful faces. And before that, I guess this is going to be the last time we'll see us for today. As we're going in to send it to two beautiful casters. Now, of course, one of them is Sparentano here. Arguably one of the faces of EU. Kyle, you're a face too. Don't worry. But we're going to see another one. Beautiful face.
We will.
We're going to see Lobo.
Let's go ahead and take the break. Yeah, let's send it to break. We'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early. So obviously stay here for the remainder of this part of the broadcast, and then be back here tomorrow as well. So we will see you soon. We are going to take a quick break. Don't go too far. Grab a drink, grab a snack. Tano and Magical will be back with the rest of this evening's broadcast.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back. It's me, Spartantano, and this isn't Lobo, as Naitara said. It's the absolutely amazing, magical on the mic with me. How are you doing today, buddy?
I am excited. It's going to be a really good day. We've been watching some amazing Unite already and getting ready for some more here for the Springbeat. And really, right now, EU is just turning up for this one. They've been looking unstoppable in pretty much every one of these games so far.
Yeah, as an EU person, it makes me insanely happy to see the amount of EU teams in this tournament, buddy, and doing well in it, if I can say so. We just saw a hectic EU matchup, but right now, it's down to Komai Esports to defend EU versus MQL. You know, own tournament, got a team in it here, defending NA. This is going to be one heck of a matchup.
Exactly, and for NA, we gotta start stepping up, guys. EU is looking really hot in this, so we gotta try to get some pride there, but it's gonna be difficult up against Komai, a really solid team. And looking at what they want to grab here, and how this one not being fearless, so not gonna have quite the depth that you have to have with your Pokemon champion pool. Here, it's a little bit easier, but looking at what's banned so far, that Moltres pretty much permanent banned right now if you're on the orange side. Everyone banning that away, nobody wanting to deal with that. But then double tank duty and Blissey's Snorlax getting banned, and possibly a Dodrio taken away as well.
Yeah, I think we've just witnessed how good Dodrios can be. People feel like it's not that effective until they see players like this picking it up. So no surprises on the board just yet. Machamp will continue to be a ban. The submission Machamp is so incredibly good. And yeah, looks like Safetch may be back. No, maybe the Blastoise. No, they're gonna tease me, bro. Umbreon. No more crowd control from that evolution, bro.
I will say, I'm super sad that the Machamp is now getting permabanned, because I was so happy when I started seeing Machamp in the meta, be like, yeah, we get more of these barrage punches. Yeah, we're just going to be awesome. And then everyone's like, no, we don't even want to deal with it. It's just too strong. They're even more willing to ban Machamp than they are Sirfetch, which is also a really strong mon, pairing it up with another bird. So right now, we're just getting a lot of the flightless birds for MQL up against Charizard Y and Hoopa locked in for Komai.
Yeah, two really good Pokemon on both sides. I think the Psyduck is probably another Pokemon we see banned so often, so getting that pick here for MQL is absolutely massive. I like the Mega Lucario here. Ghatlue has been very comfortable on the Mega Lucario throughout the entirety of the UCS season there, so I do love that pickup. It's something that you know your team are working with so well throughout the entirety of the season so far. But MQL looking to bounce back with, of all Pokemon, a Greedent, which is fascinating. All right, bro, I know you wanted the Dhelmise. I'm giving you that one, bro.
Yes, I'm glad. If we're not going to get my Cramorant, at least we're getting Dhelmise in here. But I just genuinely think Dhelmise is a lot better than a lot of people were thinking when first released. Just having a hook-type Pokemon in this game offers so much potential, especially if you can grab something like that Psyduck, get that Inteleon, get them out of position. It is going to be very difficult for the Greedent to kind of back that up, but Darkrai to be the final lock-in for MQL to say, all right, we are just going to try to put everyone to sleep instead of having to deal with it, but it's going to be hard. You have a fairly strong front line in Dhelmise, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard Y, and then you even have that Galarian Rapidash to try to get past everyone onto Inteleon.
Yeah, I really like it. I think this is two really good comps that both teams have brought up. You know, Gigacar is going to at least be difficult to target if they go under the map with that Dark Pulse. Love Nils pulling out the Rapidash here is going to put some pressure onto Krusty, and we know for a fact that that's what you have to do with these ranged attackers. You cannot allow them to be uncontested and just drop that damage free-nilly, bro. So I really do like both of these comps here. I think it's not really predictable to see who comes out of this. Definitely more frontline on the side of Komai, but you've got some really good skill expression Pokemon on the opposite side as well.
So that's actually where the only issue I have for Komai is that they really do lack a lot of consistent range. They get some range, you know. Mega Lucario is going to offer a lot with that Aura Blast that you can do from range, but compare that with the consistent range damage of Inteleon. If ever MQL is able to set up and deny that entrance into the battle for Komai, that's going to be a lot of damage that comes in from snipe shot after snipe shot after snipe shot.
Yeah, and even if they go liquidation, for example, I think it will be
Oh, yeah.
Snipe Shot, but even if they go liquidation, like that, again, it's more range than Komai do currently have. They have to. Nils is the #1 most important in this game because they have to put pressure on that Inteleon. If they don't, it's just MQL being able to drop a humongous amount of damage and throwing probably that Hooper if they do go for the portals on cooldown with trying to get people back for those heals. But here we go, buddy. This is going to be the first game of the quarterfinals here. Komai Esports on your purple side and MQL on your orange side.
And both in the upper bracket, so they do have a chance to lose this to make it into the Springbeat finals and make sure they're continuing their journey till tomorrow. But it's still going to be tough as we see a Ponyta run right past them, but same with a little squirrel going right past them too to get some dunks. So even trade from both sides.
Classic handshaking that we've not seen for a little while, but E2X trying to see if they can find more and get those stacks, but Gek is happy just to see if they can stop that coming in. I love this back and forth down here as Krusty was getting so weak, and they will fall. Nils finds the KO and gets the stacks.
Getting the stacks and getting themselves in a good spot right now, but we see more knockouts that are happening across the Thea Sky Ruins right now. Bit of a trade and even trying to go for an early gank into the top path here for Komai, but not getting it too much. Yes, they got the Psyduck, but look at the difference. It's only 3 points. Sure, it's only a minute and some change into the game, but not looking like a massive difference until you have this fight that is continuing to happen over the Altaria camps, going the way of MQL, dashing past them. Oh, they're going to chase down Lucario, who's not mega, and going to be an easy knockout for the Psyduck.
So smart from MQL. They predicted that they would be coming back on that Lucario. They find a good pick. Trying to defend it is Narami, but unfortunately free Pokemon is a little bit too much for a poor little Hooper to work against. They have managed to counter score down in the bottom lane, though, and we've got an invade going in straight away on the side of this Rapidash. So good pressure utilization from Komai, making sure that they're not losing too much momentum.
Not losing too much and still saying, as we did before, or seeing as we did before, a 3-point difference. Now, a whole minute has transpired, and only 3 points still separates the two teams as they're trying to go for more of these plays, but MQL being passive, waiting until their Psyduck can help back up on to the anchor himself, say, get out of here, no dice for you.
All right, we're waiting for our first big team fight, realistically, mate. We're going to leave these all-rounders up in that top lane. They want to get themselves plenty of stacks, plenty of food, so they're going to go against each other, whilst a big push down here on this T1 pad comes out from Komai Esports. They get plenty of points to score. Hooper portals are going to work for Gek as well. Trying to disrupt them was going to be the Psyduck, but they don't find it just yet. There goes the Dark Pulse, and they say goodbye to Delmise. Good pick for MQL at the moment as these birds are going to spawn in. They're taken instantly. A lot of Komai managing to grab a lot of that as well. Nils pulling the attention of the entirety of MQL here, Magical.
And look at that, just galloping right past, allowing the seismic slam there from Mega Charizard Y as they continue the hunt, looking for a squirrel, burning them, and that pony starting to stomp all over them, trampling across the competition as the rest of the team now onto the red Giants, getting a lot of damage quickly. Maybe Twerk can get there in time and steal it, tries to get in, but cannot, just narrowly missing that one. And now in a doomsday scenario, an easy knockout again for Komai.
Yeah, this Rapidash is working a treat for Komai right now. Nils has really found their KOs, the pressure they can put on. Good pickup as well from Lucario here in this top side. Got to get out of that flux zone. It is liquidation coming out from this Inteleon. They run straight into the close combat, but luckily Acrobatics was ready to go. Manages to dodge out of that. They were about to go home before the belch comes through. And it is the burp ingredient that finds the KO.
Just in the nick of time. They needed that to make sure they're actually getting something back, but still got to be cautious because look at that damage that Nils does, just galloping in once again, unhindered. While Reggie Lecky is going to fall to MQL, you're still seeing a lot of this potential for Komai and how much of a lead they have now garnered for themselves, even if some objectives have finally gone the way of MQL.
Yeah, they managed to grab that Regidrago. It's good, a little bit of experience for their team, but we're about to have a team fight up here as they're ready to go. Trying to go in with the Seismic Slam. It's going to be the Charizard Y. That's going to drop a huge amount of damage onto that Fetch, and no Nova Blast will save you there. More KOs and more points rain on in as Komai continue to push this top lane. Good rotation from MQL here. They have to get something out of this, and they will break that bottom T1.
And that, I think, is going to be the saving grace here for MQL, as they're not falling too far behind, but the anchor shot landing way far, and guess who it was? It was onto Inteleon. We just said that final target, and Gek does a perfect job of taking him down.
That was absolutely beautiful. Uses the anchor shot as well to try and see if they can pull this effect off the pad, but they will get back in with the dashes they have. Ghatlue a little bit too deep here. Is going to go down that Fluxo. Does pull out an Azure Spy Vision. That is massive there, Magical. They will not have that for the next team fight.
Man, this is looking good for Komai as they continue to keep these leads. MQL, though, are making sure they're at least stopping some of the bleeding. They're not falling too far behind, and that's kind of what we talked about with the comps. Looking at MQL, they have a great setup for these team fights with that Inteleon. Even if it's liquidation, I would have preferred the snipe shot here just with the low range on Komai. It is more just expecting that they're going to get into that back line instead of trying to keep them at bay.
What I do like, though, is this Greedent is working so well, keeping them in the scores for MQL. They have really managed to bring the pressure over to the side of Komai, and looking at that score, there's literally like 40 points between these two teams. Look at where Twerk is going. Once again, Nils has to put some attention down here, while up here, they're going to throw the Seismic Slam onto the side of Sefetch once more at the 4-minute mark, knowing that Lecky is there. They're going to throw everything at it, and Komai Esports will be the ones to take this.
Right now, Komai, when they group up together, wherever they have this gang squad, this Goon Gang squad going around, they are dominating. You can see continuing that, looking for this Greedent who's doing his best to survive for a long time. Elton everywhere might actually turn against Nils. Twerk, the 1v4, still gets the knockout, even if finally falling down. At least you're getting something for the team.
Listen, it's your last chance to use your Unite move before you have to hold it. You were going to go down no matter what. If you can take a KO for your efforts, that is exactly what you want from your player. And this is what Ghatlue's trying to look at here. They're at 320. Gonna throw that Aura Cannon, go on the Mega side. Got the Love Hearts running around, trying to spread the love here onto Psyduck. Finds that KO. Good movement from the Liquidation Inteleon to keep out of the range of that power-up punch at least.
And I'm looking at, as we have a minute and some change left until we are fighting over one massive objective for the teams. Is it going to be how you set that up here for Komai as they still hold on to that lead, even if it's not that large of one. But looking at the experience difference, that level 14 Mega Charizard Y, big threat here that if you can't stop it, it is not going to be something that you can just shirk off. And that's why, as MQL, they kind of have grouped up together. They don't have their Surf Edge with them. This could actually put them in a bad spot if realized by Komai.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to push this. Looks like we got a rotation coming out from Sefetch at least, and it looks like they want to take this as the fight. 20 seconds before we say hello to the final stretch, trying to dive onto the side of Delmise here, but they do manage to get them with the anchor shot onto at least the Greedent. They get so weak, they have to burn the eject button at that moment, but now it's going to be the Seaweed Snare that pops out, looking for the side that they pull out the full power Sai. This is the fight, going back in the portal, but Get can't find it. Now they go down, the Azure Spy Vision has been popped, and that is working a treat for MQL. They've lost the Hooper. They don't have the Rings Unbound, and now they don't have the crowd control they need to zone this out. It's all about what Toast can do. Seismic Slam will come in. There's the Aura Cannon as well, dropping mega damage down now. Magical, look at Nils finding the KO on the Inteleon in the backline. And Komai, they bend, but they don't break as they take nearly the entirety of MQL. They rip the crowd up, but it's all down to Darkrai. They can't find it. Komai takes the first crowd on.
And that is going to be the game for Komai. It got close there, MQL. I thought they were about to turn all their fates around there, but unfortunately for them, the massive threat Charizard Y had not fallen. The secondary threat in Galarian Rapidash also was still up ready to fight, and those two alone seem unstoppable, and surely they are, as they were able to make sure Groudon goes over to Komai. Game 1 should be secured, and that's why you see the defensive plays from Komai just waiting out the timer. They have that lead. They don't necessarily need to over push to just get some extra points.
I like this. They're going to set up the ambush here, wait and get a little bit of vision on where MQL is. They've got that in the top lane as well. And remember, Rings Unbound is still ready to go. So if everybody pushes that top pad, which looks like to be the case, they can either let those rings loose, and that's exactly what they'll do to pull up the entire team. Oh, good crowd control to stop DQL, but they're going to get the Hundo Burger in. And now they're behind on the side of Komai. But look at the push on the bottom lane here, bro. Leaving it down to Nils and this Hooper to defend these pads, but more points rain in the home base. That is brilliant macro coming out from Komai Esports to understand positioning where MQL was and what points needed to win this game.
And just to have the icing on the cake, a nice seaweed snare there to make sure they're getting extra knockouts. Komai, as you said, their macro calls in this one were impeccable, knowing that MQL had to go for the YOLO play, had to push into one of the lanes. The moment they see everyone show up in the top path, they knew that that was their time to strike. They got so many more points afterwards, holding on to the control, holding on to that lead, taking the first point in our best of 3.
What I love, though, is in that final fight, target selection was on point for Komai Esports. They knew what their job was. Toast knew what they needed to do. Ghatlue knew what he needed to do. And Nils, the target onto Krusty was incredible magical. 83k damage as well for that Rapid Dash. The dive Pokemon came true for Komai Esports.
The one that's standing out to me is Twerk here on Green with 50k damage, the second most on the team, ahead of the Darkrai as well. Twerk was having one heck of a game there on Greedon, but unfortunately just not enough as the tank carry to be able to carry them to success in that one. Well played from Komai, and you saw it from the points the whole time. It was a close game, and that makes me have some hope here for MQL going into game 2, that if they just switch up a couple things, like I said before, I would have preferred the snipe shot for Krusty as opposed to the liquidation, just because that way you're at least keeping him at base, and that was a very low range comp that had been picked up from Komai. But I think Komai also knew where they succeeded, where they were strongest, and where they were the weakest too.
Targeting the Inteleon, it was so good from Komai. They knew that had to be the number one target for them. You cannot allow that to drop the damage. And, you know, even if it wasn't Nils doing it, which they did a very good job of, it was going to be Gek on the Delmise multiple times. So they really understood their mission in this game. And I really enjoyed that. I love the fact that Komai have just won off the back of that Get Greedon in the UCS playoffs, bro, against BH3. And MQL have pulled it out here in game 1 against them. And it did very well. It kept them in the game. And we look at this 2-minute mark, 40 points between them purely from that backcapping.
Exactly. I think the Greedon was, you know, normally you look at these a little bit off-kilter picks and you're like, oh, that maybe if they had gone for something more meta, they would have been fine. Here it's like, no, the Greedon was great. The Greedon was the strongest thing for their team. It was some of the other elements of the team that just didn't really show up. The Surfetch just not really making their strike in this game. Inteleon not really getting that damage necessary. Darkrai nearly invisible in a lot of those fights as well. So I'm really wondering for MQL what they could do a little bit better here going into the draft that might give them more of an upper hand against Komai, who on paper you have a low range comp like that easily punished, but they're not really. Komai understanding where their weakness was and knowing how to play around it.
I think what I really enjoyed as we're about to get into this next draft phase is the fact that they maybe felt like they had some good front line for the Inteleon, especially with that Greedon being there. But I think because of the way Komai plays and they were so aggressive with their scoring, the Greedon had to adjust and actually become more of a score machine in that game rather than protect or dive onto the opposition. So good adjustments. True. And I got to say, the Charizard Y from Toast, the second they saw Thanos on that Surfetch, just dropped a seismic slab onto them and they just couldn't stay up on their feet much longer.
Exactly. It was well read there the entire time. Just Charizard Y getting a lot of pressure, and even seeing how MQL are approaching this game, they decided to go for both Megas that had been drafted by Komai, getting rid of them as opposed to going for some of the more meta picks and saying, you know, we have first pick, we can grab one of them. Well, Komai, they banned Surfetch, like, okay, that's fine, but there's still a lot of strong picks that we can take for ourselves, a lot of tanks that are going to be available in this game.
Yeah, and again, the Psyduck that people love to go for as that #1 pick. We'll see if it works for MQL in this game. But again, a lot of these defenders still playable. Snorlax is up there. The Vaporeon is up there. And then again, the Mamoswine. So let's see if they want to go for that, because it looks like they want to pull out a little bit of support this early on as well. But all-rounders, Ghatlue, looking for that Garchomp, and then a Vaporeon. Oh, that is clean, Magical. That is everything you could want.
Whoa, and then the Galarian Rapidash here locked in early by MQL with an Espeon. So they are going for good range, good consistent damage in that Espeon, but taking away Nils Galarian Rapidash, effectively being a 4th ban in this game.
I love it when teams do that. When they're like, we've got someone that can play that to a good level, let's take that away from them and we can rotate that in because it's going to do what just happened anyway. Narami's going to pull out the Mew here at least, and I think, as far as ranged attackers go, Mew and Espeon are up there as some of the best in the game right now. Nils going to pull out the Mega Gyarados that we hardly ever see it anymore, Magical. The nerfs have done so much to it, but I'm excited to see how this slots into this team.
Same here. Just seeing that get locked in and having already good frontline damage in your Garchomp to back you up as well. Then you have this rain from Mew. You have the tank of Vaporeon. You get extra damage here from Urshifu. Man, this Komai, again, even if this isn't quite the same low-range comp that they had in the last game, still a very brawl-heavy composition here. Mew going to be the only one kind of left out to defend for themselves because Garchomp, Mega Gyarados, and Urshifu, they don't want to help defend you, Mew. They want to go take on the Espeon. They want to fight against Darkrai, Galarian Rapidash, even look for that Greedent right in their face.
They have Rip, they have Secure on the side of Komai Esports. Toast has just rotated from that blue bear onto the red bear on the side of the held items that they've got. They've got the stacking, they've got the eject button. So this is interesting. Do love the pickups from MQL here. It means that they're going to go really aggressive really early. They've got a great early game. They've got a lot that's hard to target. I suspect it'll be Psyshock coming out of the Espeon because you want to stun those all-rounders and do the damage with the Psybeam. But I think it's going to be a very difficult task because, again, got to get on Narami, got to be able to take out the hits on this Mew, and to deal with that, you've got 3 massive all-rounders in your face that pretty much wipe you out in a couple of swipes.
Exactly. So you're going to have to be very decisive when it comes to a lot of these fights and make sure come on. All they have to do is hold the course, wait for the full-on fight. Great problem here. So they have to make sure they're not falling behind, because if they start to fall behind, that's when you see these low-range comps really feel the weakest, because they're just hard to get back into the game once too far behind.
It's good effort from Gek. Isn't going to find that blue buff, but you do have to protect you in your own central area, and a good way to do that is actually put pressure on the other central laner. This game could be decided by how early we get the Gyarados online, but if they can limit what they can do on the side of Nils with this Gyarados, that could make a huge difference in MQL getting this early game working.
As right now, Thanos had actually rotated down to look for the fight against Eevee. Gek now forced out, but taking a lot of damage for it. Oh, so not actually going to be able to get that knockout there. A bit unfortunate.
Bit unfortunate at the moment. 20 points on the board. Right now, Nils trying to see if they can just get that effort meter even further up, but they're up against just a mission down here, buddy. They will go back to Nurse Joy. Get's going to come in with a little bit of health, but still, it's about this single strike from Toast, looking to cake all of this farm. Not easy to do against a Psyshock Espeon.
I just love watching this Greedent too. Having already chased Gek, fighting over the berries, Net then runs right behind them, says, okay, you're focused on the Espeon, but I'm more of a threat here, and going for an invade too to try to deny some of these buffs, but missing out on that one, so it will still be Komai locking control over some of these camps while Twerk chasing him down, kind of following him around, but not being the pest that he really wants to be here to steal away these camps from Toast.
I mean, this Greedent is such a nuisance to deal with. Toast does, of course, have that Wicked Blow ready to go. That's going to take that Secure anyways. But, I mean, again, damage straight onto. They have to go back for healing here. That's the issue. It is going to be an Electro Ball KO, though, onto the side of Narami here. Good beam will come through as well as DQL is sent back to Nurse Joy. But you're not going to do that against this Greedent. Big HP pool that it's got, and it's going to get an extra stack as well.
getting the stacks, getting some points, then trying to get out of this fight, but too much had been used just to chase down onto Narami that, unfortunately for Greedent, was an easy target for Urshifu, getting themselves some knockouts. But looking at the points, at least for MQL, doing a good job of holding on the pace of the game. That, and then Narami taking a lot of damage there from Ka, almost getting the knockout onto Mew, but not quite finding it. Urshifu controlling the Regidrago, but then the fight afterwards, losing their life as almost saw the chase onto Gyarados, just going to be able to swim his way away. While we see more dunks from MQL trying to maintain the point lead.
Yeah, that was a good save, actually, from the side of DQL, stopping that KO coming through onto the side of MQL. I mean, Ghatlue still wants to go for this, bro. Continues to see if they can find the KO. They've got them boosted, really ready and going. Nice coaching for the shielding coming out as well. Will they find it, though? The Muse did land, but no.
MQL!
They find the KO. MQL will take Ghatlue down, but the issue is right now, buddy, Komai Esports, they are a late game comp. They need this Evo onto the side of this Garchomp, and they need more onto the side of Nils.
Hey, the thing is, for MQL surviving for so long, getting that knockout, unfortunately then falling pretty quickly to Toast, who had just gotten back up into the top path for the fight around the Reggie. We look bot path and see that Nils taken down there, losing Gyarados' life with that knockout as DQL couldn't defend, couldn't fight against 3, and this lone Psyduck trying to get out of there, but a nice punch from Toast says that he is going to be toast on Psyduck, giving a lot more control of Komai in the top path as they are dunking the points, getting themselves the first lead in points that they have had in Game 2.
I do like alleviating the pressure that's going on down here. Let's see if the Psychic Solaire is going to buy a little bit of space for this Regieleki to see if it can walk on in, but Livid Outrage is going to be used, and that's Ghatlue finding the KO onto the side of MQL and continuing to see if they can push for more. Krusty will go down with that Electro Ball. The rip continues on the Regieleki. Brilliant defense from Komai Esports here, but they need to find more as well. Full Power Sai will reduce all that damage coming on through, but so will the Mystical Mirage here from this Mew. They want to continue to push this pad, but they're losing HP drastically. Aqua Ring will keep them at least a little bit more, but now the rest of MQL are here. You've got to retreat if you are Komai.
Komai trying to get out of there. They have been able to successfully retreat back to their pad. But still got to be careful because they don't have Urshifu in this one. He has been this entire time pushing in the top pad. We'll get a nice overdunk there to get an even larger lead for Komai. No punish imminent from MQL. Lose out on a lot of the momentum, and then when they try to see if they can move around, it's going to be MQL losing their life. A nice knockout from the Urshifu again.
That's great from Toast. Drop that Ebon Fist onto the Pokemon that's so difficult to catch, and you're going to find that KO, and that takes them out of this pressure moment. Komai continuing to take the lead with points, trying to see if they can steal that away. I love the way this Greedent is playing. They will fall, but what a nuisance they are being for Komai.
But the thing is, not enough of a nuisance. You need to be someone who's taken away, denying all this potential from Komai. I'm looking at the level differentials between the team and seeing large leads now being accrued for Komai. They're maintaining not just an even game state like we said that they had to as a late game comp, but they are actually finding leads, and then the fight over the Regirock is going to go to Garchomp, not being able to steal that away with the worst nightmare. And NQL trying their best to see if they can stop this, but then it's going to be the dive in from Ghatlue to take down the pony, looking for the Dream Eater himself, dashing right past him, forcing an eject button. It will be a trade, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Komai.
To grab that objective with the Dragon Rush as well is massive for Komai here. I mean, we're trying to see if we can get something on the side of this Psyduck, trying to sneak in for the Regieleki, but it's Dragon Current popped out from Nils. We've now got a Mega Gyarados in the middle of this fight. The Dragon Breath is going to do a huge amount of damage. It was a good effort coming out from that Espeon with a side shot, but it won't secure it. That's taken by Komai Esports, and they've now got an extra push onto this pad if they wish. Goodbye to the Mega Gyarados, though, so now they've lost a lot of their power, but it's all on Toast. Look where this man is in the flux zone. Finds the KOs they needed, and this will be a tasty overcap. That's going to be a 47 overcap coming out from Komai Esports.
And eventually taking down the Greedent, who had been a nuisance behind, but only Ghatlue was sent to deal with it, which meant that he was able to slowly but surely take down the Squirrel, get themselves the overcap, and now a sizable lead here for Komai in Game 2, looking one game away from guaranteeing them their spot for tomorrow. Well, MQL, they need to be the pride for NA. They got to get something. They got Ghatlue low, but it's not enough as they turn it back onto the pony.
It's never enough. Brilliant effort from Ghatlue to get away from that. And that is, again, their team coming to provide them with that assistance, having Narami there as well. And, of course, Toast. Right now, though, it is Komai's game to lose. You are absolutely right, buddy. They are a late game, but they managed to get their levels in that mid stage and really bring the pressure. So it's all on Komai here. Good amount of damage onto Gek with that side shock side beam. Not going to be enough to find the KO on Vaporeon. And we're 10 seconds away from saying hello to this Groudon.
Tano, that's a level 15 Urshifu. This bear is scary. I don't know if there's much they can do to stop him as they got a lot of damage. Trying to get the squirrel, trying to go right on top of him to take down the evolution. Doing the lot though, as they put down the fairy slam to try to survive. Getting a lot of this attention, taking so long to get rid of the squirrel, but eventually they do. While Groudon had been untouched, Gyarados had been diving back into the background this entire time, trying to get the knockout while Nils does not fall. The rest of the team has shut up Sai, not stopping the bear, finding the knockout onto the duck. The worst nightmare has been popped as they're trying their best to get some damage, but they're just bouncing around, making sure the pony an easy target for Urshifu. With Groudon in their sights, MQL, they've got to go for the Hail Mary, 50% onto the Groudon. Green back up into the fight, still dashing away, trying to look for that Tokyo trip to get anybody, but with 5 mods around you, impossible to do. Groudon should be an easy target with another worst nightmare waiting it out. Can they get the seal? It's so close, but not enough. Komai, Groudon secured. Game 1. Their spot for tomorrow guaranteed.
That was crazy, bro. I felt with the amount of attention that Greedent had managed to pull from Komai Esports that they were going to be able to do something on the side of MQL. It looks like they were bringing a lot of pressure onto the side of Ghatlue, but then Ghatlue just goes back home, and then they're all of a sudden left there with no help onto the side of the Greedent, and they find the KO and come back to end that team fight. Komai Esports, as soon as we got into that mid-game and they found their levels on this Garchomp, on this Gyarados, it was just all them from there on out.
Even the surrender from MQL, they knew that game was Komai's. Once they had that fight, a level 15 Urshifu late game onto these objectives, so impossible, so difficult to try to steal away these objectives from that bear. It does seem impossible, and unfortunately for MQL, they realized that themselves a little bit too late. Komai looking hot in these games. A nice 2-0 victory for EU over NA.
Komai just have such a great control over these mega Pokemon in this game right now, Magical. We say so many times that it's so difficult for teams to pull out 2 mega Pokemon and get it to work as well as Game 1 did for Komai. And then the Mega Gyarados is just so much more rarely seen now because of the fact that it has been nerfed so much. But still, Nils able to put that pressure on to just open the gates for Toast to clean up the rest, with Narami dropping just about the same damage as well. That was a really well synergized comp and a really well synergized team in that one.
They had so many threats in that late game. It's like, which one do you target more? Do you look for the Mew? That's normally the target for a Darkrai and a Galarian Rapidash. But then if you do that, you're leaving Toast pretty much untouched in these fights. And you can see how much damage that bear did. Got to give a lot of credit again to this Greedent, but we're seeing the unfortunate issue with Greedent that, yes, you're difficult to take down. Yes, you're hard for the teams and annoying for the teams to try to get rid of, but you're also not really doing enough to help the rest of the team. So you have the second most damage on your team. You have a lot of healing, but your team just couldn't do enough to try to hold down the line without you.
I mean, we saw it in the numbers reflected on the damage taken from the side of Toast and Narami. They were like 13% for the entirety of that team. So it did feel like MQL had to bring just a little bit too much to deal with not only Ghatlue and Nils at the same time. That it did allow Narami and Toast to be pretty much uncontested in the backline. As we have a look at these highlights here, it's these kind of moments where MQL, they really have to get that snowballing going. They need to score plenty of points. They need to pick up a lot of KOs because they don't have Garchomp on the field just yet, and it just wasn't enough from them.
Exactly. And for them, they had a decent lead, you know, the first minutes. That's when their power was really strongest, were the first 2 minutes of the game. And sure, they had those leads, but as you kind of rightfully call out there, Tano, once they get to past that, and if you're not snowballing, if you're not getting this to have one thing cascade after another, you see the problem that they have. It's really difficult to find an even game state against Komai, and that was an even game state. You had leads for Komai here in these fights, that Urshifu having a huge level lead, having level 11s as well for most of your mods, and then as you get to the last fight here at Groudon, already a level 15 for Urshifu. The Darkrai, the highest level for MQL, only level 13. You're not really going to do much to the bear at that point.
No, and it was so good. Ghatlue pulled their attention into the central, then just went home, and Nils was there, ready for them as well. And I mean, as we see the rest of this shaking out, as soon as they've taken down that Greedent, they just locked onto the next target, and then the next, and then the next. It's really clean fighting. I mean, a good effort as well, to be fair, has to be given to Giga here, being able to at least be a nuisance. They were very close to being able to take this, just a little bit too late. And, you know, Komai had to consider that at those moments as well. So, I mean, MQL, they definitely tried to bring them some competition. It felt like they did. But Komai, of course, as they've already done in UCS, they've locked in their position into the finals.
Yeah, and now as we get ready for our next best of 3, we are going to toss to a break. We'll be back for more action here at Springbeat, so do not go anywhere.
Welcome back, trainers. We've got another best of 3 set to be bringing you, and it's one of my favorite teams in the entirety of my region. And we're going to stick with the journey of MQL as well. Of course, they do still have an opportunity to make it through to tomorrow, Magical.
And I will say it is a heartbreak for me because, of course, I want to root for NA, want to root for my region. But Team Ent is definitely one of those teams that is always just fun to cast. They're just a team that will pull off some wild things. We've had some very crazy moments with them in the past. Feels like no matter what happens with them, you're always going to have the flip at Rayquaza. Even if Ray's not there, you're always going to have that flip at that moment, and they're going to be the ones that bring out those spicy drafts here. As we get into our first draft between the two teams, we actually see a gradient ban by Team Ent.
Understandable, bro. To be fair, we called it out. Twerk was doing the work on that gradient in both of those games, to be honest. So, love this.
Yeah.
Pancakes is a Machamp connoisseur, so I like this ban as well from MQL. I mean, I am gutted because Pancakes, one of my favorite Machamps to witness in this game. Up there with Machisel for me, bro.
I'm pretty sure one of my highlight moments of Unite was a Pancakes 4-man Barrage Punch moment. So I'm a little sad as well to see that is banned away, but as I said before, this is what happens when you have a Mon like Machamp, with submission being so powerful, the unstoppable nature that you still have in that Pokemon. I'll be really sad when they eventually decide that they are going to rework that and get rid of the CC immunity that you have with submission. But for now, it means that we will see Machamp constantly put onto the sideline, having to be the coach, the one yelling from the side and rooting for the team.
MQL is going to pick up Safetch, a brilliant first pick, one of the best all-rounders currently in the game with a great Unite move, but I love this adjustment from Team Int Prime. Alentia is going to pull out the Blastoise, which despite nerfs is still one of the best defenders in this game, and DJ will steal away the Mew, which we're seeing to be the most contested or ranged attacker pick in this game right now.
Exactly. I feel like no matter what you do with Mew, just the versatility of that kit, constantly being able to move it around compared to all the other mons, it's always going to have Mew at the top. Got great range, good sustain, great ways of self-peel to the invulnerability you can grant yourself. It's such a powerful targeted ability here for Team Ent, and having a Suicune and Garchomp to join up with that Blastoise to be this threatening front line for the team. Kind of like what we saw previously from Komai, looking like a very similar comp for Team Ent up against MQL.
Glaceon would be a great pick. One of the best Pokemon to rip down the picks that Team Int currently have is a Glaceon, and Twerk is going to pull out the Zapdos. So that begs the question for Zika. Going to have to go for some sort of speedster here. Usually their Cypher is just mwah, and I love witnessing it, but let's see if they're going to go for it. Please, Zika, give me the Cypher, the best Cypher that I have seen. I mean, I say that EU has got some amazing Cyphers here. I think they will go for it. Utah comes to mind instantly, but Zika, boy, are they up there. This is going to be a really good matchup between these two teams with these comps.
Yeah, it really is going to be a lot of fun to watch how these two teams will deal with, especially this frontline menace for Team Int here. Looking very strong, and this was the problem that MQL had up against Komai. They just didn't know how to stop the team from break the front line and get that snowball going for the team that would allow them to stop Team Int, or in the previous case, Komai, from having their late game be so powerful that there's just nothing MQL can do here. So I'm really looking at what they can do in this first game against Team Int. And if they have figured out maybe the double attacker here will help out with that range to make sure that they're already getting a lot of damage onto Team Int before the fights start.
Yeah, I do really, really like the Glaceon pick. The more I look at it, the more I'm obsessed with it. I think it's a brilliant pick for Bida. She's going to be doing a decent amount of damage on the Suicune. Like Team Int, they've got great front line that is crowd control paired with damage. Like Suicune and Blastoise, insane crowd control, but also really good damage. So it is the matchup between Zika and those ranged attackers on the side of MQL on where this game goes, buddy. And you've got to look at the healers. Right now, it's only MQL that has a pure healer on their side, whereas Team Int, they don't have anything but their self-sustain.
So we're going to look, I mean, really, it is going to be up to that Alcremie and how they can utilize that ult to make sure they're giving the team the shields necessary. Make sure that they have these fights where they can outlast and actually push back up against Team Ent, because Team Ent, they actually are going to be very happy if these fights last a long time. They got really good sustained damage and ways to heal themselves up throughout the fight. Sure, as you mentioned, only having the true supporter on the side of MQL, but there's a lot of the pseudo tankiness that you have when you have stuff like a guard chomp, when you have a scissor scyther that can do a ton of damage for the team. Suicune too, to make sure you're locking down the team this entire time. So as we get into game one, and this one being so important for both MQL and Team Ent, because winning this best of 3 gets them into tomorrow, losing sends them home.
That's right. Down in this lower bracket now, we move away from the best of 1s. It is all best of 3, so they do have a little bit of a margin of error that they can take, but neither team is going to want to do that. Both of them going in. We've got an invade coming out from Snorlax straight away here as well.
Trying to get some pressure quickly, looking for that Scyther, knowing that it's going to be an easier time, but already the peel from Team Ent to try to help defend Zika, as it is going to be a lockdown onto the camps initially from Scyther. But here's that Squirtle, as Snorlax just taking a little bit of nap, allowing that red buff to go right past them. But you still see the Squirtles trying to make sure that this will not be taken away by Krusty, who's doing a good job at the moment. Oh no, Squirtle getting that. So all this attention that was placed down by Snorlax and the Scyther out of there, but not getting that lead they needed.
Do need to get out of that position. Snorlax looks like they might go down, but they do a huge amount of damage in the early stages. Up here, again, it is going to be the icicle shards that come out from this Giga Glaceon. So that's going to do huge burst damage. It's going to be really good to keep those up. And again, more shred ability, but no points scored just yet. I mean, there's plenty of people stacking in this game, Magical, but no stacks in just yet.
Not yet. We are seeing at least some knockouts, though, for Team Ent. Getting that Snorlax going to help them a lot to gain map control and make sure to have some pressure. But for MQL, they're not too fussed about it yet. We did mention before, though, they are a team that wants to get these leads, making sure they can snowball and have that lead going into the late game against Team Ent. So if they're playing too passively for too long, that's going to give enough time for Team Ent when they will finally get these critical evolutions onto their Guard Chomp, onto their Blastoise that they really need to make sure they're going to be that full fighting team.
Okay, still looking for 5, though, is Pancake. Still having a gibble at this stage is really not good for Team Ent. They have to start getting this Garchomp online. This is good pressure from MQL to stop that from happening. Good zoning coming out here as well from the Snorlax to allow that Regidrago Rip to come through. Giga is going to be able to get that. Alencia looks like they may go down. They find the KO, but that discharge will find the revenge KO anyways. And this Regidrago still is going to be taken by MQL. They get the benefit out of that fight there.
They're getting these leads, and they have to start transitioning those into points and into knockouts, because getting a delayed knockout on the Squirtle with War Turtle is nice, but you got to actually have that now go into other elements. Make sure you're continuing to get actual team fight wins, like right here. Getting this pick on to Biter Pig is going to help out a lot for MQL.
I do really love the way that Biter protected Zika there, just getting in the way of these shards, getting in the way of that damage, so they will go down. Points are finally scored. It's 55 in for MQL so far, and they're doing what they need to do here, buddy. We mentioned it in the Komai game. They have to get going early, they have to get levels, they have to get points, and they are currently doing that, out-leveling and outscoring Team Ent.
The only problem I have here is, was it a little bit too late for MQL getting these leads? Because right now, I'm looking at Team Ent, and they're not that far behind. They have a level 8 on their Scyther, and that is going to be good to try to dive fast on to the Zapdos. Lockdown on to Blastoise, and look at the damage that Zapdos can do. Regidrago is going to be close, but they've got the knockout with the Glaceon, making sure they can follow that up as well on this Suicune. Then looking for the Garchomp, who has to use the eject button to get away, leaving DJ Emo alone, trying to get out of here. That block doing a lot to make sure it's a long time until Mew can get back to the pad, as it is going to be the Nile here, making sure they dash through. They've got it. Zika getting the first knockout onto Alcremie with the rest of the team. Finally showing back up, but it's going to be Mew who falls to work, getting the knockout, looking for Krusty, taken low on the Snorlax in the perfect position. Knockout for Suicune.
Okay, so levels from the KOs for Team In at least, but MQL have managed to score more. Not that much more. They've just broken that 100-point lead. They grabbed the objective as well. I think the difficulty that Team In are having right now is when they do finally get on that backline, and it's typically only one of them, like Zika or Alentia, that is able to do so. They've got to deal with 3 Pokemon back there. Good freeze coming out from Pig here, but she's going to have to retreat up this Flux Loan again. They're up against everything with a high voltage siege being dropped by Twerk just to expose that goal and allow the points to rain on in. That is going to be a 35 overcap, my guy.
That's the lead we need to see from MQL. I was saying how I was worried if they can start transitioning those into actual team fight victories, and they do so. Perfect timing here. Halfway through the game at that halfway mark, and now a massive lead. Not a single point has been picked up by Team Ent, and now we see they have very little control over the Thea Sky Ruins. That really don't have that luxury to move around now they've lost both of their outer pads.
Yeah, 242 points to a fat donor on the board for Team In here. That is a really difficult position to be in this game. The only saving grace they have is that they still got a lot of game to play, a lot of experience coming up on the field now. They've got to catch up on levels. They have to win these team fights. Work out a way to get on that backline with enough pressure to find the free KOs they need on those squishies. You've got to get Glaceon out. You've got to get that Zapdos out.
But then you're forgetting about the other element here, that Surfetched for MQL. Level 11 as well, 3 in the double digits for MQL. Well, sure, there are 2 for Team Ent, but the Mew, the big one that I'm looking at, so far behind. It's going to be difficult for DJ to do much in these fights and has to really rely on the rest of the team to find a pick like that onto Alcremie, taking down the supporter. Going to be a nice target. That's Twerk trying to see if they can get out of here, but they start to be able to drag back in the Zapdos. They're looking for the Emerald Step, and they got it. Nice crushing it victory for the Zapdos, but they do have to realize that now Ikika is here getting a lot of damage, but couldn't actually turn it around. Triple knockout for Zika.
They do get the Regieleki here on the side of MQL. That's going to put some pressure onto the T2, but it will be well defended by Pancakes. And of course, they won't have another one before we say hello to that final objective. Regirock will be uncontested, though, unless they can get to it on the side of DJ, but I think they're just going to farm instead. And I kind of like this play. You have to get more levels. Instead of going for the fights, go get the farm that is easy to get from your side.
And for Team Ent, I feel like that was the victory they needed in this game to make sure they're staying within striking distance. A minute until we have the big objective onto the Thea Sky Ruins. And we do see another Reggie picked up by MQL, still maintaining that lead, but losing a lot of it to the Scyther. Level 13 now. And you saw how that green illusion drive before can just rip apart these backline threats, these attackers in Glaceon and Zapdos. As long as Zika's waiting it out again, and do the same thing in the next fight, they a decent amount of damage onto that frontline crusty Snorlax.
That, you're absolutely right. The way to win this game is about this final fight and how Zika gets in on that backline. You've got to take those 2 ranged attackers out quickly, because that Alchemy is going to pop that Fluffy Cream Supreme, and that makes it incredibly hard, even with a green illusion dive. We're about to say hello to the Groudon. Both of these 2 teams are just itching to go at each other right now. Trying to zone them out is MQL in their own central area. Team In looking to see if they can dive on that top line. We do see Pancakes trying to see if they can squeeze a quick KO into the pressure of Surfetched.
Looking for a Surfetched duel, but not really a duel because there already are members of Team Ent ready to see if they can get the bird out of position. Block put up, and that's going to be dive. A lot of damage onto DJ, already forcing him out with that eject button. The rest of the team trying to make sure they can defend that Mew, but onto the Groudon. We have MQL already in position.
Giga is ready as well with these ice shards. Oh, the endless ice spikes! It's clean! As Giga tries to survive, but the glacial stage ain't gonna do nothing! MQL has to retreat! They've used the Lungelink Nova Blast, the Fluffy Cream Supreme will keep them in the fight, but Pancakes is there, looking for more! Zika goes on the flank, manages to find the KO onto the side of Surfetched. Groudon is being ripped! Can Krusty do it? No, Zika finds it! And what a way to engage off the back of that one at Magical! That was clean from Team In, but they've got to score the points now!
Hey, they've got plenty of time to do it before you have the players of MQL back, and they are just dunking in these points, taking the lead. Beautifully done by Team Ent the moment they need to. They strike perfectly to find the victory in this game. Sure, there is some time for MQL. They can pull off another miracle themselves and make sure they are back into this game, but it's going to be tough as Team Ent are playing defensively now that they've gotten the lead.
That was a brilliant Livid Outrage from Pancakes as well, just to get that damage onto the side of MQL, onto the side of Giga, and that was all they needed. But now it's 35 seconds, you've got to defend both of these pads. Look where Bida is, she's ready to go in with a Hundo Burger onto that home pad. That might make the difference here, as it will get them even further into that win. But now MQL know they've got to full send this. It's the only way they can possibly win.
Oh, and they already lost MQL as well. That's not looking good. They've already put down the zone denial, trying to get the dunk, but a nice pump there from Blastoise, knocking everyone up, getting the perfect CC to make sure that Team Ent will secure victory here in game 1 of this best of 3.
And this is why we love this team so much, buddy. You can never count this squad out. That buddy barrier from Alentia saving Zika in those final moments as well. Team in Prime, they push back big time with 2 minutes left in this game, and they take the first one.
The fact that they're able to win this one, having fallen quite far behind too, just goes to show you how strong Team Ent's comp is in that late game. But also it goes into what we were talking about before with MQL and this draft, where they had to have the snowball that was unstoppable for Team Ent to get back into the game, which they just sadly didn't get in time. I was worried that when they started getting some of those knockouts, started getting some of those points, it was too little too late. And sadly, it ends up being the case because Team Ent have a perfect moment there, getting Biter Pig with that huge engage, locking down, what was it, 3 players, and being both the Glaceon and Zapdos in that as well, setting up for Pancakes, guard jump on that Livid Outrage, then dash through everyone. Zico was waiting as well on the wings, ready to engage and find more knockouts for the team.
Yeah, that was one of the best Endless Ice Spikes I've seen. The stun was massive. You do not win that fight without Bida's play there. It's as simple as that for Team In. And to be fair, I was so impressed with the Glaceon just being able to get out of the way of damage throughout the entirety of that game until that freeze came through. And then it was just Livid Outrage City, bro. And Team In, they were able to look. I mean, look at this graph, Magical. That's absolutely insane.
And it's just a great play there from Team Ent, and also kind of the name of the game with Unity, right? With Unite, right? It's just this game, when you play it, it all can come down to that one fight, the decisive moment at Groudon, Great Quaza, Kyogre, all because that's how the game has been built around. It is about making sure that you get yourself in a position that you can fight over the key objectives, and that is what Team Ent did.
I mean, listen, right now, MQL, the absolute GOAT that has put on this tournament, a humongous shout out for that, but they are on the verge of not being able to make it to day 2 here. Team Int Prime, the EU Prime here, are looking to take down the chance of NA, but we've seen what MQL squad can do. This is definitely by no means already decided. I cannot wait to see how they adjust in game 2 here, Magical.
Yeah, they're not done just yet, but their luxury, their little bit of wiggle room now completely out of the window. It has to be all wins from here to make sure they can get into day 2 and keep NA's hopes alive. It's a lot of pressure to put onto the team, but if any team is ready to step up to the challenge, MQL are that team.
Well, bans look like they're going to pretty much be the same, unless they feel like there was too much pressure from one of the Pokemon on the side of Team in Prime. Let's see. Looks like it's going to stick with the norm here. No surprises, to be honest.
And really, looking at what you banned last time, is there any difference that you can actually go for here for MQL? Because Moltres you banned away, the Machamp you banned away too. Umbreon, I think, was taken away from them in the last game too, which means if you're not comfortable taking that as a first pick, you have to ban it because that's going to be taken very quickly by Team Ent themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. And then the Psyduck will end this ban. So literally no changes on that state just yet. Let's see what the first pick for MQL will be. They went for that Sefetched in the previous game. Looks like they're going to rotate more through these all-rounders. The Pawmot is also doing extremely good at the moment. Debating Suicune. Gotta take that away from Vida.
Yeah, Biter just absolutely massive for the team in that last game. As you said, that Unite move was the deciding factor for the game. Landing onto 3 players, setting up the rest of the team to follow up. It was perfect placement for the team as Team Ent. Crustle not going for that Blastoise this game. Going for Crustle instead to get some of those Rock Tombs to help back up Zika on Sefetched.
Yeah, I like that. That's good synergy again from Team In. You're so used to being like, okay, Blastoise is free, gotta take it. But no, they rotate onto the Crustle. Looks like MQL squad here are also looking for different defenders at this moment, debating whether they want to take that. Oh, they take the Cypher from Zeke. I mean, I'm saying Cypher could be a Scizor, but they're going to take that away, pair it with a Latios here. So they have a great amount of damage already on the side of MQL.
This time, too, they are much more into the late game. They're indexing for the scaling, realizing that has been the weak point for the team thus far. Dhelmise, too. Seaweed Snare plus Anchor Shot going to be big for the team to set up a lot of these fights. And with themselves getting a Zoroark as well, I'm looking at what you want to lock in here for Team Ent. Don't really need to have an attacker here because you are that low-range comp again. So if you get something that is going to thrive in a lot of these battles, you've essentially made it very difficult for this Latios to actually find a safe, comfortable spot to fight these fights.
Yeah, that Mimikyu, brilliant pickup to try and put that pressure onto the side of Latios. I really love the adjustment from MQL here, though, to be honest, Magical. It is so different from what they previously played, and I mean, Zoroark, for example, that is the worst nightmare for EU. We hate seeing Zoroark plays coming into these tournaments because they are so genuinely frustrating to deal with. So great adjustment from MQL squad here. They've got a lot more frontline, and as you've already mentioned, they're looking for that late game. Latios late game, one of the best late game attackers in Vaya Sky Ruins right now.
I'm really curious to see what kind of build we're going to have as well for the Latios. If you're going to just go for, I'm trying to remember the abilities on this one. The Starshine, the Luster Purge, that's it. Go for the Luster Purge in this game, or if you're going to go for the Draco Meteor to have a much more like late game scaling, Dragon Pulse could be the other option. We have seen a lot of people do that, so they're not indexing too heavily into the late game. But I feel like if you're MQL, you need to index that heavy into the late game. Get those stacks up early, so that way when you get to that position, you're going to nuke the side of Team Ent.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do, especially with the fact that it's quite a lot of melee from the side of Team Int. They don't have any range. You're going to have DJ obviously diving in, dropping damage, rushing about, but that if they go Draco Meteor, for example, that is perfect for team fights where you're dealing with all-rounders. So I love this from MQL. Let's see how it goes, buddy, because this could possibly be the last game between them. MQL looking to fight back here on your purple team. Team in Prime looking to make tomorrow here on your orange side.
With all the pressure put on to MQL, they put on this tournament, they got to be ready for these moments where they have to throw everything and the kitchen sink into this game and never give up, because that means they are out of the tournament if they do so. You already see an early dunk, the first points locked in early for that Ponyta, who gallops barely, just narrowly getting out of there.
Going to be looking for more of those stacks is DJ. Alentia needs to get this level 4 very quickly, because this is going to be a tough lane to go up against with the damage, with the oppression that this Dhelmise can bring. Looking to take away their farm is going to be QL here, and looks like they may do, but the Latios having to go on the retreat here. Magical, they will. That is the KO opener of this thing.
Not able to get back to the pad in time. That Ponyta doing too much damage, but Zika losing their life in the top pad there. The Farfetch'd taken down by, as you said, the menace for EU. Zoroark finding the first strike for NA.
It's going to be interesting to see how Team Int deal with that Zoroark this game. It is really oppressive, can be really difficult to handle. It's going to be Pancake's responsibility as well. They do get MQL quite weak here, but all that farm is going to be absorbed by their squad, and they get back to the pad with 0 KOs coming out of that lane.
Yeah, and I will say the only thing for MQL, they do at least get themselves the control of the top side, and a knockout on a Mimikyu solo by the Zora arc. Very well done. Just finding those targets out of position, saying, all right, I am great in these 1v1s early into the game, and picking up some more for MQL.
Trying to steal this red aura away from Pancakes as well, who's actually gone for the play rough moveset here. That's pretty good to deal with that Zorak, but it's whether they can before they get that combo off. Spider will be sent back to the spawn room. And oh my god, QL really putting up the fight in that central area. They will get KO'd, but finding that is huge.
Exactly. 1v3 traded evenly for QL. You take that any day of the week. As we go back into the bot pad here for Radiant. Just diving in constantly, getting some pressure. We do have a Scyther losing their life in the top pad, and a nice knockout here for Suicune to dunk in 27 points. Very well done. Even if it was an even trade in 1-for-1, at least the points are now going MQL's way in the top pad, but not necessarily in the bot.
This is really working for MQL. They've got the pressure in the early games. They've got a level 8 Zorak on the field looking to get that Unite move before the 7-minute mark. They've got Draco Meteor coming out of Latios, ready to get stacked up and really feisty for that final late game. The dive onto Pancakes here is brilliant from that Zorak, but caught out by Alentia. Really good rock tomb. They finally get the KO on the highest level in the game, but can they get away? Oh my god, Bida! Absolutely insane shielding coming out from that Hooper.
That was perfect from Hoopa, keeping Crustle alive, which means Regis in their sights. Draco Meteor not in time, sealing that and securing it for the side of Team Int, but they do end up losing their Crustle in trade for it, as they now are trying to get out of the fight completely back to their pad, and it's difficult with those Draco Meteors raining down from the skies with a Scyther doing a lot. Now Biderfig has to give the shields, but instead is just going to run away with that Ponyta, with the Rapidash, and allowing all these points to be secured by MQL.
This is so good. You've got the freeze coming out from this Suicune, and then you've got the hooks coming out from the Dhelmites, pulling you back into the fight. You can't escape, because then you've got the dual wind beat coming out from the Scyther, and then Draco Meteor. That is so much combination from all of those Pokemon that you can just leave Zorak to go and do this stuff that we're witnessing right here. Zika manages to dodge it away, but they're going to have to see if they can get that secure, because here comes MQL, and they're going to have to leave that Regieleki to be taken.
No longer wanting that, was ready for the 1v1, was like, all right, I can take it here, but once the rest of the team shows up for MQL deciding to get out of there, it is going to be the Seaweed Snare right into the pad with the Draco Meteor trying to back him up. They got into the back line, but it's going to be the first knockout on Azor with the follow-up. Suicune getting rid of Crustle. Anchor shot not even needed. They've got the points. They've got the pad secured. MQL find themselves massive leads here.
And already we're seeing how difficult this Latios is to deal with. They're not able to get through the front line that MQL has on their side at the moment. They do try to look for picks, but the freezes are too much, the hooks as well. We're going to see if we can dive onto the side of this Rapidash here. Not an easy task, as they're able to just escape with that one. And now MQL are going to get set up ready for this Reggie spawning in the bottom lane.
I mean, right now, I got to give a lot of credit to MQL on how they are playing this game and how they're turning it around. As we said, this is the critical moment for the team. Win or lose, they have to make sure they're fighting with their hearts, to their heart's content here. Losing a life there for Suicune at a pretty rough time as a Reggie does spawn, the Reggie Rock in the bot pad, but looking for that Crustle, narrowly avoiding that, was able to get out of there as they go for the Tri-Wrap, slam into the back line, find themselves that Latios, massive target for the team. Same with the Zora gone. Big wins for Team Int as they get the Reggie Rock. They look for the fight at the pad, but it is going to be turned back around, trying to see how much they can do. Still fighting with the Hoops Unbound, getting rid of Dhelmise.
Gotta get away from here. We do have that Zora back. You're not going to be able to find anything in that goal. Looking to find the KO on Pancakes. Brilliant effort from Radiant there as they're able to do just that and pull out the Rubble Rouser from Alentia as well. That was a really good fight back for Team Int. They don't really get any points on the board, but they get levels, and that's just as important as we just pause here for a possible issue going on with some of these teams. But honestly, that Triad Blitz from DJ to get the hit on them with that as well was brilliant, magical. Finding the picks on that Latios was massive.
It's the big target. As long as you're getting rid of that Latios, we talked about the scaling with Draco Meteor. It's going to hurt. It's going to do a lot, but only if you're actually fighting. If you get knocked out and sent back to the Pokemon Center, you are doing effectively nothing with all of those leads. All of those tanks are going to be worthless if you're not alive in those fights.
Looks like we're getting back into this one here. 100 points behind our team in Prime. We've got 4 minutes left of this game. A Reggie about to spawn in that top path, trying to grab all the experience. His team in as they go Pac-Man mode.
And looking at how MQL are bouncing back, even if they lost that fight at the Reggie Rock, they aren't out of this game by any means. In fact, they still hold on to the lead. And as long as they're making sure they're grabbing objectives like this Reggie Lecky and escorting it all the way, maybe they can find a great fight, but they still got to be cautious on how they're moving around. Don't get caught out by that Triad Blitz from Rapidash. Don't get caught out by the Surf Fetch too with the Lunge Leak Dash, because that's going to do a lot of damage, especially if you're looking at this backline and looking at that Laios.
Yeah, we see a fight down for that bottom goal. That's going to be taken with 40 points going in with the extra 21 as well. That's a huge lead now that MQL has been able to give themselves. They couldn't push in that Regieleki, but they were just showing face so that they could go do that in the bottom pad. I love this from Zika, looking to get a 50 dunk in return. It's how you keep yourself in this game.
Not too far behind, still finding themselves triple digits behind, but at least it's within striking distance and getting a double knockout for Mimikyu Pancakes, taking out that Zoroark. It's perfect timing. They got rid of Delmize, then Zoroark, and they can now move around looking for some stray points that are littered around with some of the camps to make sure they're getting either level leads or level equalizations here from a lot of their mons.
We need to see more of that X-Scissor action coming out from Valentia as well. If you can time that right, you can stop the combos coming out from that Zoroark and find the KO very quickly. They have to do that in these final fights, but it's going to be difficult because we've seen what the 4 Pokemon, if you exclude that Zoroark, can do, and then that just comes into your backline. This is it, buddy. 10 seconds left before Groudon takes to the field. When there is a Groudon, the game is on, and it's all on Team Int to take it here.
With MQL playing a bit more defensively, waiting for their moment to strike, waiting for someone to be out of position. They got a little bit of damage on to the Crustle, but kind of traded back onto the Suicune. Groudon has been started by MQL. I thought they'd want to play a little bit more passively as they already get the Triad Blitz, looking for the Green Illusion Drive. It's going to be the Leak Lunge, trying to see if they can get rid of Scyther with that backline gone. So much from the Rebel Rouser has done the damage, and they're looking to see with the Draco Meteor getting the Surf Fetch. They've unbound the hoops, and they've even got to play with me, looking for the proper targets, but the Latios have been left alone. Another Draco Meteor! MQL completely wiped him in.
That was so clean from MQL. Team Int, they had their targets, but if you cannot find the KO, Latios, it's way too much damage for you to deal with. They managed to get the Zoroark in the play with me, which was brilliant from Pancakes, but they didn't have the damage to finish them off with the Latios Draco Meteors landing. MQL are going to clean them up. We've got a minute left in this game, and they're looking to score points to send it home.
And you just see right there, this is the problem. That Latios, those Draco Meteors, they really are hitting as a meteor would hit in real life. They are just destroying the targets, looking for more damage, and blowing right through the health bar of that Crustle. Next is going to be the Rapidash as Pancakes tries to get away, but Flux Zone is gone, and the play rough does not do enough, as even with only Surfetch looking for the Leak Lunge to get the trade back on to Scyther, having the Hoopa right behind them. Maybe Zika can do something. The Draco Meteors landing as they are focused onto the Suicune. Getting some knockouts here for Team Int is kind of crucial for them, but look at how much time is left, Tano.
Yeah, this is, I mean, MQL, they bounce back big time here, buddy. We will be going into a Game 3. The Game 3 will decide who makes it to tomorrow's games and who doesn't. What more could we possibly want from these squads? NA still has a lifeline here from the legend that put the tournament on himself. MQL holding strong.
And the most important victory for them right when it seemed like all hope was lost for NA. They were on a 3-game losing streak, but here they bounce back. They get that crucial victory. Now they're 1 game left for both teams. Maybe 1 game left for their hopes completely in this tournament. The loser is out. The winner moves on to tomorrow. A lot of pressure put onto both teams. And looking at how MQL stepped up in this one, completely different draft really looked good for them.
recognizing the weaknesses that you've had in those past few sets and being like, okay, we do need to have something that works really well in the early stages because that works for us, but also we have to consider that late game. And I'm very surprised at how little damage we saw from that Latios, but it only matters really magical in that late game. You gotta get your stacks to at least cause it to be an issue in that fight, and that's what they did. So job done, MQL.
I think it's the whole thing where all of that damage pretty much came after 8 minutes of play had already gone through. You pretty much were doing nothing until you got the Draco Meteor stacked up, where you were starting to pump out that damage, and it helped get MQL over the finish line, get them that victory when they needed it the most. And it was still a very well-fought game for both teams, where Team Ed, they were having these moments where they were keeping themselves even, but with the Latios on the other side staying even. It's kind of like what we said before for MQL when they were playing for the early game. You don't want to stay even when you're a composition that needs to get ahead.
Yeah, 100%. And to be fair, we see multiple times where this Suicune was so good at protecting that Latios as well. So if you were able to find a pick on some of that front line and got through to that Latios, you had to then deal with a Suicune, and it made it incredibly hard. And I honestly think Delmise had one heck of a game in that one as well. They caused so many problems for Team Int to even get close to that back line, and the tanking worked really well for them. But this is it, though. It did come down to a close team fight once again. You can never count out Team Int in this one. They've managed to finally find some good KOs onto this Zorak that we knew was going to be a problem for them anyway. So in game 3, bro, it could really go either way. I love the pressure that they had here with the Lungeon Leak Nova Blast.
Yeah, exactly. It's with the Triad Blitz too, but they were looking for a solitary target of Scyther. A lot was used just to get rid of the Scyther. Yes, Scyther, very scary, but this whole time we talked about the damage from Latios pretty much came from the end game. You could just see how it starts to rip through the health bars of these teams, and it was left pretty much untouched throughout most of that final fight.
Yeah, realistically, I know they put a lot of pressure on that Cypher, and I get it. You've got the resets, you've got the Green Illusion Dive, it can rip through teams, but that Latios had to be your number one target, realistically. I mean, I did like Pancakes getting onto the side of Radiant, because the difficulty is when that combo comes off the Zorak, it can rip through team fights, and the Nightfall Days, as we just witnessed it do, does just that as well. But that Latios had to be the number one target. I think they're going to see that. Team Int now looking to see if they can take the first pick in this game.
And with that, do we see any changes to the draft? We see Charizard Y, we see Greedent, two banned already in the last 2 games between these two teams. But do you go back to the other things like that Psyduck? Do you ban away the Machamp early on, or do you try to lock those in and then get rid of something like a Suicune? Here, we do see the first adaptation, MQL, getting rid of Surfetched.
Yeah, I like this because Team Int are now that first pick. They're forcing MQL to take the picks away that they'd like to. So they will ban that Blastoise. Right now, if they don't ban Machamp, Pancakes will take that number 1, I tell you now.
Oh no, see, I was thinking you leave the Machamp open and then Moltres could be the trade. But they decide to ban instead the Machamp, not feeling they can play it. Moltres has to be what you look for Team Int, but they go Umbreon instead. Suicune and Moltres could be easily taken here by MQL, and they do.
That, I'm not sure whether that's a trade you want to give if you are Team Int. I do like the Umbreon. I think it's a brilliant pick in this game right now, but that is just such a wombo combo. Suicune, so much crowd control and damage, and the Moltres resets. The Unite move is absolutely useless, but the resets on that Pokemon are absolutely insane. I'm not sure that's a trade that they were happy to make, but anyway, we'll see what they're going to pair with. They do pull out the Crustle once more, and DJ is coming out with a Mew.
Going back to that Mew like they had before, it gave a lot of success to Team Int and to Komai earlier on, something that can dodge away from a lot of these fights and still do that consistent damage as we talked about before. But you are still now looking down the barrel of this gun with the Moltres Suicune combo on the other side. A Galarian Rapidash to dash into the backline and look for DJ Emo as well as a Snorlax to give even more of this front line for MQL.
Zika was looking for the speedster there as well. Let's see what they want to sort of close this one out with. I love how much the Rapidash has been a go-to pick in today's games and just recent tournaments, to be honest, buddy. The harassing that you can do. Okay, Blaziken and Greninja. That's good. They can either go for the rip of the Water Shuriken, but the Surf is going to be really good at finding those executes onto those all-rounders, but I kind of like this play from Team Int.
I do too, because this gives them that late game insurance against MQL. And even if MQL have a very good team fighting composition, they are all about the brawls. It can come down to one solitary overheat kick from Zika to win this game for Team Int, to make sure EU continue their domination in the Springbeat and make it to tomorrow's games.
Oh, it's all on this one, buddy. Both teams deserve to be there. Both teams have fought gallantly in this set so far, and we have one tasty comp matchup for this final one already. I mean, it's so hard to predict. We've already seen MQL dominate Team Int, and then Team Int take it in the final few moments that matter, and we saw MQL fight back with vengeance in that one. This one, it could go either way.
And looking at the compositions that we have drafted for our teams, this is probably the first time we've really seen a complete shift for MQL, where they are about brawling. Last game, they changed it up a little bit, and we liked the look here. This time, this is truly them going completely different from their previous games. A whole new look for MQL, and with everything on the line here, the win or lose game that they have to win to make it to tomorrow, they decide then that they want to change so much. Is it going to work for MQL so late into the game, or is Team Int going to show off the priority that they have, the strength that they have with practice on Mons we have seen many times, like Blaziken and Greninja?
Again, it's another matchup of whether that Rapidash can put enough pressure with that Cypher onto the ranged attack that Team Int have in this one. And to be honest, Greninja isn't like other ranged attackers. It's incredibly slippy, incredibly hard to catch, especially if they do go for the surf, buddy. But here we go. The last game between these two monumental teams. Let's see who takes it away, as Team Int are going to be on your purple side, MQL on your orange side this time.
Yeah, I'll say right now, have you ever tried to go fishing for frogs, try to pick them up? They are hard to actually pick up. They are very slippery little buggers. And it is no surprise to see that Greninja is going to be difficult here for MQL, but I still got to give MQL a lot of credit here with their composition. Right now, Snorlax is being a nuisance to this poor chicken, trying to steal away and doing a lot of damage despite 2 levels down, forcing themselves to have to bring up someone to help back them up, and will finally chase away the Snorlax, getting this done momentarily, but just going for a quick little power nap right in front of them.
Good adjustment there from Team Int. They pop that focus band and eject from the Snorlax, but right now they come back into this lane looking for the KOs. The heals come through onto Moltres, but the legendary bird is felled here. Looks like DD will go as well, as Suicune is taken down. We do have that level 5 on the side of MQL. They've got the dual wing beat ready to go, but the levels, they're all cooking and cleaning up here for Team Int, as they now have both Evos they were looking for in the early stage.
And right now, that Combuskin looking like the true legendary bird in this game, just putting on a show force in that fight. Massive lead is here for Team Int, letting them transition that into an invade, but Fighter Pig fighting off more than she can chew there is this easy knockout for MQL to get a little bit of the fight back.
DJ was so close to finding the KO on Cypher then as well, but unfortunately didn't have another move ready to go. It looks like the Electro Ball will here, though. They don't yet have the Muted Auto, so they're looking to find them with basics, but that means they're going to fall as Dual Wing Beat finds it. Again, another moment of nearly getting success, but they can't find it just yet. Bider with another stack here, and we've got 2 points between these two teams as they go all out in the early game.
Playing on the edge of the abyss there for Scyther, somehow surviving and getting that turnaround onto Mew. But we are just seeing a full brawl in this game. Both teams knowing how important this game is. It's going to be Regidrago taken down. Snorlax going to be in trade as they see if they can dash back and gallop over the competition and continue to attack. But what a nice turnaround there from the Crustle to make sure they take down the bug. A triple knockout for Pancakes. They want to look for the quad onto the pony, but with Snorlax backing him up, they might actually be able to look for Pancakes, getting a lot of damage. They're dashing everywhere, but the Crustle puts down the Rock Tomb, allowing the Ninja to get out of there.
That is so interesting as well, as they do have the double team, so they're looking for the Water Shuriken moveset here. Gives them a lot of dash ability, but boy, do they have damage. Look at these levels here. I mean, Cypher managing to get close to their Unite move on the side of MQL. They're probably going to get that just as we kick into the 7-minute map, bro. But levels on the side of Team Int at least, and they do have the point lead here.
What is this game right now? With so much on the line, both teams have thrown caution to the wind and are just playing recklessly. And we gotta get everything. We have to play all out to win this game. As they look for a nice slam onto Pancakes, but unfortunately for Snorlax, didn't have the backup of MQL. The Regieleki could not be escorted onto the pad and will be denied there by Team Int.
It's like the first 2 games were just warm-up, and now we've got both teams at their prime, bro. It is so good to see the combat between them, the cleanup of the Crustle with the Greninja. Can the Overheat find it? Yes, it does. Zika's going to take that. They have to get away from the Moltres, though. It is going to be the Mystical Mirage, and DJ is going to fell the bird, the original Pokemon, finding that Moltres, now looking for the Suicune as they clean up. But MQL are going to score plenty of points down there as well as they look to tie this game up, Magical.
Right now, it is a tale of 2 stories where Team Int are dominating in the top path, but MQL dominating the bot path. But which one will come out on top as we have a block put down by Snorlax with a shield trying to help out, but they're taken way too low. Double slam on a 2. Scyther a little bit too late to be able to back it up as they go for the dash with the glaring rapid dash getting a lot of damage. They've got them frozen in position. Rebel Rouser a little bit late to be able to help out the Umbreon, even with the Rock Tomb. It's scared away MQL for now, but they're looking for their moment. They're ready to strike with Moltres on. They've got a lot of damage, but not enough to actually get the Greninja as they lose the pony too. Double knockout for Pancakes. This Greninja on fire right now as he dashes aggressively, getting a knockout on the Suicune. Not even threatened by Snorlax.
Bro, DJ and Pancakes are having the game of their lives here, matey. That Greninja, so incredibly difficult for MQL to deal with. You think that you found a KO onto the side of these defenders and getting through to that Mew, and then comes Pancakes with the double KOs, cleaning up the rest of MQL. This is brilliant from Team Int, but they've got to keep strong. Got to watch out for the pressure that MQL are now bringing them. That is going to be a double KO coming out from the Cypher. How they're able to dodge that on the side of Zika is insane, but now they will push this top T1 pad and score plenty of points.
And now it's just kind of a reverse of fates for the 2 lanes. We have swapped out where the teams are ahead. We see it's the bot path for Team Int now getting a lot of control, while MQL did a great job in the top path to wrestle that control back towards their team. But with a pad taken, nice dunk there with the help of Regieleki. Team Int still hold on to a microscopic lead.
So close for the overcap as well, and overcaps might be how this game is actually decided as we delete that rapid dash off Theosky Ruins at the moment. A rotation here from MQL as they try and see if they can get in this top lane, give a little bit of assistance to Moltres. If they're going to be able to take this, they will, uncontested at the moment. Regirock buff, pretty huge for the combo that's in this top lane.
I think that is actually a big loss for Team Int, as you were talking about. Now having these extra resistances for MQL to make it a little bit stronger for them to stand up, especially to Pancakes. It's a nice slam back onto him, but he is working right through those resistances and getting away. But Scyther chasing down the Frog, looking for that knockout, and the Power Nap gets the knockup on so many. Rebel Rouser trying to see if he can turn it around. They've got a Wing Beat trying to get out of there, but just not enough for MQL. Locking from the Tombstone, and now he somehow survives while glaring Rapidash got Mew that dashed back in on the Blaziken from Moltres, but looking instead for the actual team fight against Team Int, who have to get themselves out of here. Bluff denies an escape for Crustle, but Crustle is going to be difficult for them to finally take down. Take a lot of time and a lot of attention for them to do so, but they should eventually get it.
At least that allows the rest of Team Int to get out of that position. And what I've noticed in these team fights here, buddy, and I've been seeing it from DJ the most, is they are full sending this Cypher whenever they're in the middle of a fight. They're trying to find the KO on the Cypher the second that they can. And it has worked for Team Int so far, but they managed to get away with the littlest bit of HP there. And it's all about trying to find it before those executes come through. Again, Alentia trying to see if they can hit that X-Scissor to do just that. But it is going to be a focus blast coming out from this. Can they? They're going to get away. No! They land it with the Rock Tomb, and it's the Electro Ball that goes in. The Focus Blast finds the KO.
They got it. It took a lot of time, but they got the knockout on to Scyther. And honestly, that was not worth it. Was all that attention you put onto Scyther truly worth it? I think so, because it gets him off the map for a little bit, continues their level advantage for Blaziken and Greninja. And this Greninja, we've already said that Pancakes playing out of their mind here, and that is going to be so important if they can stay alive again. Look at where they're positioned right now at Groudon, way up north in this fight, waiting for the fight to start before they join in.
The burst damage that MQL has in these fights with their Unite moves is a little bit too much, though. Right now, they're still waiting for a Rubble Rouser on the side of Valentia, which is why they're being so patient. Cannot take this fight without that, because that is so hard to take in your fight. You need to have that for some shields. Right now, though, MQL, they're just being wary. They know it's an incredibly close game. I don't think anyone knows who's currently in the lead, with 4 points being the difference between them right now, mate. And that's going to be the burst. Green Illusion Dive is going to be popped there, trying to find the Waterburst Shuriken, but no, they take out Greninja anyway, with Pancakes not being in the fight. They're looking to see if they can find MQL. Runs into the X-Scissor. Alencia finds it off the back of the Rubble Rouser, and now they've got the defenders to take down. Without having Cypher here, they lose a lot of their damage, and they're going to be able to get that Greninja back in the fight. They've got to find some of this here. The Endless Ice Spikes is going to freeze Blaziken. Have to go on the retreat. Can they find Alencia? Yes, they do. A lot of front line now lost. The Wish is going to connect onto the side of the Blaziken, but they're going to have to go their separate ways and wait for the Greninja to get back in this fight as Umbreon falls once more.
And we are back onto the Groudon. It is a do-or-die moment for MQL. 4 points behind. That's it. They got the knockout on the Blaziken. The insurance to try to steal it away is gone for Team Ent, but they still got Mew. They've got the knockout on a Snorlax. Greninja's ready. It's down so low. Can they steal it away with the Waterburst Shuriken? Not in time. Secured by MQL. MQL put on the tournament, and when it matters most, they show up. They got the Groudon. They will move on to tomorrow's games, getting these all-important dunks at the last possible seconds.
And what a fantastic set that ended up being. Bro, it came down to the final 20 seconds in this game to have a decider on who will progress to tomorrow. What more could you possibly want from a Pokemon Unite game? Brilliant plays from both squads. Team In, they were really finding their picks, but unfortunately, the second they lost Pancakes in the beginning of that team fight, it was down to MQL just to clean up the rest of it.
And that's the hard thing when playing attacker. If you're too important of a player for the team, you end up being the most critical target for MQL to take out. And once they do so, they have so much leverage over you. And we saw that come to fruition in that fight. So massive that pick was from MQL, that Scyther absolutely obliterating Pancakes, setting up their success for the later fights and guaranteeing themselves into tomorrow at the last possible second. When push comes to shove, MQL show up.
I mean, I gotta admit, I'm loving the amount of Cypher that we're getting to see in this set. It's one of my favorite Pokemon, but MQL really found their #1 target in that final fight, and that is why they are the ones that move through to tomorrow. Waiting to use that Green Illusion Dive until they spotted Pancakes was a brilliant moment of patience from MQL in that one. And look how close this game ended up being. I loved how aggressive both teams were in this straight out of the gate, mate.
4 points is what separated them at Groudon. That's how close this game got. And neither team truly knew just how close it was. They knew, when it shows up, it says it's a close battle, but they don't know who's in the lead, if they're in the lead or if your opposition is in the lead. And for Team Ent, it ended up being that if they had played even more patiently, they would have won the game. But how are you to know that you're only ahead by 4 points?
I mean, 4 points from this moment here, from literally the 3:45 moment. There was no more points going in, but they still brawl for the entirety of this. Brilliant Endless Ice Spikes were coming out from DD here. And this felt like it was going to be Team In that were able to find all the picks, but the bounce back from MQL was absolutely huge in these moments. And again, it's off the back of this Rapidash getting into that backline and causing the ranged attackers a lot of problems.
Well, because you have 2 targets that you have to deal with, the Rapidash and that Scyther, both of which want that Greninja's ahead. Both of them waiting for that moment. And as Team Ent, it's who do you focus on more, the Scyther or the Rapidash? Because if you aren't able to stagger it, if you aren't able to get them one and then wait and then get the other, if they're both diving, as we just see the burst coming from that Scyther, you're not going to be able to survive. And poor Pancakes played the game of their life in this one, but it just was not enough. Not when you have 2 speedsters that are looking for only you.
Yeah, it's such a shame as well because Valencia had a brilliant X-Scissor to find the KO onto the side of MQL, but
Yeah.
you just didn't have the extra damage. Yes, you do have your Blaziken there, which is going to be great for the brawling, but you need that burst damage. Mew is trying to keep up the team as well with the coaching as well, trying to find those swaps from the beams onto the Electro Balls. You just needed that Greninja in that fight, and as we see here, once you lose that Blaziken, you've lost your Secure, you don't have Water Burst Shuriken. They tried their best, and it was a great effort to find some KOs up here, but you just weren't able to get close enough to be zoned out from the Secure that MQL has.
Trying so hard there, too, from Pancakes. If you steal that away, too, I mean,
Yeah.
you are truly the best Greninja I've ever seen, and you are already the best Greninja I've ever seen going into that moment. But sadly, for Team Int, their run ends there, and MQL, they've put this tournament together, and when they need it most, they step up. They have the clutch factor for them. They move on to tomorrow, but we have one more best of 3 to get to today, so we are going to send it to a break. We will be right back, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back, trainers, and we promised you one final set, and it's gonna be joyful. This is Latam's last opportunity to make it through to tomorrow with Enigma Esports, taking on the sort of ex-Los Duros Meow here for EU, with another opportunity to make it to tomorrow, Magical.
Like we were saying, EU really has shown up in this tournament this weekend. They have been looking good across the board. Even if in that last series that we just witnessed, NA were able to sneak their way past, they have a critical victory for MQL to make sure that the team that is hosting this tournament makes it into tomorrow as well. But as you said, Lat N, it's all important into this game because now it is their only hopes to make it to tomorrow, while EU's Meow might be able to continue that trend of looking really good in the Springbeat.
Now, the biggest question is whether these two teams are aware of what they like to play. You'll recognize these names, at least chat will, of course, as well. Danny is one of the best Mew in our region, and it's such a contested pick in these games here today.
So I'm imagining if you are not banning it, you are locking it in first, because that will be locked in by Meow if it is left open. I'd be very surprised unless we see a lot of powerful picks like the Moltres that I'm still not seeing banned. Same with Psyduck left open. Umbreon, another one that has not been banned. Instead, it's the Mega Lucario and Blissey by Enigma. Looks like Umbreon might be answered by Mew, but as I said, there's still quite a lot of powerful picks. That Moltres, I think, might be the trade here for Enigma and allow Danny to get Mew.
Yeah, I am with you. I think the Moltres, at least with the resets, can be so incredibly important. Blanco's going to do just that. Now, let's see what the approach for Meow is going to be. I think you've got a great central laner on the side of Jose, but it's looking for the support and your defenders alongside whether you feel like Danny needs to take the Mew instantly. I think you do, but you don't know whether Enigma has that combo.
Ooh, so not going for the Mew as we kind of were talking about, instead of making sure they have their front line. That Snorlax locked in since Umbreon and Blissey, Blissey's more of a supporter, but still can be a good front line for the team. Been taken out of there, and I'm looking at what else. There's still a lot of powerful picks. Blastoise is left open. There's that Mew. This is why we were saying we expected to see the Mew locked in earlier. Now Mew taken away from Meow.
Let's see, Danny usually rotates onto an Inteleon or the Miraidon at the moment. Instead, they're going to pull out the Rapidash, maybe seeing if Jose or Oscar wants to take that one so far. Zacian has been a great pick for Oski. Let's see, that is going to be it. So, Rapidash, Oscar on the Zacian. That's it. We don't see much Zacian anymore, Magical.
No, we don't. It really has fallen from grace, unfortunately, for the Sword Doggo. Just hasn't been nearly as prevalent in the meta, but it feels like their job has kind of been replaced by a lot of other all-rounders, such as that Moltres that's come in and really been the one that's kind of taken away what had once previously been filled by the Zacian. And then we see Enigma, Mr. Mime, locked in with a Greninja. Look at this composition from Enigma. A lot of range, but also just a strange composition that I'm kind of digging.
Yeah, I really like the approach of having the walls from this Mime. That might be a huge difference when it comes down to trying to block off from these speedsters. And I tell you what, I'm actually shocked here with Meow's approach. They're going to go for the double speedster combo. This is something that we see so rarely from these players, but I'm so hyped for it. So we're going to have the Meowth, which is probably one of the best speedsters in the game right now. Great stun, great rip as well. And Danny is going to be really trying to see if they can lock on to getting onto the side of this Mew and these Greninjas, which we saw in the previous set, Magical. It ain't easy to get onto these Greninjas.
No, very difficult, but when you do, it's very easy to take out and knock out. If you are Rapidash, if you are Meowth, easier targets if you can get onto them. That is a big if, though, because Greninja is going to do a lot, making sure they are dashing around. And looking at these compositions, it's kind of like we're seeing this consistent thread for a lot of our teams. The low-range compositions. I'm still seeing a lot of teams go for that, as opposed to where before we'd see more of that mixed, where you're trying to make sure you have something that can do a lot of damage from range, like that Mew, Greninja, the Inteleons back in the past. We still see that from Enigma, but Meow looking more for what we have seen succeed throughout the day in the low range, dive in your face, great late game composition.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, I'm liking the look of this team in general from Meow. Of course, they're a mix-up of Los Duros and Los Caracados, with Jose being here, who've recently come off a good run of UCS, going up against LATAM's final hope to get into tomorrow. Looking at the comps, I mean, if we're looking at it just on paper, ignoring players here, Magical, I do think the extra bit of range damage with the Mime coming out from the side of Enigma Esports might give them the edge in this one.
Might just do so, and with an Eldegoss too to help back up. Difficult. Backline. Also, critical that's going to be, because that is one of the most powerful Pokemon in Unite at the moment.
It is a nuisance. It is going to be going up against Oscitar's top lane Zacian, which isn't an easy task, but this is one of the reasons we love Mr. Mime. You put the walls up, and pretty much from the get-go, you can do a decent amount of damage pushing people into it.
Yeah, we just saw right there that Mime just did a lot to poor Ponyta, putting up the wall, and now they're looking to do the same to Snorlax. Do they want to continue to chase Robson? No, they decide to let him go, but more control for Enigma in that bot path while we go and zoom into the top path. See that there was an initial attempt by Blanco to look for that fight, but Jose was nearby, and I don't think it's going to look too good if you're falling that far behind. A level 5 Meowth here is going to be very scary, but a Sword Dog taken out before the answer can be there. The Frogadier now trying to get away from Jose, but no way can that happen. It will ultimately be a trade of 1-for-1.
That's a great KO, because really you need to try and stop this level 5 coming through on your Zacian as much as possible and give that over to the side of your Moltres. And that's exactly what they're trying to do, but they can't quite find the KO onto the side of the Meowth as they're able to get out of that engage. Robs is going to steal a stack here while Mime does the exact same, but it is more levels onto the side of Enigma coming out of the gate.
As we did see just on that feed there, 18 points dunked in by the Mime, traded for the 9 of Snorlax. But really the play of the game to watch is going to be in this top path. There's still that attempt to try to make sure that you're pushing pressure back with Moltres. Level 5s have been locked in, level 4 only for Oscitar at the moment, meaning that Zacian not really going to do too much until they can get that level up.
Huge rotation from Enigma Esports here down into the bottom lane. Meowth is trying to give some backup to Meow. Jose ready to get a dive onto the side of Enigma, but look at the walls stunning Danny. They get slowed, unfortunately. Big heavy slam will come on through, though, looking for the KO onto the side of the Greninja. Not able to do so with the surf just yet. And again, the walls, they're just deciding the way this early game goes as that opens the gates for a double KO coming out from Greninja.
Oh my goodness.
And Enigma just clean up the rest of Meow there.
Wow, what a fight from Enigma. Absolutely destroy Meow in that fight. Reggie Drago picked up as well. Sure, they're behind in points, but that gives them a lot of momentum. Meow are trying to see if they can answer back with this play into the bot path, but that poor Rapidash cannot get around that wall, put into the stables again.
It's just a perfect way to deal with these speedsters, mate, and I love the rotation from Enigma onto it. Oscitar can't really find anything. No. It's a level 5 Zacian versus a level 8 Moltres, and you don't need to be Houdini to see how that one turns out. Regieleki's going to be ripped here by Enigma Esports. Not able to get in is a Meow with a brilliant zoning from Roadman, stopping Rops from doing just that. This will push onto this pad, and Rops will try and see if they can at least show face, but that's going to go in, and there's not a lot they can do about it.
No, you kind of watch these points get dunked in at 8 points, so it'll be a 32 over dunk for Enigma. While Meow at least get an answer back somewhere on the map. They get not only the Regice in the top half, but they also get that knockout onto Moltres, gaining themselves a lot of points in the process. But now they have the escape, using eject buttons to try to get away, putting the block the wrong way, though, as the Greninja try to get a little bit of damage with Meow, went right back into the fight and try to get a lot. But Jose's going to be zapped down by the Hyper Beam. Then looking to see if Oscitar can bounce back into this game. They've gotten rid of the Greninja, but Moltres has rejoined. Double knockup with the Galarian Rapidash, stomping over the competition. Double knockout. Can they make it the triple onto Eldegoss as Blanco too little, too late to back up the team. Trying to see if he can burn down the competition, but they've locked him back in, dragged him in, looking for the quad with the Triad Blitz as they gallop ahead.
Alrighty, Springbeat EU is not done with you yet. What a way to throw yourself back in this game from Meow. They find the objective, they score plenty of points, and they give themselves a boost in levels off the back of those KOs as well. Now they are back in this. We're at the 5.5 minutes at the moment. Looking to make an approach on the bottom lane. Looks like Meow really want to push this T1 pad.
And Meow, I will say that fight was all too important for them because they were falling slowly but surely behind. And as the competition gets stiff here and looking for this lockdown on Rodman, forcing the eject button out of Mr. Mime, keep in mind that Meow, they are going to still be really strong in the late game, but they don't want to fall behind and have to deal with the snowball potential that Enigma have drafted for themselves.
Now this is tough. You have a Regieleki about to spawn in. They got the Waterburst Shuriken with the Colin Cloud Crash. Massive beam's going to come on through here. And Showtime, Mr. Mime says, with the Waterburst Shuriken landing, they're able to find Oscitar in that back lane, looking to see if they can find the side up, but they just can't. And it's going to be Moltres that is here to clean up the rest as well. That was a brilliantly clean team fight from Enigma, utilizing their Unite moves to take this Regieleki away. Side up, trying to see if Albanoa can get in. Not able to do so, and they'll go back to Nurse Joy as well.
This is the difficulties now for Meow, is there was already this lead built up by Enigma, saying how well they have been fighting these out. And if you are down even one Mon in these fights, as we didn't see Glaring and Rapidash be a part of that, was trying to get some play onto the pads and get a little bit of control back for Meow, means that they are falling further and further behind when it comes to the experience. They still maintain the points lead for themselves, which isn't too bad, but they got to be careful when looking for some of these fights, as the Regex has been locked down for Moltres, and then the turnaround block put up by Snorlax, but looks like Meow should be able to get back to the pad.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing here is that Meow are just too late to these final hits onto the objectives. Just a little bit too late. The beam is already ready to go, and the Enigma are finding the secures wherever they want at the moment. They're just going to get a little bit more experience on the side of Meow. We do have a Regidrago, which could open that up. Good pick onto the side of the Eldegoss as well. Looking for the Mew would be huge, but Meow is sent packing. The walls were set up from Rodman once more. The stun comes through again. Block is going to have to come in. Try and Blitz is going to land on the side of the Greninja. Waterburst Shuriken was used, but they can't find the KO onto them just yet. As Danny, she's going to look to be taken down. The Showtime will do just that.
My goodness!
Nearly escapes, but again, Greninja does the damage that needs to be done for Enigma to find all the important KOs.
Okay, sure, the Greninja, the Moltres, yeah, they're important, but this Mime, man, it is looking so good from Rodman and setting up these fights perfectly with these walls. Unfortunately, as we talk it into existence, we see the Caster Curse and the lost life there for Mew, but still, Rodman's looking good on this Mime.
Listen, if you're a speedster player, the one thing you hate is crowd control, and the best way you hate that is walls put up in your way, mate, and it is working so well from Rodman. I love this pick for Enigma Esports, and playing off the back of it is working really well for their team here. It's going to be all about this final team fight. We're about 30 seconds away from it. They do have the lead, Enigma, but it's not by much, and Meowth have at least got the levels to get themselves back in it. 13 on Meowth to pair with a 13 on Greninja.
Yeah, but that's expected from these speedsters. They get that experience a little bit faster than everyone, and only being even to both a Greninja and a Moltres, it's not looking too good for Meow. This Meowth has to somehow not just get the knockout onto Greninja, but also pick up the knockout onto Meowth at the same time for them to be able to get back into this game. They're looking for a pretty big dunk here. They can get the Hundo Burger. They should be able to get that, but Groudon has been started 50% onto it. Can you turn and try to get it away? It's going to be locked down. Moltres securing it for Enigma, as and want to make sure they get into day 2 with this first victory. Find a good fight off of that Groudon, and now looking for the points to dunk in.
It was a good moment for Oscitar. They were there ready with the Sovereign Sword, but unfortunately just a little bit too early. And the difficulty is that as soon as you recognize that there's a player missing from that fight, you do what Enigma just did and you go for the rip. They don't have a Meowth there. You go for the rip. You've got the advantage. And you take the objective with 1:10 left in this game. They're about 200 points up. There still is a moment for Meow to bounce back with this one, but they got to find buffs and they got to do it quick.
That was it's just clean right now from Enigma. The read on that play too, with Meowth being gone, immediately ripping, and then getting the perfect fight afterwards. There's another attempt here from that Meowth to try to get rid of the Greninja, but just cannot get through enough. Can't get the damage to actually connect as they got the Triad Blitz to get rid of the Moltres. This could be their trying to strike, but they're losing their Snorlax. Their front line's gone. Jose just blown up right in front of their eyes as the Mime even gets the kill credit for it, and then looking to see if they can get the Rapidash past the walls, getting anything back for the team, but unfortunately, this Mime's walls just put that pony back into the stables yet again and allow Enigma to hold on to the lead and look for their victory.
That's a shame. Enigma really good at taking that one. Meow, it just felt like there were moments where they managed to find a pick on like the Moltres, for example, but they lose so much health in doing that that when they try and turn and take on the big targets, take on the Mew, take on the Ninja, they've got so little HP to be able to do so that they're just able to find the picks on the side of Enigma. And that is them taking the first game here, buddy. We've got to see some adjustment from Meow in this next one.
This is often why you do not see the double speedster, because unfortunately, it is a very hard composition to actually make work well. And when you aren't able to do what your singular job is and remove Greninja and Mew from the Thea Sky Ruins, that means you just aren't going to win this game because they're just doing too much damage. 10 knockouts for down tier on that Greninja. Look at how much damage both the Greninja and Mew were doing in this game.
Yeah, what I want to see from Meow here, because it is pretty much Los Duros with the addition of Jose, is go back to what works for you that we've seen so many times. The ranged attack combos work so well for this team, buddy. Let's go back to that, because Enigma have just pulled that out, and that's exactly how they managed to do so. Look at how difficult it is for them to find KOs on this Greninja in these highlights.
And I think the big thing is that they weren't expecting the Mime to get picked here. Who really expects Mime to get picked up that often anymore? And so that Mime completely threw a wrench into the cog of this machine for Meow. They just were not functioning properly.
No, I gotta say, that was a genius pick from Enigma, and you saw it the instant we opened up the game. As they go down into that bottom lane, they throw up the walls and cause damage and nearly take out the Snorlax Rapidash combo. That is such a difficult lane to deal with, and we saw how good they could do so. And this is probably the best example with a really clean team fight once again. Mew, Greninja not taken down. They try and put onto the all-rounders, and they just lose too much HP trying to take down the Moltres.
I just love watching Rodman on these walls, though. There's how many times they locked them in where they're like, oh, we got this fight. We're going to do what we need to get in, get out. But they can never get out because the walls are put up in their way. And it's just so much time wasted from Meow that they just can't do too much. This got a little bit dicey for me for Enigma. It got a little bit too close, and I think closer than they really should have let it get there. But it was still good from Enigma on how they're able to fight this and keep probably the most important targets out for such a long time like that. Rapidash now dashing in so late, but right into when they put down the zone control from the Moltres.
So here, I mean, look, listen, Oscitar's hindrance resisted. They took away the unstoppable from the Blaziken and the Zacian. Showtime has been popped by Roadman there onto the side of that Zacian. So Sovereign Sword is going to come through, and they try and dash onto it. It's just short because Showtime is pulled out once again from Rodman. That was brilliant, and it is going to be, of course, the Moltres that finds it. I mean, they were there. Oscitar was there,
so close. But
again, the Mime proves to be the crux of that game for Meow, and they're going to have to adjust in this one.
And even there, I'm glad we got to look at the slow-mo to see just how close it was, because honestly, it's more going into where Meowth wasn't there for that fight. Imagine if the Meow is there now for Meow. If it was already close like that without the Meowth, you can only imagine with the Meowth that it might have really gone Meow's way and been them finding this victory despite these advantages that were gained for Enigma by Mr. Mime.
I swear down, they only picked the Meowth because they're called Meow and they wanted to catch us out, Magical. That's the reason they did it, bro. I know Jose. That's exactly why he's gone for that pick. Here we go, though. We're going into the draft phase of Game 2. Let's see if the bans remain the same and the adjustments that we see from both teams.
As we are getting that Surfetch to the bench yet again. Mega Charizard Y also been put on the bench, just waiting it out, but as you said, it's whether or not you have adaptations here. I'm not really seeing anything change thus far. Still that Mega Lucario the champ as well, permanently banned throughout every one of the games we have watched. Blissey to join too. So Enigma, they say, you know what? If it ain't broke, you don't fix it.
Pretty much. It worked for you. Stick with that plan. I think the bans are probably going to be the same for Meow, except maybe take that Moltres out of that fight. Again, it doesn't really matter about how the Unite move works. It's just the fact that from the get-go, the resets are incredibly strong for that Pokemon. Difficult top lane to deal with. Let's see what Enigma wants to put as their first pick here. Umbreon is going to be the steal. Opens the gates for Meow to be able to get access to that Psyduck.
Left open, a pretty easy lock-in for Enigma, but like you said, Psyduck, and I'm still looking at that Mew for Danny. I think you need to go into this game, and that is what you were missing. You missed that range, but they might just go for the Snorlax too, despite the fact that we already see Umbreon. Yes, you know, you could still go for the double defender, but I still feel like Danny needs to get that Mew earlier on.
I agree. I think maybe, you know, they want to make sure that Rops gets the Snorlax, but you've kind of got to, you know, value that as a team. Do you want to take something that is so incredibly strong with the ranged attack? They are going to take the Zapdos here, or Enigma. So that kind of gives me the idea that they might not go for the Mew at this stage.
Yeah.
Would open it for Danny, even if that's Meow want to go for the ranged attack again, or if they want to stick with the double speedster, Dr. Wooper is going to pull out the Eldegoss, and yeah, it looks like Danny's going back to the tried and tested Mew.
I would be very surprised if with Mew getting through this far, if they didn't just lock it in this point.
Yeah.
It's like, you see that, it's an easy lock-in for Mew. Gives them a lot more power, a lot more comfort for Danny. With Oscateer, the Buzzwole getting locked in. We haven't seen much of that in a long time.
We really haven't, and same with the Zacian as well. It's like Oscatar specializes in these Pokemon that we just do not see that often. But again, gotta have a better top lane in that one. You're looking for that level 5 as quick as possible. At least you don't have a Moltres to deal with in this moment. If Blanco goes for the Garchomp, you're likely going to deal with that in the top lane, and that does give you a little bit of an easier time to get that level 5.
As we have Scizor or Scyther locked in for Downs. Great dive potential onto that Mew with a Garchomp. Great late game for Enigma with this draft so far. I really like what they've built up for themselves, but it is still not necessarily a bad late game for Meow. They have that Mew that's going to be great. The Psyduck to help out, the Snorlax, but then they get a Palmot to finish up the team and to kind of wrap it all down and give them even more into that late game.
This is just two fantastic comps from both teams here, to be honest. I love the Palmot pick from Jose. It's already a pretty much, if you take it in the central area, an early game monster. So I like these two comps from both of these two teams. I think this is going to be one heck of a game. Every single pick that you see on your screen here is probably considered one of the best in their class. I mean, of course, we don't see the Buzzwole that much, but still is a crowd control beast and will not be easy to take down.
And that's what you need when you're looking at things like Scyther or Garchomp that are easy to get into the back line to dive onto this Mew. It's so easy for them to go right past that Snorlax and try to be that nuisance for the side of Enigma. But Enigma, so even if they have things that are going to be great at diving, they got to be careful because their Zapdos is going to be a big target too. That should be easier for the Palmot to then be a speedster while still being an all-rounder.
Well, this is it, buddy. This could be our last game of today. Enigma Esports, they're on set point. Meow now have to do the reverse sweep if they want to make it through to tomorrow, like a couple of our other EU teams have. Enigma, no, they are the last chance for LATAM to make it through. They are not going to take this one sitting down, buddy. They were aggressive in that first game, and that's exactly what we expect from them here.
Exactly. There's so much put onto their shoulders, and they want to show up for LATAM. Strong team as we have gotten onto the Thea Sky Ruins. And as you properly called out, Jutano, potentially the last game of the day. And then have tomorrow be more competition. But Meow can get us into a third and a final game by finding a victory here. But it's going to be a lot of pressure still put onto them to show off and utilize the power of Danny on Mew.
Yeah, the world is right again, chat. We got Danny in the bottom lane on a Mew. We'll see how that matchup shakes out. This top lane is ever so interesting as well, as Oscatar is looking for this level 5 as soon as possible. This Zapdos is very difficult to deal with down here, but Mew has the power to do just that with the range.
Getting some damage, using that Zapdos to get some back, but fortunately for them, they can just equally the same amount of damage, in fact, a little bit more forcing them back towards their pad, letting Mew have control of the bot lane for Meow at the moment, while a fight from Buzzwole tries to get out of there, but an easy target for Scyther, showing up who the superior bug type is.
That's such a difficult rotation. Having that dual wing beat so early just opens the door for quick executes, and they're going to build up plenty of stacks on the side of Downed. But Meow have adjusted. They send Jose down into that bottom lane, knowing it's an Eevee and a Zapdos, and that opens the gate for them to score plenty of points and get KOs as well. 2 level 5s down here. Now, you're pretty happy. Rops is going to go down, though. Umbreon is on the field, and now we have a retreat from Meow.
Trying to get out of there. Mew staying away from Rodman. And that damage for the Palmot, though, absolutely decimating the back lines. And this is why we picked it for strong. But same with Scyther, trying to get back so close to the edge. Trying to heal back up, but it is going to be Umbreon who gets the knockout. Then the turnaround from Danny. 1, maybe 2 more knockouts for the team. But Zapdos trying to defend to make sure they turn it around. Meow has got Mew down. And then Rops might just look for a YOLO dunk right in their face, but eventually will fall too.
Oh, can they get a Citrus Berry? Yes, they can! The passive will give them a lot of HP, but they can't find the other with the slow. That was brilliant, and I tell you what, great macro play from Down to recognize that beam was coming in from Danny. Wasn't enough before the Muted Auto found them, but this is just the witness of level that we get to see in this game, buddy. We got a 1v1 between the supports up here. They're going to respect that as they go for the farm in the top side, both of the all-rounders. It's like a 1v1, 1v1.
And then you have Blanco fighting back, dashing too. That's a lot of damage, but not enough for the Gabite to actually be able to turn it around. Then Dr. Whooper getting pulled in, and the Psyduck eventually, even if it was with the assistance of the Buzzwole, wins the 1v1 duel. And then the Buzzwole falling to Blanco, but now Blanco's got to be careful. Alternative Camp helps Psyduck get the knockout on the Gabite.
Brilliant play by Albanoa, but down in the bottom lane, it continues to brawl out for this pad. Citrus Berry taken by Down, unfortunately! And that was a mega blast like you've ever seen! As Danny finds the KO on Umbreon, Down here has to retreat because it's Jose in their face. Citrus Berry was stolen away from them. Cypher, goodbye. Now it's down to this Zapdos to defend the pad. But again, Jose is in their face and going up the flux zone, bro!
Just absolutely destroying them. Jose putting on a clinical showcase on Palmot, showing why you picked this, especially why more players might have to go back to this. Everyone kind of has gotten away from the Palmot as of lately, but Jose showing that it is still just as strong as ever.
Diving in again with a Supercell Slam. Not going to be able to find it, unfortunately, as it is going to be a Queen Illusion dive coming on out. Tried to use the full charge Zip Zap Spark, but they got KO'd before they could land that. So now they're going to have to build that one up as they do lose it. We'll be coming back quickly, though. And again, it's control from Enigma Esports down in this bottom lane. Blanco managing to find the Evo onto the side of the Garchomp, and that pad will have points scored in it. Danny allows them to do so.
All the while, Oscater in the top path, just getting something for the team. The silver lining in that fight for Meow, as unfortunately I kind of cast a curse to Jose in that one, saying how good the Palmot was looking, and then immediately he falls in that fight. But for Meow, they are still ahead of this game, even if slightly. And this comp we talked about before, it is really good into that late game with the Palmot, with the Mew, with Psyduck and Snorlax to back him up too. But it is going to be difficult because great late game is also there for Enigma with Garchomp, with the Zapdos, with Scyther too, especially if the Scyther is ahead like is right now.
The thing is with this Palmot is that you get so overconfident with it because you do so much, you stay too long. Livid Outrage here by Blanco is going to be popped, and in the mean look was Jose, and they're sent back to Nurse Joy. Power Nap's going to come out from Rops here, and that's brilliant to allow Meow to get on the retreat. They'll only lose the Snorlax if that does come through on the KO, but no, eject button is popped, and they're back on the T1 pad.
The overconfidence of the Palmot then meets the strength of Livid Outrage Garchomp. The slam back, huge knockup from Snorlax, engaging for Meow as they've split up the whole fight. Palmot back, saying, all right, time for me to show up with the knockouts. And this Elder Goss trying to get back to the pad to deny the overdunk that's secured by Jose. They got the double knockout, make it a triple for Oscar did not get it. I thought he did, but doesn't matter. Meow get a huge lead for the team.
And this is why we love this game. Look at the way they just bounced back in that one. Palmot back in the fight, lands the full charge, zips that spark onto the Zapdos. That's no longer range damage for Enigma Esports, and they isolate the Garchomp as well. Brilliant team fight from Meow in that moment, but now we've got a Regieleki down in this bottom lane to take. Enigma Esports looks like they're going to take it uncontested, as Oscar is going to show face here, but they're not going to be able to get just in. Albanoa trying to see if they could, but the vision tells them they can't.
I think it's a smart call from Meow. They don't need to risk it, though. Rops is trying to at least stop it from chasing any further, which then sets up this Palmot to get some damage and try to see if he can dash around. But unfortunately, he's been locked down by that mean look for a knockout free for Enigma. And then Danny showing up just a little too far. Gets some damage back on a down, but has to get running back to the pad with that Psyduck in tow.
Okay, now they're going to defend this T2 pad. The team are able to jump onto it, and I think Esports recognize that and now goes on the retreat instead. A Drago is up. They could go for that. They're going to get the Regirock as well. So good adjustment from Enigma to keep that lead with the levels. Now, the thing is, that was used on the side of Palmot here, Magical, and the only way you can charge up a Palmot Unite move, by the way, is by hitting the opposition. You got to get farm, you got to get Pokemon. That's how you farm it up. It doesn't just tick through.
And now, we are going to have a pause. Okay, so a little bit of a pause, try to figure out what's going on. So
I think
bear with us a little bit. But it kind of gives us a moment to talk about what's been going on in this game. It has been kind of a chaotic one. And I got to say, for both teams, I think their experience is actually nearly even. I think both teams have 3 players at level 12, 1 at 11, and 1 at 10. So that's actually quite an even game for 2 teams that want to make sure they're getting into the late game. But it's like, which one do you think has the stronger of the late games out of these 2 here, Tana?
It's honestly going to come down to what they can get out of Jose in the final game, buddy, because they've got to watch out for Blanco on this Garchomp. That is going to be such an interesting matchup with Oscar. And Jose, they know. They got to get onto the side of this Cypher, this Zapdos. If they don't do that, they're not going to win that final team fight.
Hey, you say the final game, but there is still that chance for Meow to get us into a game 3 here by having a big win at Groudon. Mean Look is locked in Snorlax, but he put up a wall blocking them from actually exposing his weaknesses and letting Rops get back with the rest of the team.
This has been a good bounce back from Meow in this game. They've got everything that they need. All the tools are in for them to be able to take this one away. The points are ever so close. Trying to find that first engaged moment is Meow. They are at least going to be able to pull out a little bit of these cooldowns at the moment. 10 seconds before Groudon is on the field. The patience at the moment. You can feel the tension in the air here, Magical.
And as Groudon will spawn, it is still Enigma with the lead. Now cluing in Meow that they have to have this fight. They have to go for something because they are behind. It's not that large of a lead for Enigma, but a lead is a lead here in Pokemon Unite. Even 1 is the same as having a 10, but looking at the fight as they almost got Snorlax, but he takes a power nap and getting a lockdown onto Rodman, taking that Umbreon very low, but having gotten this damage on to the defender might open an avenue for Meow as they look for Blanco, who has to use the Levitate trick, trying to get away, but it's not doing enough. The shields are all there. They've got Palmot diving, and they've gotten a zip straight onto the Snorlax, but Palmot's trying to at least get the knockout onto the Zapdos. Finally finds the target, got rid of him, turned it onto the Garchomp too. Jose, he's so low, trying to defend himself, surviving through it all. The Psyduck kept him alive, but now down. Turn it back on as he got punched into the air, leaving only Eldegoss alive to try to steal away this Groudon.
That was an absolutely insane fight. Now they're going to zone out Dr. Whooper, who's looking to see if they can get on in. They do have a little bit of secure. Albanoa is going to push that one away, but they do find it, do Meow. And now they just got to score a couple of points with 50 seconds left. Look at Oscar trying to bring the attention onto the Zapdos to open up that T1 pad for Meow. They are in the lead right now as we get ever so closer to a game 3 here. And I'm sorry, but how the heck did Jose stay on their feet there?
I don't know, but that's the power of the I suppose, given all these shields and making sure that Palmot was insane. As they get these knockouts, they get themselves a massive lead. And we are going to a game 3 here, a deciding one at that, to see who will make it any further in the Springbeat. And it is so close between these 2 teams, anything can happen.
What a brilliant adjustment from Meow. They go back to their tried and tested comps, bro. We get that ranged attack back out. We get the oppressive all-rounder that Jose is so used to playing, and that makes all the difference. Shout out to Doubt, though. They had a brilliant push in that final fight. They did manage to squeeze through and get a decent amount of damage onto the side of Danny, but unfortunately couldn't find Oscar. And Meow are going to take us to a game 3 here, my guy.
Yeah, hey, you cast a curse it by saying the final game, and Meow said it ain't over yet. It is a best of 3. We can easily get into a third one, and look at that. They do so off the back of some massive plays there from Jose, from Albernoa as well, looking really good on that side hook.
That was a brilliant game. Cannot wait to see how game 3 goes. And Palmer, we've mentioned it. People don't seem to play as much in tournaments now, or at least not to begin with. But Jose just showing why it's still a big issue. And listen, I said about Danny being one of the best Mews in this region, bro. Look at those stats, my guy.
Yep. This is why I was confused that they didn't lock it in earlier for Meow. I'm confused that Enigma go for Zapdos over the Mew, and I'll let Danny then get it after they had kind of said, you can take it if you want, but this is why you need to deny Danny that Mew. This just shows you right there that you cannot let Danny have their comfort pick.
I mean, even if you ignore the damage that Danny's done, it's the damage taken, just completely uncontested on the side of this Mew. And a lot of it does come from the pressure that Jose was able to bring, having to pull the attention of a lot of Enigma as they were in that backline. It meant that Cypher really had to concentrate on Jose being such an issue.
Yeah, because you're just having the pseudo-tankiness from Palma where you see him as an easier target. You're like, oh, it's just a electric mouse, right? We can get this knockout. And then all of a sudden you see the wobble of the health bar going down and back up because you're just healing back up throughout the whole fight too. But we saw how chaotic these fights could get too, where I feel like that the chaos just starts speaking more highly for Meow as they have such great team fighters in these brawls such as Palma and Buzzball.
I mean, look at Jose here. He's in mean look. He's got 3 Pokemon around him. The 4th getting that range damage. And look at the HP bar, bro.
Yep.
Down to 1 HP. Gets some shielding. Gets some assistance. Down manages to break through and finally find him. But then it's just Oscar with arms open, ready to hug that Cypher back to Nurse Joy. And again, Albernoa with some brilliant repositioning from this Psychic to stop anything coming in from Dr. Wooper.
I mean, you're an Eldegoss too. If you get that steal, that's on the other team for not securing it at that point. So props out to Meow, making sure we have a game 3. This will be our last game, though, for today, as we have one more team moving on to tomorrow. But we don't know who that's going to be between Enigma Esports and Meow. Anything can happen in a best of 3, as we just saw Meow answer back and make sure that we are getting this all-important third game.
Now, this means that we're probably going to see the stonks of this Mew rise in this draft pick phase here, buddy. We'll have a look, because right now it looks like they do have a player for Mew on the side of Enigma Esports. They could take it themselves. You really can't let Danny have that again. 100k damage with little damage taken. Looking at these bans so far. So fetched Mega Lucario out of the gate, Mega Charles out of the Y, and the Machamp. Looks like we're sticking with the same here, buddy.
Nothing changing. I'm imagining that Meow are going to ban that Moltres too. No, they banned Zapdos here. Moltres can easily be picked up for Enigma in this third game.
Does force their hands as well if they wanted to take that Mew away. Blanco will do just that. To be fair, I would love to see the matchup between that and what Jose just did on that Palmer, with him not having to concentrate on that Zapdos so much. And yeah, it looks like the approach is going to be get that Psyduck. They wanted to get the Mew. No, they give Rox the Snorlax again.
Lock in the Mew here, Enigma. You are denying so much for Meow if you lock that in. And you did so in the first game and won. You have Moltres back on your team too. There's no reason not to lock that in. There it is. Mew with Umbreon. So much power picked up by Enigma in this game.
So Amar is in here subbed out for Albert Noah, but they still get that side hook. Now Danny is just as effective on a lot of other ranged attackers. The Espeon is a brilliant shout. They use a lot of Inteleon as well. Oscitar looks like they want to stick with the Buzzwole, which to be honest, did enjoy that. I think that was a lot better than the Zacian in that top lane, the matchup, but it is this Moltres that was such an issue for them in that first game.
Yeah. And that is going to be, I think, onto Oscitar with this Buzzwole, is to put so much pressure onto Blanco and make this Moltres look like they're nothing. Make them look more like some fried chicken for yourself, because if you can, Buzzwole is a nasty early game Pokemon. The lockdown, the damage you have earlier on into the game can really put a stop to any team that needs a snowball like that is needed for Enigma, but it's still going to be hard, especially as we see Rodman back onto that Mr. Mime.
And I mean, Meow recognize that. They look like they're adjusting to deal with the walls. Jose is going to pull out. No, I was going to say, go back to the Palmot, bro. It worked. Do you know what I mean? Like, go to it. You've got Unstoppable in the Supercell Slam. You can use that. Get onto them as well, because it looks like they were using the Bolt. Go onto the side of the Greninja with those easy picks. This is going to be a good pickup for Jose, but we know what Rodman can do. That is such a big threat for Meow, and they've got to adjust from game one.
But I do like they have Palmot instead of the Meowth like they did in game one. I think that there's more tools that can go over these walls. You can jump over them as Snorlax, as Palmot. Even Buzzwole is able to get over some of these walls with the Supercell Slam. Sorry, that Supercell Slam, Jose, with the Unite from Oscitar to actually get over that and onto the proper targets. So it's not as powerful as I'd say in game one, but still. Enigma have a very similar composition to what they had in game one that did look very good in these fights.
And one thing that is pretty good at dealing with a Moltres is a Psyshock Psybeam Espeon. So I really like this adjustment from Danny, knowing that they weren't going to get that Mew. It's very good at dealing with Moltres. A lot of these legendary birds, probably I guess other than Zapdos, they struggle with the ranged attack. It's like their number one issue. So Zapdos does have the Sky attack. They can get at least into that area, but you've got to get hits with those moves to be able to get that reset through. Whereas Danny's going to cause a stun with the Psyshock. The Psybeam then chucks off a massive amount of HP. So they've got the tools here, buddy, as we get into the final game of today. Who will make it through to tomorrow? Will it be Enigma, the last chance for Latam? Or will it be Meow saying hello to Komai in tomorrow's games?
As right now, they are both just going for the typical starts and seeing where we can have some pressure put early. I see Eevee, I see Mime. They're looking for poor Palmy and saying, you're not going to get any farm too early.
Completely unexpected here by Meow. You see the response already as Rops is going to come into that central area, try to provide some assistance over to the side of Jose. It's not the worst Pokemon in the early game, but it's definitely not as good as what they're coming up against. And here comes Rops looking for Rodman. They're going to eject over the wall, and they've done what needs to be done there with that invade.
They were just trying to be a nuisance. They didn't fall either, because if you get knocked out, then all that pressure you put is completely wasted, because now the experience is picked up by the Palmy instead. But very well from Rodman, playing the outer limits of that Mon and getting over the wall and denying so much from Meow early on to the game. While we did see even the Eevee had rotated up north to get that quick dunk and then level up to the Umbreon. Now be this threat, but Danny's here too. 4v3. Dr. Wooper is getting melted right now as they're pushing him back and getting the knockout for Espeon.
All right, this is a good approach from Meow. They've got 4 Pokemon up here. Just got to deal with Blanco, and that's going to let all those points rain on in. Looking to see if they could get an adjustment from the Greninja, but no, they're going to go to the central area anyway. And we already see Jose looking to go hunting here, buddy.
Hey, he's like, it's revenge time. You did all this to me. I'm going to get some revenge. Mean Look has been put down as a Supercell Slam gets the Palmot out of there, or Palmo out of there, and gets some damage back on a Mewtwo.
Unfortunately, stuck between a rock and a hard place there was Danny. A beam coming in from Mew, damage from the Moltres. They go back, but right now, Meow at least managing to hold the lane for the moment. The pressure is coming from Enigma. They're going to back up onto this pad, trying to take the Citrus Berries away. The Headache will at least push away Enigma. Moltres is going to go on the retreat.
They are going to look for more of the farm as they're on that retreat, so getting some sort of leverage back for Enigma and making sure they're keeping this game relatively even. Because that's something we kind of look at these two compositions too. Similar to what we saw in the last game, both of them are going to do excellent in these team fights, especially later on when you have the Palmot ready. There it is, just hitting that evolution. That's going to offer a lot of power now to Meow, and make sure they are looking for that Mew or Greninja, two very slippery mons that are able to get out of a lot of fights. As there was an initial try onto the Altaria camps. Rob's got mean looked and taken down, but they will trade it back. Jose putting so much damage back, and Greninja had no way out of that one. Both attackers are down. Mean look on it to Jose, who's just like, okay, I'm ready for this one. The Mime has no balls that can stop me, as he's still getting so much damage back. But now with a mean look on the pad, Jose has to be a little cautious on just how aggressive he plays. Greninja and Mew are both back and ready.
I love this. Heavy slam for Roadman. We've also got the stun from Psyshock for Roadman as well. This is so good from Meow. They've recognized what an issue Mime was. Massive hit as well, as it's going to be taken by Imar there onto the side of the Regieleki. Danny didn't really need to use the Psychic Solaire, but you just want to make sure that your team are going to stay up in this fight, and it's that Psybeam combo that's going to work so well. It just bounces between the team fights, does a huge chunk of damage, and it is Meow that really opened the gates in this game here.
And getting themselves in this critical final game. No matter what, this is the last game of the day, and it's just which team will move on to tomorrow. Enigma falling behind and not looking too hot for themselves, and they were looking good in the last two games. This one seems like a lot of that steam has now been lost for them, and they have no more momentum.
Nope, 132 points to 12 so far as well, so it is all on the side of Meow, but you've got to be cautious. You don't want to be overconfident with it. We will have a bounce back from Enigma as they look to try and isolate down this central area so far onto at least the Snorlax. I mean, this is crazy. Buddy Blanco here is in a difficult position, uses the eject button to get out of the arms of Oscitar, and Greninja will shake up here as well, so Meow go on the retreat.
And Meow almost losing Ropsar, can't slam over the wall, just misclicks it a little bit, so didn't actually have that proper position to get away, as it's going to be the mean look onto Danny, locked down, trying to go for the second Solaire to get some back for the team, but as they're looking for these dunks, it's not going to be that large of an overdunk, only 9 points overdunked by Enigma.
Good adjustment again from Meow as they take that red ice whilst all that's going down in the bottom lane. And again, we just saw an example in that previous game. That would have been an easy KO for that Mime. Not here, as they're able to zone it out. And again, I mean, Firebird Inferno, that Moltres Unite move just doesn't do anything, bro.
No, it really doesn't. It's just not enough. And now, with the fight right in the central path, it's looking for the slams again as they use the Sai to try to get themselves back into health, and with a power nap too from Rops. Just delaying the fight. Palmot's already been taken down, and they're looking for the Ultra Swole Slam. Doesn't do enough. It's a double knockout already from Mew. With the wall put up, Snorlax could be the target they look for. Can he get out of this one too easily? The wall does not lock him down. Instead, Snorlax manages to escape.
So that's how they get themselves back in this game, mate. We said it. Enigma well in the lead here. Good 40 dunk from Danny. We'll give that back to Meow, though. And I like the recognition that they're going to lose that fight. So make sure you go get some scores in. Oscitar now trying to see if they can at least zone out Enigma as we see Jose trying to go in once more.
There he goes.
The wall will stop the Superstar Slam, but they find the KO nevertheless. And Oscitar's on the backline, bro. Mew sent back to Nurse Joy. Enigma going on the retreat, having to rush away from the damage Meow is bringing at them. Greninja looking to see if they can find the execute, but it's a Psychic Solaire eject button used from Danny that buys the space for Meow to break this pad.
The problem is you focus so much attention onto Jose to try to make sure he can't get into the fight. You forget about the Buzzwall, who then does that, and then all that time you didn't get the knockout onto Jose. Palmot bounces back into the fight, finds his own double knockout, and continues the domination right now for Meow as they are holding on to that lead, and it is growing ever so slightly each and every moment.
Regieleki is going to be taken here by Meow unless we say hello to Rodman, looking to see if they can get in here. They don't want to show face for it. That will be taken, and they do have a Reggie spawning in that top lane as well. Blanco is at least there ready to take it, trying to see if they can get a 40 dunk, but there is a Buzzwole ready for that Moltres.
With a Psyduck too, so that Moltres just gets himself caught out instead. Got Justice punched back in and thrown back to the wall. And now it is going to be Meow with control of that top pad onto the Registeel. We have about 40 seconds until Groudon spawns.
This has been some brilliant adjustment in this set from Meow. They've gone back to their ranged attack. It's worked for them. They've recognized how much of an issue this mine was. Looks like Jose will fall here, but they'll be back up for that final fight. It was just resetting the timer, Magical. That's all he was doing.
Hey, resetting it, but by resetting the time, you then give Enigma that experience needed for the upcoming fights. But looking at the disparity they have right now, big leads, especially looking at the Palmont and Espion, having a level lead over the competition. Those are the two that are going to do the most in these fights. If you can't get the quick knockout onto Espion, that means that you're now letting that Palmont then do so much damage to your team. And here it is. Groudon, Haspawn, and Enigma immediately are looking for the objective.
Oh, look at Jose getting into the backness of that hit, diving in with the Supercell Slam. We'll find Mew instantly. Showtime Mr. Mime comes out, but they're going to find the KOs they were looking for. But Enigma bouncing back big time. Rop's taken down, but it's Jose and Oscar that proved to be such a massive issue. Mime taken down as well. Down's looking for the KO, and Oscar cannot find it. And Meow eliminating that first team fight instantly. Enigma going to try and see if they can go for the rip here, Magical.
You're down a mime still. This is not the time you want to look for the rip. They've lost Moltres too. The Groudon, it's gonna be Enigma! They secured somehow! And now they have to fight their way out of it. They gotta make use of it. Double knockout for Greninja. LatAm are not done today. Enigma's miracle play as Mew helped them pick up the Groudon. And now the game is on. They have to get to the pads. They gotta dunk these points in so they can make it to tomorrow. There's the Hundo Enigma.
That means they have the lead. 40 seconds left here. Can they do enough to defend this pad? Danny, unfortunately, can't. The serve comes through from the Mew, and more points are scored here. 35 seconds left for Meow to pull something out of the bag, but all the buffs are on the side of Enigma. And if they lose Jose here, that is your game over. Showtime comes in from Mime once more, and the damage is too much, bro. They find Danny once again. Jose is gone. Enigma Esports, despite struggling in the fight with Meow, hold strong, go for the rip, and they will say hello to tomorrow as the only LatAm team in day 2.
The miracle play comes to fruition for Enigma. Truly enigmatic on how they are able to pull that out of the bag and get themselves to tomorrow. But all the same, they do so, Tano. Amazing plays from Enigma to make sure they win the final game here against Meow. I just cannot believe that that's how we're ending day 1 here for Springbeat.
No, neither can I, and I think a lot of damage was brought onto Rops just before that spawn in of that final objective, that they had to go back to the home pad to get that health back, and Enigma recognized that. They went straight onto going for an engage onto the Groudon to lure in Meow and just take the fight there. Jose had a brilliant approach coming in from the back of the pit of Groudon, but it was the response of stun coming out instantly from Rodman, and Blanco recognized that they had to just keep themselves on the fringe of that fight. They find the KOs just out of nowhere, and then they go for a rip, knowing that they'd lost their mime.
And I gotta say, like, Rodman on this mime really is putting a showcase on why mime can be really good here in these fights. The showtime stuns too, setting up the rest of the team. But I gotta give a lot of credit to Daunt on how that final fight really went down, because with the mime taking it out pretty early on in the fight, losing Mew at some point too, Daunt was the only one who truly never went down and had to get back into the fight. This Greninja made sure to be ever so slippery, consistently getting this damage and being a threat to Meow, where Meow, they couldn't then confidently go for the rip onto Groudon because they're always so worried that Daunt's Greninja was going to be outside on the flank ready to burst them through.
It's such a shame as well, because what I really enjoyed in this game and the previous game is that Meow adjusted so well to what Enigma were doing in this set here, buddy. I mean, brilliant fight sort of spirit from Enigma as they continue that one, but just recognizing how much of an issue that mime was and how Meow dealt with it in this game, that's what you want to see from teams in Pokemon Unite.
The mime, of course, we're focusing on it a lot, but same with the Umbreon for Dr. Wooper.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we see this as one of the most banned Pokemon time and time again. a mean look from Umbreon can do so much, locking down someone who needs to dive past these walls, such as Jose. If you get mean look, the whole point of your kit is now completely thwarted. You see right here, when not mean looked, how much that Palmot can do in these fights, but then when mean looked, there's very little poor Jose can do.
I mean, Jose got the full charge zip taps back onto the side of Blanco, but they just dived straight in with a sky attack the second they landed it. And that just meant that Jose was left kind of in no man's land, wasn't able to get a hit onto them, has to charge up Supercell Slam, and then they end up getting KO'd. So, a great adjustment here from Enigma in that fight where it looks like they were going to lose it, and it's the Mirage that comes out from this Mew that they're able to be untargetable. They're not getting any damage on them, and then timing the secure perfectly to take that one. It was just insane plays from Enigma, who truly deserve to be in tomorrow's games.
Really do. But it is also a heartbreak for Meow, where it came down to a Groudon flip, and they unfortunately did not get the 50-50 in this one. Enigma, despite everything in this one, when they are down, look at how they're positioned here. They have their 2 attackers just outside. There are 5 Mons still alive for Meow, but somehow, despite it all, that Hyper Beam damage comes at the perfect moment to zap that away.
It's straight through the light screen, bro. They're going straight through the light screen with an Electro Ball and a boosted, and that is just all they need. It's so much boosted damage. I mean, good blocks from Rops, to be honest. Just sat in the top of that pit, recognizing that the 2 ranged attack for Enigma were there, so they throw up the block and they cause that stun. But unfortunately, it was just too much, and they know right now, Enigma, they gotta take Jose out of this fight, bro. Take Jose out of this, and they can at least try and clean up the rest, and that's all she wrote in this one, buddy. What an incredible set that ended up being.
Really did. It's incredible how these games went. It just got a lot of awesome action. LatAm making it through to tomorrow. NA nearly making it to tomorrow as well. So EU, despite dominating a lot of today, didn't get the full sweep they would have liked to. There are going to be some other regions that will still join them for Springbeat tomorrow. But oh no, I gotta say, this is just some amazing action that we're seeing from these teams and really making sure we have some fun Pokemon Unite to cast.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to talk you through the top 8 that we have tomorrow before we give all our thank yous to the incredible crew behind the scenes. So there is 4 EU teams that have made it through tomorrow. I feel like I'm back at EUIC, bro. This is incredible from my region. But then, of course, LATAM make it through with Enigma there. It's going to be Komai Enigma there for that first set. And then we have EU versus NA, as it's going to be the Big 5 taking on the Sublime Mongrand. That was the really huge team that went up against Rework. And then we've got Voltagons Unite, who are fresh off a victory as well in UCS, taking on MQL, who had an incredible fight to make sure that they were here tomorrow. So that is another representation for NA. And then we have 3 hours or less, which is technically NA, but they do have some LATAM players as well, going up against Rework Esport Remix for that final one. Here we go. Thank you so much, production. It's gonna be one heck of a day, is that one, buddy?
It really is going to be. And looking at how these games are, Komai, they're up against Enigma. And if they're watching these games, I'd be a little bit worried if I'm Komai. They're a very strong team, but Enigma finding these miraculous plays, that's all it takes in some of these Unite games. You could be the strong team throughout it all, but a miracle play can happen for Enigma over and over again, and suddenly they're the team that upsets Komai, making it further on. But for all these games, they're going to be very exciting as we get to have, as you mentioned, we have one true LATAM team that makes it through, and then we have another one that's kind of the mix with North American players as well that is also going to be playing later.
For me, it's the fact that I have the opportunity to be casting a full EU semi-finals tomorrow, Magical. We got 4 EU teams in it. They could be going up against each other in that semi-finals, but let me tell you now, NA and LATAM might have something to say about that. But anyway, that is going to be it from us, chat. A humongous thank you to all of the production team here. Of course, Nightera and Kyle took over. We did the first shift, before we took over. So a huge shout out to our casters there. And of course, this beautiful man sat opposite me, Magical. A huge shout out to that legend. And our observers, Bina, Rosander, Lidoyan, and Shivam. and of course, producer being Shabam as well, the one-man army that is Shabam. And a huge thank you to our admins, Bina and Mylene as well, working behind the scenes so diligently. And of course, tune in tomorrow, 7 p.m. CEST, 1 p.m. EDT. You do not want to miss any of these games. It's going to be the best Pokemon Unite you've seen outside of UCS. But other than that, have a good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, chat, and we will see you tomorrow.